using one religious sentiments as well as ethnic sentiments. Do you think that is correct?
Yes, yes, I agree with that. And of course, it didn't even start today. In fact, it has been, something that has kept on reoccurring every 4 years during elections. So it's not a strange thing that we see in the politics.
Interesting. Ethnic tensions have sometimes escalated into violence. In the case of what happened in Edo State, people that traveled from Kano, but the people from Kano State that were, traveling and they were incinerated right there. You have the cases of herders farmers clash and so many of it. What do you think are the things that can be employed to, cut down on the ethnic clashes that we have going on in Nigeria currently?
Well, when you talk about ethnic clashes, it seems to me like you're referring to a security challenge or security challenges.
More than political.
Yes, yes. Because, take, for example, in case of Edo, just like what you mentioned, what happened, is not politics. It was just the people were kind of concerned, trying to perhaps protect their place. They were not sure, in my own thinking, they were not sure who these ones are, whether they have come to attack them or not. So in trying to perhaps protect their own people, their territory, their families, their children and all of that, that incident, that ugly incident now happened. But I think it was more of a security issue, that perhaps security agents, the relevant security agencies, will be in the right position to answer.
Okay. Looking at the program of the NYSC that is going on, it has a way of putting people from different ethnic religions or ethnic regions to a different one. Do you see this federal character being reducing ethnic tension?
Start again, please. Sorry.
The concept of the NYSC.
Yes, yes.
It takes people from a particular region to a different place, possibly that they haven't been there before. Do you think that this federal character is reducing ethnic tensions in Nigeria?
Yes. In my own views, yes, to a large extent. Of course, there has been situations, where you find, people from different tribes, getting married just for that purpose alone, and it has, yes, gone to a large extent to be able to douse the ethnic tensions. The other thing is that, though I'm kind of digressing a little from this, but when we talk about the youth service and how it's done, I think that the relevant agencies that oversee all that, should do more to ensure the security of the people. The security.
Okay, so the only clog in the wheel of that as a tool for ethnic cohesion
yes,
is insecurity.
Yes, the security issues there, because there has been cases where people have been waylaid, along the road, traveling
to their place of
yes,
primary assignment.
exactly. You know, and not one, not two, not three. In fact, you know, series of such examples. You know, and I don't think it's good. You know.
This ethnic diversity influencing political alignment in Nigeria, are there implications when it comes to national unity?
This pardon?
Ethnic diversity and concentrations, does it affect national unity?
Well, you know, when it starts playing a dominant role, when it takes the center stage above national interests, then the tendency, the possibility to affect negatively the national unity is very high. Is very, very high, because our first focus and loyalty should be to the national interest. So the ethnic interest should never come above national interest, and that is the way it should be. When it goes the other way around, then it becomes a problem. It definitely will affect it negatively. That's my take.
Okay, all of these conflicts and lack of social cohesion within the country that is regarded as one, is there a democratic solution? I don't know now, that can bring about cohesion, that can bring about unity in our own, using democracy as a tool, as a measure?
Well, I believe there is, but it will not be an easy ride, as they say. You know, I believe, yes.
Okay. Let's digress a little. We shall return to focus. I saw as your designation chairman of Boot Party. When we talked to a politician earlier, he said there's about 19 registered political parties in Nigeria. In fact, that all of them are represented even in Enugu State, where our main studio is located. And so I'm hearing about the Boot Party for the first time. I don't know if Quinsley has always been
Really?
I haven't.
Okay, so is it a registered political party? Maybe it's not even a political party, and
No, it is.
oh,
No, it is.
tell us about the Boots Party.
Boot Party is a registered political party in Nigeria, duly registered by the INEC.
Okay.
So the acronym is Because of Our Tomorrow.
Oh.
Boot. Yes.
Oh.
So when we say Boot Party, you know, it's actually an acronym, meaning because of our tomorrow. But just like you asked, it is a registered political party in Nigeria.
Now, when Labour became a third force during the last political outing, some persons did not hear about that party, other than one state in the west, in the southwest, that had a governor from that party. As a journalist, I'm not sure I know any other thing about that party until 2023. And it was said that it doesn't have a structure. That's where I'm going now. Do you have a structure?
Definitely. Yes, we do.
Okay. And national representatives or flag bearers when it comes to elections?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. Let's return to our subject matter. Do you think that in fostering a more inclusive national identity, that politicians can help have our narrative, political narratives, outside ethnic sentiments? Will that help also?
Let me be clear.
Okay, in our case, to have a national identity, to be one indeed, to be a united force,
Yes.
how can the politicians be a part of that move?
Okay.
To have conversation not within ethnic sentiment.
When you said to be a united force, are you saying as a political party?
No, I'm
Because
talking about
that's what I'm doing.
Nigeria as a country, our
Okay.
national identity, not a party,
Okay.
a thing.
Okay.
You remember when the immediate the incumbent president Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to was declaring his interest. He said Emiloko. He used his own language to tell us that it was his turn. Okay, and then a lot of persons queued along that line because he was one of their own. I will not say that that is not the same with the flag bearer, national flag bearer of Labour Party, who we have a lot of persons from Southeast vote for. Because he was from this side, this part, and there's this feeling that it's also the turn of the Igbo man. Is it possible that politicians can help us achieve this national identity of oneness that we're talking about?
Okay. I've said this earlier, and I said yes, that it is possible. But of course, it's not an easy ride. One is that the way Nigeria is now, even during elections, the first thing that comes to the mind of the people is that sentimental reasons. They want to attach unnecessary ethnic sentiment before they cast their votes. If, for example, you have an Hausa Fulani in a ballot, you have a Southeasterner Igbo in a ballot, you have a Westerner Yoruba in a ballot, the three of them in a ballot, and you ask people to cast their vote on their choice of candidate, what you will notice is that the people, if you take a statistics on the people who are voting and are asking them, their first reasoning will be, he is from my place. That's just how the average Nigerian thinks when it comes to voting. So to be able to rise above that, I've said earlier, it has to take a lot of sensitization. In fact, I don't know how long it's going to take, whether it's even possible to erase that ethnic sentiment completely, because it always comes to play. They will ask, where is the person from first, before they ask, what can he do? Man, is an issue for all of us. So people don't bother about the competence, whether the person can deliver effectively or not. They just want to know, where is he from? Okay, he's from my place, then let's vote for him. Man, that is a challenge. As a matter of fact, it is affecting the country, and it has continued to affect the country. And of course, I don't pray, but it may continue to affect the country, Nigeria.
You just mentioned sensitization, and now I want to ask you, in what ways can the educational system play a role in combating this ethnical prejudice that is going on?
Well, education plays a very good role when it comes to the mind of the people. Education tends to liberate the mind. When that is done, when people get enough or good or quality education, first and foremost, they start thinking logically. They have a strong logical reasoning. They can make the right judgment. It's not just, okay, we are told, if he's our person, from our place, let's vote him. No. They want to ask more questions. What can he do? If he eventually gets to power, will he be able to do this or that? The promises that has been made, how will they be achieved? He asks pertinent questions. But when the quality education is not there, it becomes difficult to even let the people know what to do, or even for them to think effectively for themselves.
Before we let you go, Bioma, you're also the chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC ENUGU. We get to hear your voice only during elections, and it's a good thing you're with us right here on Signature Evening. And so you're going to tell us some of the activities of IPAC in the political space in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much. What IPAC does is to ensure the deepening of democracy in Nigeria. So it is to that end that we work with the electoral umpire, the INEC, which is an unbiased umpire, to ensure that the democracy in Nigeria is what it is supposed to be, even as it relates to the conduct of elections. And that is why you notice that most of the times, before, during, or after the election, there's always a synergy between the political parties, the INEC, and the security agencies, because we try to make sure that the election is free, fair, and credible, and at the same time violence free.
And you get to achieve that to a large extent?
Yes, definitely.
Are all the political parties in Nigeria represented in IPAC?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. For want of time, I think this is where we are going to end this conversation. I mean, it continues. Shortly, we will begin another political season, and we'll have more of this discussion.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Obioma Namani, for being with us.
Thank you so much.
He is the chairman, Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, and chairman of Boots Party. And in case you do not know, that's a political party, and he is representing Enugu State's Boots Party. Ethnic politics in Nigeria's unity and democratic governance, that was our focus. We shall observe a short break. When we return, we will continue on Signature Evening.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And on the news this evening, Senator Okeaza decries level of insecurity in ENUGU North Senatorial District. Catholic priest Reverend Father John Ibe enjoins Christians to show humility in their daily lives. Nigeria to reposition our foreign policy to attract more foreign investments. Easter celebration in ENUGU, a beacon of hope amid economic challenges. Christians at Oka mark Easter with Sunday services and masses. And Enyimba Football Club of Aba record victory over Kano Pillars in the NPFL. Just follow us on the correspondent report of all of the stories. We shall return soon.
Let me make it very, very clear that all attempts I've made to call the governor, he never picked my call. All text messages I've sent to him, he never responded. I even wrote an official letter to him. Till today, there is no acknowledgement of that letter. There is no response. So
this is curious.
Yes, quote me. Quote me. I even got in touch with his personal staff to tell him that I was calling him for urgent matters. If as a senator, my governor cannot pick my call to know what is happening to my people, then it's very unfortunate. But that is the truth. My constituency is ENUGU North Senatorial District. And within the boundaries of this district, you have Igweze North, you have Igweze South, you have Udenu, you have Usuka local government, you have Igwetiti local government, and you have Uzuwani local government. Incidentally, Uzuwani local government has been a killing field over the years. In 2016, when former Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi was in the government house, the Fulani herdsmen attacked Nimbo. Nimbo is an agricultural village in Ozuwan, agricultural community, agrarian community. In fact, generally, Ozuwan is the food basket of Enugu State. Ozuwan is capable of feeding the whole of southern Nigeria. If you recall, the agricultural settlement, it's the first farm settlement set up by M.I. Okpara, was in Uzuwan local government area.
Yes, you're correct.
That is to tell you how far it has been discovered the agricultural potentials of Uzuwan local government.
So why has this insecurity thing taken over in the past couple of years?
So as I was telling you, in 2016, Fulani herdsmen came to Uzuwan, precisely in Nimbo, overnight killed about 46 people, butchered men and women, including pregnant women. We all bemoaned the incident. I personally came from Port Harcourt and went to Nimbo to commiserate with them. Lo and behold, nothing was done. In fact, last year, precisely, last year, they went there and killed about 5 people again in Nimbo. Maybe you would have seen where I went to Nimbo last year. Precisely in May, I was on 24th May last year, 2024. I was in Nimbo. And nothing has happened since then. Now, they have come in full force. Nimbo is not safe. Adan is not safe. Ovoro is not safe. Nkorogu is not safe. Adaba is not safe. Name any village in Ozuwani, nowhere is safe. After my visit to Nimbo in May last year, I went back to the Senate. I moved the motion, which was adopted by the Senate. And the Senate Committee on Legislative Compliance followed it up. The Inspector General of Police has that resolution. The Chief of Army Staff has it. The Director General of SS has it. The Director General of Civil Defense has it. And nothing has been done. They don't even have the police in Uzuwani, don't even have enough manpower. Anambra State has waited and waited and waited. Every day, there must be one report of one killing or the other in Anambra State. Anambra State government set up their own security outfit that works in conjunction with the security agencies.
Yeah.
I had expected that by now, ENUGU State should have its own security agency. Because, let the truth be told, I always accuse the headsmen. Sometimes you have headsmen working in collaboration with our own indigenous criminals. Now that the heat is on the criminals in Anambra State, some of them will enter into ENUGU State. Kogi State has set up a vigilante task force, with sophisticated weapons. That Uzuwani shares border with Kogi State. So you would expect that the bandits, as they call them, that will be chased away from Kogi, will find succor in the bushes in Uzuwani. In fact, it was discovered, don't let me make this point.
Yes.
It was discovered that the people that attacked Nimbo last year in 2024 and 2016, they came from Kogi State.
Really?
Yes. That was what the natives told us when we went there. The solution now is self-defense. The villagers have always defended themselves, so it's just that these people come now with sophisticated weapons.
Moody Thursday also refers to the washing of feet. It is part of the Paschal Triduum, a 3-day period of celebration commemorating the passion, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Moody Thursday is a reenactment of the practice during which Jesus Christ washed the feet of his disciples This preceded the Last Supper, a final meal which Christ held with his followers before he was crucified. Preaching the sermon at St. Joseph Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, Enugu, Reverend Father Ibe maintained that everything about Jesus Christ depicted humility and service to humanity. This attribute, he said, should be emulated by all those who profess to be his followers. Reverend Father Ibe noted that the Passover feast, a celebration of God's deliverance of the Israelites from slavery, revealed the ultimate deliverance through the death of Jesus Christ.
The Eucharist, the blood of Jesus, and love go together. They go together. You cannot be feasting on the body and blood of Christ and you are hating your heart. No. And sometimes that is why we believe that when maybe our prayers are not answered. Because we don't do what is right. We don't follow the commandments of God.
Worshippers and the practitioners say the event reminds them of the love of Jesus Christ and his level of compassion. They say they are happy to participate in the foot washing.
For you to be the head, you will be the front, be the servant of all. And that is why you show humility, that as a leader, you need to be humble. And you need to seek the interests of others, not your own self. You need to do what will benefit everyone.
And the crosses are removed from the church, and we do our 1 hour night watch with our Lord Jesus Christ to tell him that we understand the love he showed us.
It teaches us that we have to be humble and try to help those who need help, and to not to exercise our positions in the society, but to do much we can do to assist those who need help.
The foot washing celebration also fostered a sense of community and bonding among worshippers as they came together to celebrate and reflect on their faith. From St. Joseph Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, Enugu.
Board Chair of Agora Policy, Mrs. Ojobo Atuluku, affirmed the reason for establishing the organization was to bridge the gap between government and citizens. She described Agora Policy as a non-profit forum focused on contextually relevant advocacy and practical policy support. She commended the partnership with the MacArthur Foundation and highlighted the importance of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity in addressing national challenges.
Agora Policy is a Nigerian think tank and a non-profit, and we are focused on finding solutions to urgent national challenges. There are two things that drive us at Agora Policy. One is that we are evidence-led, and the evidence has to be contextually relevant. Secondly is that we are solution-driven. It's not just about finding solutions. The solutions also have to be apt and appropriate. We also believe in a participatory approach to policy making as well.
One of the high points of the dialogue was the keynote address by Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, who called for a resilient and pragmatic foreign policy.
Nigeria's foreign policy during a time of global uncertainty is not merely about responding to external pressures, but also about shaping our destiny within the international order. It is about ensuring that our economy is resilient, our security is safeguarded, voice is amplified in global decision making. As we look to the future, I urge all stakeholders, diplomats, academics, business leaders, and civil society to play their part in strengthening Nigeria's global standing.
Ambassador Tuga noted that the global order was evolving rapidly due to shifting power dynamics, climate change, technological disruption, and regional conflicts. He stressed the need for Nigeria to assess its national interests while remaining an active player on the global stage.
The post-Cold War consensus that shaped global governance for the past 3 decades is increasingly fracturing. The resurgence of great power competition, the fragmentation of multilateralism, and the proliferation of regional conflicts have created a more unpredictable world than ever in our post-independence history. The global economy is experiencing persistent inflationary pressures, debt crises in emerging markets, and the reconfiguration of trade partnerships. The rise of new technologies from artificial intelligence to digital currencies introduces opportunities and challenges for economic governance and national security. Climate change continues to pose an existential threat, with Africa disproportionately affected despite contributing the least to global emissions.
The minister outlined key foreign policy goals, including strengthening bilateral ties with emerging powers, prioritizing Africa as the center of Nigeria foreign policy, and leveraging economic projects for regional development. Ambassador Tuga noted the pivotal role of defense diplomacy, multilateral engagement, and climate diplomacy in international relations, while reiterating Nigeria's commitment to dialogue over militarization.
As global power shifts towards multipolarity, Nigeria must assert greater strategic autonomy in its international engagements. We're strengthening our bilateral relations with emerging powers such as China, India, Brazil, while maintaining constructive partnerships with the United States, the European Union, and traditional allies. We aim to ensure that Nigeria is not merely a passive actor in global affairs, but an active shaper of outcomes that align with our national interests.
Speaking with Agora Policies founder, Mr. Waziri Adio, Ambassador Tuga expanded on Tinubu's administration's foreign policy focus, highlighting economic diplomacy and citizen-centered engagement, revealing plans to reposition Nigeria's foreign relations to attract investment and elevate country's image globally. He also pledged to modernize the Foreign Affairs Ministry and improve consular service for Nigerians abroad.
Of course, there are challenges because we are not spending as much on diplomacy as we used to. We are spending more on security, but we are not doing this. We're not unique in doing that. A lot of countries are doing the same.
The Agora Policy Forum is expected to become a regular platform for fostering inclusive policy discussions that address Nigeria's most urgent national and international concerns. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
For many in ENUGU, Easter is a time of reflection, renewal, and rejoicing. Nigeria's harsh economic realities have significantly impacted Easter celebrations. While some scaled back celebrations due to financial constraints, the essence of the occasion remains steadfast. A resident, Juliet Obonna, noted that Easter fosters spiritual discipline beyond mere festivity.
Actually, during this Easter period, a lot was on my neck because I didn't participate fully, but spiritually I was involved, but physically I was not fully involved because of work and the rest. So, but I'm happy that today I was able to be here. We prepared both spiritually, somehow financially, food as well. So, enough to marry.
Rising cost of living, transportation, and goods have forced many to prioritize essentials expenses over festive spending. Some even cancel travel plans due to exorbitant airfares and transportation costs.
Everybody knows that things are very hard now. The rise in the market windows, the costs. But we were able to afford. I was able to afford little for my family.
I know that the economy is too hard now, but no matter what, we are going to celebrate Easter and eat and drink as much as we want.
At St. John's Catholic Parish, Easter festivities gained added significance with the sacrament of confirmation administered to new converts. Children who had prepared for their first Holy Communion also received Jesus in the Eucharist for the first time, marking a pivotal moment in their faith journey as they were welcomed into full communion with the Catholic Church.
The vice chairman of the Parish Pastoral Council, we did everything that we are supposed to do to make sure that all the members of the parish participate one way or the other in the activities of Easter, especially those who receive their first Holy Communion. Someone received baptism, sacrament of baptism, and confirmation at the same time. So all this we did to achieve this.
I felt happy and excited, and I went through a lot of series of hard work and tough work, but I still passed, and I'll be happy to say what I've done. So later on, she now told me that she passed. We started, even yesterday, I was still moving around the market to know if I can get what she will use, like her tie. It was not easy. This morning they started again that, Thanksgiving is today, how are we going to do it? We started moving around to look for something that they will use to do it. But all I know is that after much more, I feel blessed. I am very, very excited, and I feel blessed for her to be one of them.
Easter celebrations across churches and communities in ENUGU were marked by enthusiasm and devotion, underscoring the importance of community faith and spiritual rejuvenation in the face of adversity. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam for
at St. Faith Cathedral Church, Oka, the Archbishop of Niger Province and Bishop of Oka Anglican Communion, Most Reverend Alexander Ibezim, urged Christians to look to the risen Christ for the loosening of their chains and bonds and for their liberation. Most Reverend Ibezim identified sorrow and lack of joy in one's life as causes of temptations and tribulation, often leading to catastrophic outcomes. He cited 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 54 to 57 to emphasize that salvation is the central purpose of Christ's coming.
Somebody can lose their salvation. Somebody can be a church member, but it's not a good relationship with God. As you are sitting down, have you lost your salvation? Where is your salvation? Parents, you may be wrong. Parents may be wrong. Only by people who check.
The choir was present, singing a hallelujah hymn to celebrate the resurrection from the dead. At St. Patrick's Catholic Cathedral, Oka, Reverend Father Anthony Nwafo described the story of Christ's suffering, death, and resurrection as the greatest in history, serving as the source and center of human salvation. He noted that Christ's death is so remarkable that thousands of years later, no one refers to him as the late Christ because he remains alive, having triumphed over death itself. The Catholic priest reminded the congregation that Christ's death and resurrection involved immense suffering and challenges, underscoring that the crown is preceded by the cross.
The Bible says in the Gospel of Matthew 28, verse 6, he is not here, he has risen as he said. The Bible says in Luke 24, verse 34, indeed, he has risen. Next year, Osiko Namu Edited.
Precious Paul for Signature TV News.
Well, for today, I think it was a very tough game for us. Final players, came and proved their work that they are one of the strong teams in the league. Give it to them, they played well, and I think at the end we got the winning. I think the scoreline did not reflect to the game because if we had provided all our chances, we have scored more goals. I think 1 or 2 goals were disallowed. The referee knows why. I think we have done better, especially in conversion to convert our chances. First half, we were just in front of goal, couldn't convert our chances. Because of the problem we had in attack. Today's game, we were lacking in up front. We played the game, created chances. I think our attackers failed us by not converting those chances. Because I think today too, injury did not help matters. None of our attackers were injured for this game, and it really was evident in the game as we saw a lot of chances being missed.
Yeah, I think I was thinking I'm going to get something here because after coming back, getting something from here, probably it might boost the continental hope that we have. But losing the match today, I think is going to be difficult. Yeah, I think the comportment of the team depends on my absence for more than, I think, 7 weeks, I think, out of suspension. And when I came back, I think a lot of things have happened in the team. And you can see there are a lot of young players that we are trying to guide in the team. And also the lack of concentration of the team. And also the attitude of some of the boys, which is very difficult to shape up the team in this next 5 weeks. And I think that's what we'll be doing. But today, this match, I think, is something that we have to get something. I've got something here in our back.
It's good. I believe the fans have been waiting for this opportunity, to win a game at home and be comfortable winning. At the last 10 minutes, we are a bit shaky, but at the end, we got the victory, which is important.
Hi guys, welcome to another edition of Chatbox on Signature TV. Talk now, talk now.
Good evening, everybody out there.
I don't understand.
Right now, this is another episode.
I just said that.
Of Chatbox.
But I just said that.
I'm talking now.
Okay.
We are handing over this particular edition to your hands. You viewers, you know, we need your comments down there. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokonta.
And I'm your lovely, beautiful host, Uchenna, as you already know. Yeah. And we have...
By my right hand.
You must always say whether it's by your right hand or by your left hand.
Because it's by my right hand.
Must you emphasize it?
What's it called concern you?
Oh yeah, continue.
By my right hand is... Please introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Mr. Nwachukwu Nnamdi.
Mr. Nwachukwu Nnamdi?
Yeah.
Yes. He's in our midst right now.
Uche, please.
Okay, so we have a very sensitive topic to talk about. Uche, please. I think you should do just
why?
Nothing.
It's disclaimer. We started this show. You say I'll start it. Now to introduce the topic, you still want to say I should introduce the topic. Yeah. Why? Okay, I will take it that she doesn't know what to say, so I'm going to save the day once again, as I always do. So basically, we want to talk about raising African children. Because as the African children that we are, you know, we want to talk about how raising African children to compete in the global society, or rather globally, yes. Now as African, we are leaders of tomorrow, you know. Uche, Queenette, we are leaders of tomorrow, are we not? Yeah. Thank you. Please, over to our guest.
Our guest will be talking like one of the good girls today.
Yeah, we don't want to talk too much.
Don't want to talk too much.
So we're going to allow our guests to do the talking today. So, the floor is yours. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm allowed to talk now, right?
Yes, you are allowed to talk.
All right. First of all, I want to declare publicly that I'm a lover of children. I love children so much, and it has been my heart desire to see the welfare of children and to ensure that children are raised properly and, you know, produced as productive adults by meaningful parents. Well, actually, the theme of this program, or this project, I would rather term it, is raising super African children. Raising super African children. The purpose for this theme is because of what I have discovered in the African continent and the world at large. You know, most times as parents, we discover that there are discrepancies that are yet to be filled. There are gaps in parenting that are yet to be filled, especially within the African environment. And given that the world is becoming more globalized, the world is becoming more interconnected, and there is space for competition and superiority scenarios all over the globe, then the African child specifically is justified for this project. Number one, because I am an African, and being an African, I'm actually a Nigerian. And secondly, because of the love I have for children, that has solidified my passion to see this happen. And thirdly, the productive African is actually an asset to the African economy or continent, or let me say Nigeria as a case study, because we all know that from the childhood stage to the late adulthood stage, they are linked. And the childhood stage is actually the stage of the foundation. And if we can educate parents and enlighten parents and empower the average African parent on how best to raise these children, I think we are going to have a better African, or a better Africa as a continent. Because if you look at it holistically, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic, the future is not too bright for Africa based on the antecedent and based on present circumstances. And one of the strategies that can help us to get better replacements as adults who are actually going to pass on someday is to raise and empower and to nurture our replacements, which are our children. And so this project is about educating parents, educating child caregivers, teachers, anybody who is involved in child raising, trying to educate them on how best to raise an African child. And being super in this context means we want that child to be able to be empowered to compete globally and to be a full-fledged representative of the African economy. That's actually the essence of this whole project. Okay, so it's just all about empowering the parents, empowering child caregivers, given that the future of Africa is actually dependent on the next generation. That's the concept.
Do you have a specific dynamic of how African parents should raise their children? Because as for me and my household, my mama trained me with, you know, circumstances that you clearly said makes us not be that leaders of tomorrow we are supposed to be, and we don't get to the certain point we're supposed to get to. So, do you have any dynamics of how you want African
Like,
parents?
what do you mean?
Yeah. Do you want to, is there any strategic steps you want them to use in training African children?
Super in front. Thank you.
Super African children. I don't know. Like I said, I think I have a good upbringing, a good training.
For me, yeah, like, in as much as we are saying, like, parent, like, to become global, like raising children to, you know, compete globally, at the same time I feel it boils down to parents too, but I feel like even the society we are in are not even helping us to compete globally. So at the end of the day, it's not particularly the parents, because I mean, the parents, when it comes to like raising the child, like, you know, I would generally say like parents have, like, generally, I know that there are exceptions to parenting, but generally most African parents actually try the best they can to raise their children, both like in behavior, both in academics, you know, and considering that they have never been parents before, so they are parenting how they know how to best. I mean, it's their first time parenting, so they are doing it how they can best. But like the society in itself, where the child finds, you know, his or herself, is not even helping them to be in a position where they can compete globally.
Okay, well, I want to start from her own question, or what she proposed about the specific strategies that we want to help them to engage. First of all the places I've gone to as a resource person and most of the radio stations, I've always proposed 3 strategies. The first one is to ensure that the child experiences healthy brain development. That's the first step. Healthy brain development. Because statistics have revealed that a lot of parents are not intentional to ensure that their children experience a healthy brain development.
What do you mean by healthy brain development?
For the brain to develop optimally. Of course, when your child comes into the world, the brain is subject to be developed or underdeveloped. Yes, there are strategies you have to engage. It has to be intentional. You know, most times some parents leave it by default. They do what they feel that they can do best, not knowing that there are actually extra steps you can engage.
You know, I agree with you on that.
Yes, to ensure that the child...
I just thought of something.
Yeah, I have actually had so much experience as a tutor, both in the university environment and in other sections of schooling. I've discovered that some adults today are paying the price for not experiencing a healthy brain development. You know, you see some mothers who, I mean, actually have to go into the specific ways today because of time, but you
just tell us one or two.
Okay, you actually see some mothers, even when they were pregnant, they do not engage some optimal practices of a pregnant woman, not knowing fully well that whatever they are doing, some things they are consuming, some places they are going to, and some of the exposures, they are affecting the child's neural development, brain development. And when that child comes out and begins to grow or further experiences brain underdevelopment, there is actually a missing opportunity from that dimension. And UNICEF has reported some scary statistics that so many Nigerian children did not experience healthy brain development. It's all over the place, and it reflects in some of the things they do. Some of them experience poor memory loss when they become adults. Some of them lack some coordinations. In fact, if I have to go deeply into it, I may even start getting emotional. So that's why I want to, stop at a particular stage. So poor brain development has been one of the challenges we've been having, because most parents, because the brain is enclosed inside the skull, most parents cannot, they don't know when it is actually performing well or when it's not performing well, especially at the early stage. So one of the thematic focus of this project is to educate parents on how best to ensure that their children experiences healthy brain development.
When you talk about healthy brain development,
yes,
and I immediately said I agree with you. What came to my mind is, when most mothers, or let me not even say mothers, parents, both the father and the mother, when they have their child and their child is growing like a couple of months, I think each month there is something the child can do, and
there are stages.
There are stages to. Yes. But I've seen situations where a toddler, maybe the child has started crawling or things like that, and you find, there are things most African homes or parents find irrelevant that are very relevant. Things like toys.
Yes.
Toys, or all these Lego blocks. Those things, in their own way, they help children with concentration.
Yes.
And they help children with problem-solving skills. And at that young age, when they have to build, those things now, those Lego things where they can dismantle it. And another thing most African homes kind of neglect is cartoons. And I know most African homes, they'll be like, no, cartoons, maybe they will put one movie, African Magic. And I come to a house where you see a toddler, and you are watching, what are you watching? You get, to me, you're retarding that child, mentally, because at that stage, whatever you're watching is actually of no consequence. That child needs colors. That child needs to see, children, they have very short attention spans. And so those cartoons, because of the way they make it look, it helps them to sit down and focus. They learn new words. They learn how to pronounce things. Some of them even learn how to say small things, small things, learn how to talk and things like that. I think they help when it comes to brain development, especially when it comes to concentration. Even all these color books. I'm just starting from toddlers, because we're talking about raising African children. Now, when you're talking about raising African, you have to start from like he said, from the belly, and then when they come into the world, the things you feed them with as parents, the things you make them interact with, things they see, some people that they don't read now is because they were not raised with it.
Yes.
Now, I want to personalize it. Growing up, my parents got me so many storybooks, Lady Bird. I read almost everything, Snow White or Cinderella, or all of them. I read it. In fact, I still have, and it helped, as I grew, for each age I was in, they got me books for my age. So it helped me a lot with concentration. I can sit down and read a book for hours and not get it. Most people now can't do it. And reading is something that helps people develop greatly. Yes. And when you find young people or or children not being able to read even the littlest piece of paper, how do you want the child to compete globally? Do you understand? When see, I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying, but
you're lying.
I had a good
but
yes,
so I don't know about others.
So yes, cartoons, color books,
reading books, even all these Bible recitation they give in church. It's part of it. It's part of brain development, because you're literally reading the Bible and you have to cram it, memorize it in your brain. You know that thing needs to stuck there. If I come out in the presence of people, I have to give it my best.
Exactly.
And the idea that you said they don't pay attention to it, you will see a situation whereby they give your child a recitation presentation in school, he has a presentation in the morning devotion, and you are not available to teach that child. It could even be social studies, family, what's the simplest topic now for primary school children? And that child is meant to read, build his confidence, use his senses right, to stand in front of people, to do that presentation. Parents, they feel, oh, they taught you in school, so it's something you
exactly
can do. But you don't know that child needs your presence to build his confidence.
Yeah, most
because stage fright is real.
most African parents do that. Most African parents do that.
And another thing is they don't know that sense of encouragement, especially when that child is learning
slow or things,
it's needed. You know, he says one sentence, you clap for him. You're doing great. You understand? Just boost him in morale, that kind of thing. Boost his morale. Even the funniest part is that even when on stage, say while they are there presenting, parents don't know that shouting "That's my child," spraying that child money helps that child. They have no idea. What they're even looking for is the mistake you're going to make.
Exactly.
You want like when you now come out, they'll tell you what.
And you cannot do that simple.
Exactly. Parents leave a lot to teachers. They leave a lot to school, and in as much as I agree that the school is a big, a huge factor.
Save Nature TV, news in your pocket.
It's been a pleasant time having your company on today's signature evening. Thank you. My name is Ngozika Mba.
And my name is Quincy Roland. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and that specialize in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them and all this, we need to look at it. Nice indeed. Nice. Because you know, one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, there are quite lots of these. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
As Christians reflect on Jesus' final journey, they find solace in faith and community. In the footsteps of Christ, believers walk the path of sacrifice and redemption. Good Friday and the accompanying sober tone gives Christians the opportunity to contemplate and reflect on Jesus' ultimate sacrifice. Through prayers and deep reflection, the faithful relive Jesus' journey to Calvary. In an interview with Signature TV, Reverend Father Anthony Ozani, the parish priest of Mater Dei Catholic Church, shared insight on the significance of Good Friday to Christians.
We also put in a lot to rehearse, to really come together to give us this package every Easter, you know. So I'm really impressed with that activity, that dramatization, because it helps to, you know, teach us more about what we are celebrating.
The actors who participated in the Good Friday drama shared their profound experiences, revealing that taking up their roles allowed them to deeply connect with the story of Jesus Christ.
Quite knowing that is something that will cause you pain is actually something that you gain blessings from. Outside the pain is actually fun and interesting.
A mother can't stand seeing her sons, like seeing where her son is being murdered, killed.
Always try to pay attention to the spirit, because there is actually a spirit that talks to someone.
The directors overseeing the performance shared their experiences, highlighting the challenges and rewards of bringing this powerful story to life.
It wasn't easy for us because we had a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of fracas and all that.
It wasn't an easy task. It was very difficult because you have to crack your brain, make sure that the costumes are all in place.
It has not been easy though. You know that youth now, they are engaged in something. So to bring them together, it has not been easy. You know, we've been doing it for a long time, you know, but year after year, some have been having something engaged in some other place. So you get new people to join. Like the person that acted wasn't the person that acted before.
If you look at the scenario, you will see that this drama has been ongoing from the beginning of this parish. We have done a lot to encourage the younger ones, and that is why we always see people succeed their predecessors.
In the footsteps of Christ, Christians find the power of redemption, the strength of faith, and the promise of new life. From Mater Dei Catholic Church, Transekulu, Enugu, Ugonne Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
Good afternoon and happy Easter to you out there. I'm sure you missed me and I missed you too. I'm sure so many people are still enjoying their holiday because today is Easter Monday and of course a public holiday. The road is so dry. I mean, when I was coming to work today, I'm like, what's going on? Am I the only one that is serious with my life? Alright, so this is the entertainment hour. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show. And I'm your baby girl, Queenette Smukunta. I will be doing this 1 hour with you. I have an interesting guest, one of a kind, who is an actor who I'll be bringing to you after our stories. So, and of course, I have interesting stories I've been making rounds on the internet since the weekend. So first we have popular Nigerian music producer and artist manager Soso Sobericon has offered a 20 million naira donation for singer Speed Darlington's rematch with Portable. This comes a few hours after Portable defeated Speed Darlington on Friday night in the celebrity boxing match tagged Chaos in the Rings. Speaking after his defeat, Darlington in an Instagram post claimed that Portable used juju to defeat him and called for a rematch. Reacting to the post in the comment section, Soso Sobericon offered 20 million naira for the rematch. The music executive wrote, rematch 20 million naira for the winner at Speed Darlington TV. You have my number, or tell the promoters to reach out to me. So this particular story got me laughing because I was at a place on the same Friday and people were laughing about it around me. They're like, ew. What's his name again? Oh my god, I just finished saying his name right now. Speed Darlington and Portable were in a boxing ring and Portable won Speed Darlington, and I'm like, I didn't even have an idea that it was a boxing. I thought it was a football match or something, or maybe a game or something. I don't know that it was a real boxing scene, and I was surprised that Portable won. Looking at Speed Darlington, he's someone that has body, you know, there's a whole lot of energy in him. So I wasn't expecting Portable to win, but you know, it's not by what you see most times. So because of that, Portable said, Speed Darlington said Portable used juju to win him. Which of course, Portable did not deny it though. I didn't bring that particular story. He didn't deny it because it's possible. Me too, I was surprised. How on earth would you that is this slim win someone that is this big? But Portable has not given his consent for going on another fight with. Speed Darlington has not given in his consent on going on another fight with Portable because of what happened before. I mean, it made me laugh, and it's more like an embarrassment some sort because people around me at that point were laughing literally. So still talking about a particular story, controversial Nigerian singer Speed Darlington has reacted to Burna Boy's gift to Portable for defeating him. Portable defeated Darlington in a celebrity boxing match titled Chaos in the Rings on Friday night. Speaking after the match, Darlington accused Portable of using juju to defeat him. However, Burna Boy, who has been at loggerhead with Darlington, rewarded Portable with 20 million naira to celebrate his victory. Reacting to the development, Speed Darlington threw shades at Burna Boy, who he has been referring to as Long Face since their legal dispute. Darlington, in an Instagram post on Sunday, accused Burna Boy of always watching and monitoring him on his page. He said, and I quote, "Nobody watches you more than your enemy because they want to know if you are doing well. Long Face sleeps on my page. His whole life is now checking on me." You know, honestly, if anything happened to Portable, I'll be very, very sad. I'll be very angry because this guy gives me so much joy. When I saw that headline, I knew it that there is no way Speed Darlington would keep quiet. there is no way he would let that slide, because it's more like, oh, my enemy is praising someone that just won me. So I mean, what am I supposed to expect? It is supposed to happen. And he's more like, long face is always on my page. It's more like he's monitoring you or something. It's not monitoring you anything, bro. You're making headlines and you literally lost a boxing ring competition, so everybody saw it. You don't even expect Burna Boy to give a loser 20 million naira. That one can never happen. So he giving it to Portable, it's more like shady you source. And I understand that it hurts you so much that, oh, your enemy has seen you lose, so you must respond. I mean, if I was in your place, I would literally say something. I know you are someone that will still come outside, that's outspoken, talk more of someone you call a long face and someone you have a backlash with. So I'm not surprised, but I think you should consider the 20 million that Soso is offering, because you might win this time around. Who knows? And I don't think Portable would use the juju you claim that he used on you before. Let's move forward. That's all for the whole celebrity boxing ring thing. Popular media personality Frank Edoho has claimed that majority of women don't fancy extremely kind men. According to him, women prefer bad boys who can be nice to them sometimes. He made the claim while featuring in a recent episode of TVC talk show The Black Table. He said, and I quote, "There was an article I saw on a blog that intrigued me. The topic was, what is that red flag that you admire in the opposite sex? The question was channeled to women, although I am the school of thought that men shouldn't be nice all the time. The answers I got further my resolve that men should not even be nice at all. Women were answering, do you know what I saw? There was one I saw that says, I like it when my man tells me I don't want to repeat myself again." She said it. Okay, she said it turns her on. Others said they like it when their man whacks them. Not extremely, but shows power. It turns them on. There are some strange things going on in the minds of these women that you are trying to be nice to. I am not saying all of them are like that, but majority of women don't like nice guys. They want bad boys that are nice to them sometimes. I don't know how many people that will agree with this, so but not like they don't like nice guys. Okay, I like the fact that you added nice guy with a bad boy that is nice. You know, maybe not really a simp. They don't want a simp. They want someone that has the masculine energy to, you know, shut them up, sit them down, correct them, and stuffs like that. But what do you mean by it turns you on? I don't understand. You know, the truth is, women are wonderfully made. You know, that's why we are the weaker vessels and God loves us so much. So, like they always say, there is no book that is written how to understand the woman. Even in that book, they still don't understand the woman. Even if you get to volume 25 or level 25 or chapter or whatever, it's not possible, because women are built differently with different emotions. If you feel you can understand them today, tomorrow they'll bring another chapter or even another page. In fact, they bring a different scenario for you. There was a time someone said, once a girl start calling you a nice guy, let me speak it in pidgin, just know say you don't fuck up. Just know that you're beginning to simp. And I'm like, what? Who said that? What is wrong with being a nice person? Just be nice. I mean, nice can be something very simple. You know, there's a difference between being nice and being a simp. Actually, being a simp is taking rubbish from somebody. Someone is talking to you anyhow and you're still there claiming the good boy. That's it. Being nice is something that comes natural. Even women are nice. So I don't know why they would make that statement that once a woman starts telling you that you are nice. In fact, he said, I prefer when a woman says, I'm a very wicked person, I'm very stingy, that he likes it that way, than a woman telling him that he's nice. It's more like he's beginning to mess up and he needs to go back and check himself. But it's funny though, you know, another man's poison is another man's, how did they say it? Another man's food is another man's poison. So what is good for you may not really be good for others. I think everyone should actually do what works for them and go for who they understand. You know, it takes two to work at the end of the day. But I think women are those people that you cannot really sit down and say you want to study. These things that these women said right now could be something different for another woman. You know, it's not generally said or agreed with what he said. So let's move forward to the foreign scene. The challenges and lives of penguins around the world are brought to life in Secrets of the Penguins, hosted by National Geographic explorer and filmmaker Beatty Gregory, and premiering on the eve of this year's Earth Day. The three-part series took over 2 years to film and saw the team capture penguins, of which there are 18 different kinds in places ranging from Cape Town to the Galapagos Island to Antarctica, saying filming for 274 days on the extreme ice shelf in Antarctica, home to around 20,000 imperial penguins, was both challenging and rewarding. Their efforts paid off through when they captured footage, including penguins' chicks, not just jumping into the sea for the first time, but having to jump off a 50-foot ice cliff first in order to get to the sea. 31-year-old Gregory, who won his first wildlife photography prize in 2012, has since gained 2 Daytime Emmy Award for his series Animal Up Close with Bertie Gregory, and won a BAFTA Television Crafts Award for his work shooting Legendary. Naturalist David Attenborough, 7 words, 1 planet. However, he does not see himself as a possible replacement for the 98-year-old Attenborough, who is still hard at work. Voiced by American actor Blake Lively, Gregory hopes that by mixing pop culture with Secrets of the Penguins, a wildlife series, it will broaden the appeal and get a wider audience engaged with the natural world, saying individuals can make a difference by thinking how they choose to spend their money. Executive produced by Oscar-winning director and National Geographic explorer James Cameron, Secrets of the Penguin premiere on 21st April on Disney Plus, while all 3 episodes air on International Earth Day, April 22nd on Nat Geo Wild. Take a look.
I don't know how many of the 18 we covered. Do you know that, Jen? As well, yeah.
I have to do these cutaways really quickly because it's got to sit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I don't know if there was a specific show.
Okay.
We got.
I think people should watch because I have filmed penguins a lot before myself. I thought I knew penguins. I was so wrong. And every time we went out to film, we discovered literally new penguin secrets. Yeah, I'm excited to see people's minds blown like ours were in the field. Penguin's going for it. And this was the plan, to film them jumping in the sea for the first time. But normally they do that jumping off of the sea ice, which is 1 or 2 foot high. But we followed a group of chicks that took a wrong turn on their way to the sea, and they found themselves at the top of a 50-foot ice cliff. And this has never been filmed before, so we didn't know if they could survive a fall from such a height. yeah, the first one stepped up to the plate and went, yeah, I can do this, and just sailed off the cliff. And yeah, as I said, they have friendships. So as soon as the first one went, the rest were like, oh yeah, Barry did it. We can do it, and they all started to jump. It was an amazing moment to witness. This is getting dangerous for us now. Good luck, little penguins. Oh, I really hope that little chick's okay. But yeah, in terms of the challenges, I mean, in Antarctica, emperor penguins, you know, they're the only animal in the world to raise their young during the Antarctic winter. It is the coldest, darkest, windiest place on Earth. And that's not only where they choose to live, but where they choose to have their young. And so filming that story is all about, you know, you need to be you know, as tough as a penguin. And so yeah, that was a challenge, being warm enough. Poor little thing. That is heartbreaking. Looking at the size, this one does look a little bigger than that really small one. Must have just been stuck out here alone. Penguin. They're in trouble because of us, and that's not just a problem for penguins. They are kind of flagship species. They're talismans of whole wild places. They're an indicator of healthy or unhealthy wild places if they're not there. And you know, if the natural world is unhealthy, that's a problem. You know, we should want to look after penguins, not just because it makes us feel warm and fuzzy inside, but because we need healthy wild places for so many things we do.
Like some songbirds, emperors can produce two sounds at once, giving each a unique voice. They're learning each other's to show they're serious. But emperor couples don't just communicate with their voices. They're playing copycat.
Any opportunity to yeah, take something from pop culture and combine that with wildlife series. You know, I've been making wildlife documentaries for 10 years, and I think I'm very grateful of the people that continue to watch my films, and they are often you know, a lot of the same people. The audience is growing, but it's a lot of the same people. Any opportunity to increase that reach and to get people to watch stuff that they might not otherwise watch, I think any opportunity to do that is only a good thing.
Hi, how are you?
If you dive on a barrier reef or a coral reef and you suddenly see the most extraordinary pageant of fabulous creatures, the most wonderful colours, the most extraordinary shapes.
People often talk about the next David Attenborough. Like he's irreplaceable. He is one of a kind. He will never be followed. Like his contribution, not just to the natural world, but to television as we know it. Like what an extraordinary life and career. Yeah, there is no replacement, and I think people should get less obsessed with that concept and focus on, okay, what's the new path? What's the different thing we can do? Because he's done that and he's doing it very well.
All right. Every Easter Saturday, a boy from Zek village in the North Bohemia region puts on a hay suit and marches through the village with a group of children playing rattles and singing songs. The old tradition known as marching Judas survived only in few villages in the east of the Czech Republic, where the eldest teenage boy in the village is dressed as the straw Judas after Judas Iscariot, who the Bible says betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. During the procession led by Judas, children walked through the village from door to door singing songs and being rewarded by town people with sweets, eggs, and money, which are put inside a cart pulled by Judas. The costume of Judas looks slightly different in each village. Sometimes tow is used instead of straw, or it can be made of sackcloth. Toward the end of the day, after visiting every house in the village, the children lead Judas to a hill or field outside the village to rid him of his suit, burn it, and divide the donation from the cart equally. Take a look at that.
Hejbej si s nima, jenom si s nima cvič. To je, že s nima nemáš. Ale počkej, ono budeš mít. Uházaný to nebude.
Co nejstarší z vesnice, co ještě nebyli dáš, protože dáš se vždycky pálí. Pak na poli, tak vždycky musí být někdo nový.
Michal Petra Rámek, ne. Ne, dělá instalatéra, že si ho pak vezme.
Nechceš napít, Vojto?
Se napij a podle to. Pak vezme to se, tam pak hodí do toho.
Na to půjde.
A jestli tam najdeš pro...
Jen se změnil způsob strojení. Dřív se strojilo ze žitné slámy, že se pletl takový cop, kterým se to potom omotával ten jidáš. A čepice se také dělala ze žitné slámy. Dneska ta sláma není k dispozici, takže se plete sena a čepice je z rákosu. Takže tahle tradice vodění jidáše je známá, v obecní kronice o tom zmínka už z roku 1902, takže je určitě z předminulého století. Já ji pamatuju od roku 1949, kdy jsem poprvé šel, a za ty léta se to v podstatě nemění.
Já skoro moc nespal.
opatrně, tam opatrně.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very, very short break. And when we return, I'll review my guests to you. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the interview segment, and I have a guest. His name is Owen David. He's an actor, and we'll be talking about the art of transformation, how actors step into someone else's life. So over to you, Owen David. Thanks for coming. And good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel? Are you ready for our conversation today?
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So talk to us. You know, we have just few. Okay, let me use a few minutes to ask you about how it's been for you being an actor.
Oh well, it's been nice. You know, I would say it's been nice because. It is something that is born out of passion.
Okay.
And you will agree with me that when you do something that you love, definitely there's no way you won't enjoy every bit of it.
You know, you were asking me something like, you were saying something about me acting or something, right?
Yeah.
And I had to ask you. I told you I don't know how to act, you know. So, you know, acting is something that people are born with, isn't it?
I don't think so.
So you learn how to act, right?
I think naturally everyone can act.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
As long as you have your character, trust me, you're already an actor. Let me give you an idea.
Okay.
It's my first time meeting you, right? Now I've seen your look. The way you talk, possibly your behavior to an extent.
Okay.
you know, the way you smile.
Okay.
I might have a story. And in this story, I have a particular role.
Yeah.
That someone that looks like you, that talks like you, smiles like you would fit into.
Okay. What kind of role is that?
Let's not go into that.
But I want to know. I would love to know, honestly.
Yeah, I'm trying to prove to you that anyone can actually act.
Okay.
So, you know, having considered all of this, I could be like, you know what? That chick. But the thing is this now.
Yeah.
I'll just try as much as possible to bring down the sins.
Okay.
You know? If it's something that's supposed to accommodate about 20 cents,
yeah,
I'll just try and bring it down to about 5 cents.
Okay, for someone that is still starting.
Professional.
Exactly.
Do you understand? So
yeah.
That's it.
Okay, so let's delve into the topic of the day, the art of transformation. And my first question is, how do you begin the process of becoming a new character? Like you've said now, you've seen me, the way I talk, possibly my character, the way I smile, and you're already envisioning the kind of role you put me to.
Exactly.
So let's assume you have a role that maybe doesn't fit my personality. That brings my question. How do you begin the process of becoming that new character? Because this is a different person entirely.
Okay. All right. What we do is this. You know, professionally, you're supposed to have what's called script conference.
Okay.
Right? Yes, that's where you get to talk about or discuss about the film, the story.
Okay.
Right? The characters involved. You get to meet every character. And then overseas, sometimes if a job is to be done in 3 months' time,
yeah,
they get an artist.
Okay.
Especially if you're faced with a character that you probably haven't done before or that is challenging, you know, you'll be given, say, about a month to
go rehearse or something.
To go rehearse.
Okay.
And also acclimatize with whoever you are playing the role with. Say if you haven't worked before, or maybe it's a role that needs the both of us to actually deal as lovers or as a brother and a sister. You know, you'll be given time to possibly
get to know each other,
spend time together. Yes, you know, try and build that conjugality.
Yeah,
you know, so that at the end of the day, you will have been able to build yourself into character. All right? But unfortunately, in this setting, some people still do it. Some producers still do it in Nigeria, but just few of them.
Okay.
You know? So, what we do is this. Considering the nomenclature of who we're coming from, Nigeria. You know, Nigeria is a place where you just have to be strong to, you know, fit into
any role at all.
That's it. You know. So what we do is we for example, see this film right now.
Yeah.
This is my very first time playing this role.
Okay.
You know? And unfortunately, the person that was casted for this role, I don't know if you know Dorcas. What's her real name? Oh my god, I'm not so good remembering people's name. But this colleague of mine. But I'm sure you must have seen is it Okwa?
Why?
In those days.
Why?
That lady that plays Dorcas is a
queen, yo. Yeah.
She was the one that was casted for this role.
Okay.
But unfortunately she didn't turn up for that.
Yeah. So
that job. You know. And I was switched to this role, and it was so freaking challenging.
Because it's something you've not done before, right?
I've never envisaged myself. Though I've always known I'm a versatile actor, to the glory of God.
Okay.
I've always known that, but then that one I never saw it coming.
Yeah.
Do you understand? You know, as a versatile actor, of course, you still need some time to work on a story, on a role, then build yourself into it. You know, but then this one just came.
Just like that.
I
want to ask a separate question out of the topic. Is it possible, has it ever happened to you that, like you said, they'll give, if you're meant to act a love scene or sibling scene, and both of you are meant to like get to know each other before you get to that particular scene. Is it possible that you can tell the producer that I can't work with this particular person? We are not bonding. It's not working. Is it possible to say, can I get this kind of cast or something?
Well, people do that, but it's very, very unprofessional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why though? I mean, I thought you guys are meant to, because this love thing, it's very serious. It's a very serious issue. And if this person you're trying to work with, you people are not, I don't know, you guys are not
bonding.
You guys are not bonding. How you're saying it's not professional?
Like it's not professional to tell your producer to
change the cast
and change, you know, bring in someone else.
So you just do it whatever they give.
As a matter of fact, professionally as an actor, you are supposed to be able to upgrade that person's acting.
How?
You know? That's where you carry that person along. Now I tell you what, most times, why it appears like people don't bond is usually when they have one problem or the other going on. Sometimes
personally,
yes. Like now, I've worked severally with some colleagues, and they're like, you know what? Even if you pay me 1 billion naira, I would never work with this person. I would never work with this person on the same set.
Yeah.
Though it's more on ladies. Do you understand? So you can imagine if, because most times, how it goes is this: a producer just calls me and say, "Please, are you available somewhere next month?" I'm like, "What day?" Okay, and then how many days do you intend to run the job? What's your location? You know, say if you have something around there, you'll be like, "Okay, fine. What day particularly would you need me? How many scenes do you have in there?" To know if you'll actually fit in, you know, alongside other schedules that you do have. So you ask all these questions. The questions we don't ask most times is, who am I playing this role with? Do you understand? Though some do ask. All right, some do ask. But as a matter of fact, it's often not the best thing to do.
You just go with the flow.
Yeah, you should just be mindful of what you're given to do.
Okay.
You understand? You just do your negotiation. That's the most important part of it. You know, and then work out the time and see if it's convenient for you
or not. And
then there you go. So unfortunately, sometimes because you never asked, you get on set and you're called for line running. That's where you read with the artist you have to be on set with, you know, and then this person you don't like appears, maybe because you had one issue or the other, you know, in the past set, or one thing or the other, or maybe you beefed on yourself, you know, maybe online or something, you know, and then you see him or her asking, hey, though some get this bad to the extent that they even say it before people, because you know, you see every scene you see on the TV, you have people around, you have the crew members, sometimes you even have people, like if it's an open scene, you know, you see people around too, watching. So you know how embarrassing it can be when you openly say you don't want this person. You know, it's discrediting and humiliating as well. You know, So people do that a lot, actually, but it's not
All right.
professional.
So let's go back to the topic, right?
Okay.
So what's the first thing you look for when reading a script? What's the first thing you look for? Like they give you a script right now.
Yeah.
What is the first thing you look for in that script?
Okay. Well, if I'm given a script, most times when you talk about when you engage me, when you call me for a job, I ask you, can I have the synopsis of the story?
Okay.
Then you tell me, you know, I'm like, okay, so automatically I have an idea of what the story is all about. So I ask you to send me a soft copy first.
Okay.
Yes. I read. Now, okay, sorry.
What's the first thing?
The first thing is my character. All right? The first thing is my character. That's after having read the synopsis.
Yeah.
Right? I know what the story entails entirely. And then the next thing is my character. Now, the role the character plays in that whole story. Do you understand? Now, as I read, I start looking at that. I start looking at that person now, not me. Now, how do I fit into this person now? All right? Now, what I do is I think and see if I've met someone who has this character.
Before.
Is this person around me or far away? Or have I seen someone play this kind of character in a movie before?
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes. So I look at my character first, you know, and I try my possible best to make sure I know someone who has played this or someone who possesses this kind of character. And then I start working on how to
build yourself like that.
Exactly.
So would you say that research plays a role when preparing for
big
that?
Time. Research is actually basically what you should go into once the script is given to you. Research on whom this person is and how do you get yourself into this personality.
So does it mean you can even watch other movies that someone has played characters like this?
Whichever way. Do you understand? Say for example, when I played this role, this drunk role, first of all, I considered one dude around my area that drinks a lot. You know?
Yeah.
Then I also considered my senior colleague, Nkemogo.
Yeah.
All right? So, and I was like, okay, fine. Now I have to put something different
in it.
Just to make it mine, to customize it now. Right?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's why you can't really say that this. I don't like when I'm played in a job, you say, or when it's acting like this person or this person, I just want to be me.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
But you know it's possible though.
What's possible?
It's possible to be like, oh, he's acting like some local.
Yeah, I know. But you know, even amidst of that, I still wanted to see something spectacular about that personality. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, like for example, I've seen people try to play drunk roles just like Nkemowo. And I promise you, most times when I look at that, I don't always like it. Or you see people trying to play just like late John Okafor.
Yeah.
You know, it's blessed memory. You know, I don't always like it.
So you're more like do you, but try to learn something from them.
Do you understand? Yeah.
Okay, so have you ever found it difficult to shake off a particular character? Let's say you're already shaking your head. I'm looking for a difficult scene because you seem like a very chill, calm person.
Yeah.
But have you ever found it difficult to shake off from the character of a rude, arrogant person? Maybe after acting the scene, you see yourself behaving like that or something.
Yeah, I have, right? I have. There's this movie of mine, Every Piece of My Heart.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, produced by what's her name again? What's the lady's name again?
Continue what you're saying.
Okay, fine. She casted me as a very nagging husband. Jeez, we're practically fighting
every single day.
I promise you. You know, and you know, while I was playing that role, the crew, the DOPs, and all that, they were like, "Dude, are you sure this is not your main character?"
Do you get?
You know, unfortunately, unfortunately, the thing just flowed like that, as though I possess such character, you know. But then, after that, jeez.
You noticed you're beginning to behave like the nagging person.
I promise you.
You know, there's this particular scene we play in church, and maybe you acted the bad girl, and they tend to start praying for you to deliver you from that.
You know, from such and all that. I promise you, that weekend, after that job, right? After that weekend, I, of course, I was to spend time with
friends.
My girl, yeah, and trust me, I was like, what is going on? You know, because she was seeing the post and all that. She was actually the one that called me and said, "Hey, are you sure you know what you're doing? That this role you just played is playing.
It's telling on you right now."
I'm telling you. And I was like, you know, I just had to, I just had to take a deep breath, and I was like, dude, that's true.
Yeah, but how did you come out of that though?
Well, I just got mindful of virtually everything, you know.
You had to be cautious again.
Yeah, you know, I had to be very cautious, you know, like a step at a time. Things are
But did it take time? Did it take
Not
time?
really, it didn't take much time, because I remember just a week after, 4 days after that, I had to get into another job.
Okay.
You know, that was entirely different thing. Yeah, because if you're not easily switched, you have a problem. You have a problem, yeah, especially when you do back to back. Because sometimes you finish the job and then you start another one the next day. Sometimes in 2 days' time. Do you understand? And sometimes you leave this location, you go there, you play in a different character there, you still come back to this one.
So you're meant to finish a particular role.
It's actually the best, but unfortunately,
so you don't mix it up.
Yeah. But sometimes we're forced to, play while you're still on this job. You go for the other one, because the thing is now, this producer could be like, dude, please, I need this to be done. Like now, it has to be you. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And you get to explain that, hey, I'm still busy here, and this person could be like, you know what? See, I'll pick you up. You just establish here for me, and then after, when you're done with the job, you can now come and start and all that. So you do it.
Okay. Let me ask you the final question, right?
Okay.
Do you memorize your script, or you just improvise? Because sometimes I hear them say, "Oh, some of these actors add 1 or 2 to this script." I want to know: do you memorize it in your brain? Do you cram? Let me use the word cram. Do you cram it?
Well, I personally don't cram.
So what do you do?
It's not the best to cram, actually. What I do is, first of all, I try and understand the character.
Okay.
1. Then number 2, I understand the message. You know, because
so you don't pick word for word from that script.
What I do is I look out for the punch lines.
Okay.
For example, that film, the caption is Apuete Kingdom.
Okay.
All right. And there are some scenes where you really have to tell the audience that this is all about Apuete Kingdom. So whatever you do, you come back to that. All right. Even if you don't give it verbatim, according to how it's scripted,
written.
You know, you always make sure you deliver the message in your own word to make you flow. Do you understand? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Owen David. I had so much fun having this conversation with you.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy it too?
Of course, I did.
Okay.
If not for anything, sitting in front of a beautiful damsel like you.
Oh my God. All right. Thank you very much, Owen David. And this is where we draw the curtain this hour. Join us same time tomorrow. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And don't forget to always tune in on SLTV channel 265. We'll be here waiting for you same time tomorrow. I remain your baby girl, Queen Etwokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
why do people evade tax? Why is it that the propensity or the tendency to evade tax is very high in Nigeria? It has to do with the social contract, the failure on the part of government, to fulfill its own part. Okay, a situation where individuals or firms provide virtually everything they need that the government ought to have provided. Okay, things like power, for example. If you're a small business, you have to bother about power. You get a generator. Water. You provide your own water. You provide your own security. You ask some.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Tinubu hails ECOWAS for fostering regional integration. ENUGU states to partner local governments in
emphasizing that
economic
participation will unlock new possibilities
in modern history. And Trump administration proposes major shakeup of U.S. State Departments. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has lauded the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, for fostering regional integration. Tinubu spoke on Tuesday in Accra, Ghana, at the inauguration of a series of events to mark the regional body's Golden Jubilee. Special of Information and Strategy, Bayo ENUGU, said in a statement that the president was represented by the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu. Tinubu, also the chairman of the ECOWAS Authorities of Heads of State and Government, said ECOWAS had remained true to the bold vision created by its founding fathers and was a beacon of hope for the region's more than 400 million citizens. The president urged ECOWAS members to reimagine the organization as a community of people and not merely as a community of states, where the region must invest in education, innovation, and skills development to unleash Africa's full potential. He also called for deepening economic cooperation, support for intra-regional trade, and that all hands must be on deck to ensure that the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, became a vehicle for genuine transformation. President John Mahama of Ghana said that the community's citizens must feel that ECOWAS was not just some bureaucracy, but a living organization that understood their hopes and aspirations. He also announced that Ghana would offer 1,000 scholarships to university students across ECOWAS sub-region to enhance educational opportunities for young people in West Africa. President Bola Tinubu met with suspended Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara in London. The meeting, confirmed by the African Reports, was held at the instance of Governor Fubara. Officials confirmed that the meeting was the first face-to-face meeting since Tinubu invoked Sections 305 of the 1999 Constitution on March 18th, declaring a state of emergency in Rivers State and removing Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu from office. Tinubu, who had been in Paris and then London since 2nd of April, agreed to meet with Fubara in an effort to defuse the ongoing crisis. Officials said that the pair discussed restoring a functional government in the oil-rich state, Although neither side disclosed specific details, presidential aides who spoke on condition of anonymity said that talks focused on possibility of Fubara returning to the office before the end of his 6 months extension, or suspension rather. The president returned to Abuja on Monday night after spending 18 days abroad. It was learned that Fubara's estranged political godfather, now Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, was not part of the meeting and was reportedly uneasy about such discussions taking place without him. However, Tinubu is expected to meet with Fubara, Wike and members of the Rivers State House of Assembly to chart a lasting solution to the political crisis in the state. The administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ekwebas, has appealed to the Christian Association of Nigeria CAN Rivers State chapter to play a pivotal role in fostering peace, reconciliation and stability in the state and ongoing political and security challenges. Ibas called for the synergy during a meeting with CAN leaders at the Government House in Port Harcourt. The administrator emphasized the importance of the church's moral guidance in restoring harmony. He extended Easter felicitations in describing the season as a reminder of hope, sacrifice and unity. The administrator urged CAN to leverage its influence by preaching peace not only to their congregations but also to the communities, thereby promoting unity across ethnic and political divides to encourage forgiveness and reconciliation.
The resurrection of Christ is not just a foundational event of our faith. It is a living call to action, a call to forgive, to reconcile, and to build together. It is no secret that our dear state has faced significant political and security challenges in recent times. Respected leaders of CAN here present, in every period of national difficulty, the Church has remained a steady voice of conscience. We need the prayers, partnership, and prophetic voice of the Church more than ever. I appeal to you to promote unity, transcending ethnic, political, and denominational lines.
In their speech, the leadership and executive members of the Rivers State chapter of CAN, led by Most Reverend Dr. D.E. Kala Dokubo, appealed to the administrator to involve the group in the peace-building process. He urged the administrator to ensure that critical aspects of governance are not ignored during the period of emergency rule, especially as it affects the environmental sanitation. CAN also decried the volume of misinformation in the publication space and urged the administration to tackle it headlong, adding that the developments portray the state as a place at war, adding that this is a disincentive for visitors and potential investors.
Has a purpose for what you're experiencing, and then we know that it's taking us to a better place. We want to assure you, sir, what we needed from you is to cooperate with the Christian Council of Nigeria. We really wanted peace. Peace. So calling out that this Easter season means peace has already come. Peace is already here. Don't be afraid. The purpose of which they brought you will be actualized. Having said that, I want to thank you. And I pray God Almighty will help you. God Almighty will strengthen you. That the purpose of which He came will be actualized in your life.
The ENUGU State Governor, Peter Mbah, says the state government will partner with local governments for genuine economic development. There is an influx of foreign and local investors to the state as a result of a conducive business environment put in place by the state government. Governor Mbah, who stated this while declaring open an economic and development summit organized by the Oji River local government on Tuesday, said there is an influx of foreign and local investors to the state as a result of the conducive business environment put in place by the state government. Correspondent Ugone Walo was at the council headquarters, venue of the summit, and now reports.
Oji River is one of the oldest urban centers in the state, having attained the status in 1984 along with several other local government areas in the old Anambra State. It is the third to be given an urban status in the present Enugu State after Enugu and Nsukka. This age-long status has not, however, impacted on the development of the area, with many citizens lamenting the current infrastructure deficit and other negative indices in the area. It is to address this disturbing problem that the Investment and Economic Summit was put together by the present leadership of Oji River Local Government Council. Speaking at the summit, Governor Peter Mba, who was represented by Adora Chukwu, Commissioner for Trade, Investment and Industry, called on investors to tap into the vast potentials of Oji River Local Government area. Mba highlighted the local government investment opportunities, emphasizing that participation will unlock new possibilities and shape its future.
Oji River embodies the economic prospects that our entire state possesses, owing to its strategic location and abundant resources, and recently designated as an urban center. This local government area boasts of 25 untapped tourism sites, from waterfalls to scenic hilltops to the cultural festivals that showcase the soul of the Igbo people.
The State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, noted that Oji River Local Government area is blessed with vast cultural heritage and tourist attractions. These resources, she said, should be tapped for the development of the area.
Oji River sits as the crossroads of Enugu State, Anambra State, and Abia State. We are not just a local government. We are a border town with strategic reach, able to pull visitors and businesses from 3 states. This makes us a prime location for regional tourism and hospitality development.
The local government chairman, Greg Anyebudike, said the summit aligns with Governor Peter Mba's mandate to drive economic growth and development. Anyebudike encouraged potential investors to seize the opportunities in Oji River, assuring them of a conducive business environment.
Graciously, on the 11th of January, His Excellency declared the entire Oji River Urban Center. So today in Oji River, we are no longer thinking rural, we are thinking urban. We had a vision for Oji River to be a destination for living, commerce, and trade. And I'm saying, please come and invest in Oji, because Oji can never develop if we, the Oji Rivers, don't develop it.
The minority whip and representative of Enugu West Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Osita Ngwu, charged the local government to ensure the implementation of the recommendation put forward at the summit.
But when you invest home, you will even attract outsiders to come and invest in your place. Oji is ready to receive investment.
Some participants at the summit, including Honorable Jeff Mba, former representative of Oji River in the Enugu State House of Assembly, and Dennis Onuzulike, expressed optimism about the potential impact of the summit across various sectors in Oji River local government area.
All hands will be on deck, both in providing security, both in providing the land and even infrastructure. And even when the infrastructure is provided, we have to protect it, we have to own it. If everybody should be involved in the development of Oji, and they are committed, they are passionate about it, Oji will work.
I have very high expectations. When I was called up for this event,
this Oji River Summit, I think it will help in Oji River, especially in agriculture and other investments. We now have smart schools over here. I'm expecting the investors to come in to help us build the school.
The Oji River Economic and Development Summit 2025 was no doubt a platform for stakeholders to explore investment opportunities and share ideas that can shape the future of the local government. It is therefore hoped that the rich natural water resources, agricultural potentials, human endowment, and strategic location present compelling attractions for investment and the economic growth of the area. From Oji River local government area of Enugu State, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
The ENUGU State Government and the Lion Business Park Limited have signed a memorandum of understanding to build a world-class industrial and commercial hub within the ENUGU Industrial Park Free Trade Zone. In a speech at a brief event at the Government House, ENUGU on Tuesday, Governor Peter Mbah said the project would leverage the incentives associated with doing business in a free trade zone to attract foreign direct investments. According to him, the project will also promote human capital innovation and technology development, as well as create jobs for shared economic prosperity for ENUGU State, the Southeast, and Nigeria at large. He spoke about the administration's economic blueprint, which he said was to grow the economy and make the state the #1 destination for investors in the country. Mbah also said that the location of the park was a product of strategy, innovation, and due diligence conducted by a team of economic experts in the administration. He gave the assurance that the administration would continue to make the state attractive to investors to set up their industries by providing the right incentives, such as electricity, paved roads, and other infrastructure. The firm's chairman, Dr. Okechukwu Mbonu, commended the governor for his visionary leadership, developmental strides, and achievements of his administration within a short period in office. Highlighting the objectives of the deal, Mbonu said that the company was poised to develop industrial and commercial hub that would catalyze trade, industry, economic growth, and create jobs for youth population. They called on the business community, private sector leaders, and global investors to maximize the perfect opportunities the park hoped to present to them to be part of the economic revolution. A social political group in Ebonyi State known as Francis Frontiers has voiced strong support for the leadership style of the state's Governor Francis Nwifuru. This was made known during the group's inauguration of its zonal and local government structures held in Abakaliki on Tuesday, where members of the group reaffirmed their commitment to backing the current administration, citing the governor's humanitarian efforts as a key motivation. Speaking after the event, the association's chairman, Chris Usala, stated that Francis Frontiers was formed as a support structure for Governor Nwifuru. He highlighted the governor's strides in both infrastructural and human capital development, which, according to him, have significantly improved the standard of living across the state.
This organization came on board to complement the effort of the governor in additional dividends of democracy to the people and showcasing the governor's infrastructural development and human empowerment. If in a situation where it is underreported, our duty is to showcase it to the world.
In separate remarks, the Deputy Chairman, Ben Unwovu, and the Vice Chairman for Ebonyi South Zones, Chidi Ejem, echoed similar sentiments. They emphasized that the group's aim is to help amplify the governor's achievements and encourage greater collaboration in promoting Ebonyi's development and visibility on a larger scale.
Is to showcase and tell the world what is actually doing in the state. Every son and son of the state are happy with him, especially the peace-making process. Every community of the state are in peace. Constituency by constituency, in fact, Ebonyi State is a one formidable family, and that is why we decided to form this Francis Frontiers to showcase him and tell the world what we are seeing in the state.
The governor has done enough in Ebonyi South. That is why I'm happy to front him in my zone. In case, for the purposes, if you're not from Ebonyi South, if you ask any person at all from Ebonyi South, this will let you understand that in every community in Ebonyi South, is an ongoing project.
The Francis Frontiers movement includes members from various tiers of government in the state, and it's focused on ensuring that the benefits of democracy reach all communities within Ebonyi. Members of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC in Ojokoro LCDA Lagos State on Tuesday staged a protest over alleged imposition of candidates for the July 12th local government election. During the protest, supporters of the chairmanship aspirants in the LCDA gathered at the party secretariat, from where they marched to the council secretariat to express their grievances. Some of the protesters chanted, "He is not part of us. No room for strangers in our LCDA. Elders and leaders are to build things and not destroy, and we want an indigenous leader to lead us, not a stranger." Others threw their fists in the air, chanting, "Don't sell Ojokoro to strangers. Don't give us a stranger. We want people from within, not outsiders." One of the leaders of the protest, Olusegun Akinoso Olawale, said that the party leaders should not ratify any imposed candidate on the people. According to him, if President Bola Tinubu, a national leader of the party, could present himself for party primaries at the presidential level, all aspirants should be allowed to test their popularity in primaries. Another protest leader, Mrs. Raimot Bello, said that the protest was to prevent installation of an unfamiliar figure as the next council chairman, saying that he would not augur well for the party. Addressing the protesters, the chairman, Ojokoro LCDA Hamid Tijani, commended the protesters for being peaceful, assuring that no one would be imposed on the party. Recall that a similar protest erupted at a party stakeholders meeting on April 14th in the same area, ending the meeting abruptly. The All Progressives Congress has raised the alarm about a fraudulent scheme circulating among the public, falsely claiming to be a Bola Tinubu empowerment program. In a press statement released on Tuesday, signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Felix Moka, the APC alerted Nigerians to this scam message. The message requested banking details from recipients, promising a payment of 85,000 naira from Bola Tinubu empowerment, and urged them to call a specific number. Still to come, IGP task officers on diligence, fairness to general public, filling stations shut after Dangote Refinery's petrol price drop. Do stay with us. Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, on Tuesday tasked police officers to be diligent and fair to the general public in discharge of their duties. These, he said, are achievable when officers uphold the highest standards of professionalism, integrity and service. Egbetokun gave the charge during the commissioning of a newly built and donated multi-million naira divisional police station by a philanthropist, Dr. Ibrahim Ali, at Imane in Olamoboro local government area of Kogi. Represented by the Kogi Commissioner for Police, Mila Dantawaye, the IG said as officers serving in a community, they should be diligent, compassionate and fair in their judgment in dealing with the public. He reminded them of their roles as law enforcers who should be training also adopt a high level of maintenance culture, while thanking Dr. Ali for his magnanimity in donating the police station to the force. The IG urged other well-meaning Nigerians to emulate him in assisting the police in keeping the peace in Nigeria. In his welcome address, Dr. Ali said that the police station represents more than just a physical structure to the people of the community, but a shared commitment in fostering a secure environment where citizens can thrive. The Minister of Steel Development, Shuaibu Audu, has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to creating an enabling environment for the steel sector to cooperate effectively. Audu made this known during a courtesy visit to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State on Tuesday at Ikoyi. The minister said that the purpose of the visit was to appreciate Lagos State government's consistency in creating an enabling environment for the steel sector to operate effectively. The minister promised that the federal government would ensure that steel industries in Nigeria were revitalized. He emphasized the importance of addressing challenges faced by the steel sector to meet President Bola Tinubu's objective of creating a $1 trillion economy. The minister said that the collaboration between the federal government and the Lagos State government was expected to boost the steel industry and contribute to the nation's economic growth. In his remarks, Sanwo-Olu, who was represented by the deputy, Dr. Olu Obafemi Hamzat, emphasized the importance of addressing the power sector challenges facing the industry. The governor highlighted the state's initiatives to boost power generation, including the request for proposal form for people to build 5 power plants across Lagos. He said that the process had started and the state planned to build its grids to embed power supply for industries. Sanwo-Olu said that the Lagos state government was ready to collaborate with the federal government to ensure revitalization of steel industries in Nigeria. The Nasarawa state government has pledged its support for the federal government's proposed measles rubella vaccination to be introduced in October 2025. Governor Abdullahi Sule pledged to support at a stakeholders meeting on Tuesday in Lafia ahead of the introduction of the vaccine. The stakeholders meeting was organized by the Nasarawa State Primary Healthcare Development Agency in collaboration with the Office of the Wife of the Governor, Silifat Sule, and Center for Wellbeing and Integrated Nutrition Solutions. The governor, represented by his deputy, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe, emphasized that his administration accorded topmost priority to health and well-being of the residents. Sule explained that the vaccination would not only protect children but also strengthen the economy and the healthcare system of the state. Sule therefore urged chairmen of the 13 local government areas and their wives, caregivers, traditional and religious leaders to ensure that the program succeeds. The governor also promised that his administration would make the vaccine available and accessible in all healthcare facilities across the state. The measles rubella vaccination is to be administered to children between 9 to 15 months through routine immunization to eliminate measles and rubella. The World Health Organization, WHO, has said that many people in Africa still lack access to essential vaccines, with 1 in 5 children remaining under-vaccinated. The acting WHO Regional Director for Africa, Dr. Chikwe Ihekwazu, said this on Tuesday in recognition of African Vaccination Week, which runs from April 24th to 30. Ihekwazu emphasized that immunization was not only one of the most effective public health tools, but also a fundamental right, a shared responsibility, and an essential investment in the future. He highlighted that the theme for this year's African Vaccination Week, Immunization for All, is humanly possible, served as a powerful call to action. Ihekwazu also pointed to significant progress in the fight against vaccine-driven polio. He noted a 93% decline in circulating variant poliovirus type 1 CVD DPV1 cases between 2023 and 2024 in the African region. Additionally, he said there was a 65% reduction in the CVBD2 cases during the same period, highlighting the progress made in combating the disease. To sustain this progress, Ihekwazu called for increased domestic investment in immunization, sustainable financing for vaccination programs, and expanded vaccine access through health systems integration. He also urged communities to combat misinformation and vaccine hesitancy, while encouraging global partners to continue supporting equitable vaccine access across Africa. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has released its new economic outlook report, reversing Nigeria's economic growth projections for 2025 and 2026. The April report was released on Tuesday during World Economic Outlook WEO at a press briefing at the ongoing IMF World Bank 2025 spring meetings in Washington, D.C. The report cut the forecast for Nigeria's growth to 3.0% for 2025 and 2.7% for 2026 from the 3.2% and 3.0% projection earlier stated in the January WEO update. The IMF report cited mounting global uncertainties and sustained weakness in oil prices. According to the reports, the IMF places the growing probability of a global recession at 40% compared to previous 25% estimation it released in October 2024. The IMF attributed the downward revision of the growth to a combination of domestic economic challenges and worsening global conditions. It said this includes trade tensions, reduced demand from advanced economies, and a significant drop in crude oil prices. In the report, the fund warned that without strong policy responses, Nigeria might find it difficult to maintain macroeconomic stability and external headwinds. The IMF Outlook Economic Councilor and Director of Research Developments Departments, Pierre Olivier Gorenchas, said that emerging economies like Nigeria were particularly vulnerable due to their integration into global supply chains. Meanwhile, Kaduna State Governor Ubasani has said that the past leaders from the north in the last 20 years should apologize to the people for the woes they have currently experiencing. The governor stated this in an interview on Tuesday. Sani expressed his pleasure at past leaders from the zone who have now turned critics of the current government. He claimed that the problem of northern Nigeria didn't start 2 years ago, but in the last 20 years, noting that those in government's positions during the period are part of the problem. Meanwhile, from some filling stations and petroleum products marketers of Dangote refineries temporarily shut down for the past 5 days after the latest premium motor spirits price dropped by the 650,000 barrels per day refinery. MRS filling stations in Abuja along Kubwa Express roads and others have not dispensed fuel since Dangote refinery announced its ex-depot fuel price reduction to 835 naira per litre on Tuesday, 16th April 2025. An official of MRS filling station said that the filling station is grappling with a loss incurred after Dangote's latest price adjustment. Meanwhile, another official at the filling station said that the retail outlet is built to reopen soon, noting that it has been undergoing minor maintenance. Other partners of Dangote refinery such as AP, Ardova and Optima are dispensing fuel between 910 naira and 920 naira per litre in parts of Abuja as of Monday, 21st of April 2025. Reacting to the development in an interview, the National President of Petroleum Retailers Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Gillies Harry, said the latest fuel price drop affected the purchasing power of petrol retailers and marketers. According to him, indiscriminate price adjustments, whether downward or upwards, is not good for the petroleum downstream sector and the Nigerian economy. Secretary General of the Pan-African Writers Association, PAWA, Dr. Wale Okedira, has urged Nigerian authors to use their works to address societal ills and advocate for social change. Okedira made the call on the sidelines of the April edition of the monthly Reading and Writers Dialogue in Abuja. The Reading and Writers Dialogue is a flagship program of the Abuja chapter of the Association of Nigerian Authors that brings together authors and literal enthusiasts to discuss the works of a selected guest author. The event was also used by the writers to celebrate Okedira's 70th birthday and to launch his book, Medicine and Literature Without Borders. Okedira, a former national president of the ANA, says writers are the conscience and the voice of the people, and they are supposed to use their works to advocate for an egalitarian society.
More than ever before, the Nigerian writer has a big role to play because we have seen as the conscience of the people. In our works, in our activities, we should actually be the conscience of the people because so many people find it difficult to express themselves. There are so many people who are in poverty, the underserved, people who have no connection with power that be, who have no voices. The writer should be the voice, should be the eyes, and should be the minds of people, particularly the oppressed. Because it's been confirmed historically that writers have always played that very important role of changing society for good. This has been confirmed in many works. The English society of many years ago.
Okedira, who has also served as chairman of ANA Abuja chapter, expressed delight for the writers' support and goodwill. He said although writing was onerous, every writer ought to be on the top of their game, support one another and use their works to advocate a fairer and better society for all Nigerians. According to him, his masterpiece, Medicine and Literature Without Borders, was written to explore the nexus between health practice and literature.
Writers are writing about Boko Haram insurgency, they are writing about corruption, they are writing about politics in their works. And through all these writings, we are praying that our society will be better for it. Long ago, more than 40 years ago, in the Western countries, it has been confirmed that when people in the health sector, doctors, nurses, health workers, when they are taught literature, it makes them better. They are more humane because the humanity that comes from reading books is brought into their works. In fact, all over the world now, there is a section of literature that is called medical humanities that is being taught in many medical schools all over the world.
Earlier in his speech, Chukwudi, chairman ANA Abuja, lauded Okedira for using the written craft to advocate equal society as well as hold leaders accountable. Still to come, Kenyan authorities shut down church after 2 deaths, 57 people rescued. UK and New Zealand Prime Ministers visit Ukrainian troops training in England. These and more after the break. To stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Pope Francis' funeral will be held on Saturday in St. Peter's Square. Roman Catholic cardinals decided on Tuesday, setting the stage for a solemn ceremony that will draw leaders from around the world. The Vatican on Tuesday released photographs of Francis dressed in his vestments and laid in a wooden coffin in a chapel of the Santa Marta residence, where he lived during his 12-year papacy. Swiss guards stand on either side of the casket. His body will be taken into the adjacent St. Peter's Basilica on Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. in a procession led by cardinals, allowing the faithful to pay their last respects to the first Latin American Pope. His funeral service will be held in St. Peter's Square in the shadow of the Basilica on Saturday at 10 a.m.
Pope Francis's body will be brought to St. Peter's Basilica on Wednesday morning. There will be a small ceremony of cardinals to bring his body from the Casa Santa Marta, the residence where he lived, to St. Peter's Basilica. Starting sometime Wednesday morning, we expect that mourners will be able to come into the Basilica to visit with Pope Francis, to say their goodbyes ahead of his funeral on Saturday. We expect that world leaders coming for the papal funeral, including U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, will be seated in the front row or towards the front of the funeral in St. Peter's Square on Saturday morning. We might see some images of the world leaders greeting each other. The ceremony will be solemn. It will be a funeral, an opportunity for Catholics around the world to mourn the Pope, who led the Catholic Church for 12 years. He was the first Pope from Latin America. And we'll have to see kind of how it unfolds, but it should be a pretty solemn ceremony. Based on previous papal funerals, there's not really a lot of time for sideline meetings or other events.
Among other heads of state set to attend were Javier Milei, President of France's native Argentina, Brazilian President Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, according to a source in his office. Meanwhile, Africans are hoping one of their own could become the first black pope in over a millennium and build on France's legacy of championing the developing world, though the chances of that happening appear slim. Africa, steeped in religion, is the continent in which the Catholic Church is growing fastest, according to Vatican figures published last month. Yet church records show that only 3 men born in Africa or of African descent have been a pope in the 2nd, 4th, and 5th centuries AD. African Catholics attending services honoring Francis after his death on Monday said a pope from the continent was long overdue. Some African contenders have been circulating, but Vatican insiders are skeptical that any of them have a realistic chance of becoming pope, partly because none have been subjected to the same level of public scrutiny as most Western cardinals. That is a potential concern for an institution that has been shaken by devastating scandals in recent decades. In any case, forecasting who will become pope is notoriously dicey. Among African names tipped as potential candidates are Ghanaian Cardinal Peter Kodwo Appiah Turkson, 76, Democratic Republic of Congo's Fridolin Ambongo Besungu, 65, the Archbishop of Kinshasa and Ivory Coast Cardinal Ignace Bessi Dobo, who is only 63. Africa posted about 20% of the world's Catholics in 2023 and added 9 million worshippers the previous year. Kenyan police recovered 2 bodies and rescued 57 people at the church in Rongo, Migori County in western Kenya. The rescue operation was called for after a family from Nyamira County stormed the church demanding for the body of their king, who died at the church. Police officers retrieved the two bodies from the premises of St. Joseph Missions of Africa Church in Migori County on Monday. According to a police report, one of them, the body of a man, was found lying on the floor of a prayer room within the church compound, while fully covered in a white robe and wrapped in a gray sheet. The 57 people who were rescued looked weak and frail and were taken to a nearby hospital but refused to be attended to by medical personnel and instead began to make noises and sing religious songs. The rescue comes 2 years after more than 400 bodies excuse me, were exhumed from the Shakahola forest in eastern Kenya, nearly half of them children, in what was termed as one of the world's worst cult-related disasters in recent history. The United States is doing well in its discussions about a potential trade deal with China. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters on Tuesday. Leavitt added that the Trump administration has received trade deal proposals from 18 nations, while officials including U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick are meeting this week with 34 countries to discuss trade.
Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving at Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people. And he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America. And the president and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen, and the ball is moving in the right direction.
The Trump administration is proposing a major overhaul of the U.S. State Departments that would eliminate more than 100 offices, including some working on war crimes and rights advocacy, to ensure that the agency is in line with President Donald Trump's America First priorities. The plan, which Congress has been notified about, would eliminate 132 of the department's 734 bureaus and offices, and an internal State Department memo said. Undersecretaries will submit plans to reduce staff by 15% to documents added. It was not immediately clear how many people would be laid off as a result of the revamp, but a report in online publication, The Free Press, which Secretary of State Marco Rubio posted on X, said an additional 700 positions would be eliminated in the shuttered offices. The shakeup comes as a part of an unprecedented push by Trump and his billionaire advisor Elon Musk to shrink the federal government, saying U.S. taxpayer money is misspent. The effort has led to the firing of thousands of government employees. Spokesperson Tammy Bruce told reporters on Tuesday the proposal was a roadmap and things could still change. The closure of a bureau focused on a specific issue does not mean work on that issue would be completely stopped, she said, without detailing how those issues would remain department priorities.
Today, under President Trump's leadership and at the direction of Secretary Rubio, we are reversing decades of bloat and bureaucracy at the State Department. The Secretary announced a reorganization plan to build an America First State Department to meet the challenges of a new era. We are facing tremendous challenges across the globe to deliver on President Trump's America First foreign policy. We must make the State Department great again. In its current form, the department is bloated, bureaucratic, and unable to perform its essential diplomatic mission in this new era of great power competition. The sprawling bureaucracy created a system more beholden to radical political ideology than advancing America's core national interests. That is why today Secretary Rubio is announcing a comprehensive reorganization plan that will bring the department into the 21st century.
U.S. Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty Markey said on Tuesday the FDA plans to remove petroleum-based synthetic food dyes from the U.S. food supply, citing studies that have raised concerns about the link between the dyes and the health conditions like ADHD, obesity, and diabetes. Speaking at a press conference in Washington, Markey said the agency would begin the process to revoke authorization for 2 synthetic food colorings within the coming months and would work with industry to eliminate 6 other dyes by the end of next year. The Food and Drug Administration in a press release said it plans to authorize 4 new natural color additives in the coming weeks while also accelerating the review and approval of others.
Today, the FDA is taking action to remove petroleum-based food dyes from the U.S. food supply and from medications. For the last 50 years, American children have increasingly been living in a toxic soup of synthetic chemicals. The scientific community has conducted a number of studies raising concerns about the correlation between petroleum-based synthetic dyes and several health conditions. This Lancet study conducted a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled study on food dyes and concluded that artificial colors in the diet, quote, result in increased hyperactivity. So why are we taking a gamble? Cancer and diabetes in young people is going up at an alarming rate, and nobody seems to know why. We have to turn our attention to underlying causes, such as chemicals and toxins that children are exposed to, not just more insulin and chemotherapy.
The United States and Iran will sit down this coming Saturday as a 3rd round of nuclear talks in Muscat, Oman's capital city. The first round, also held in Muscat, took place on April 12th. The second round was moved to Rome and took place on April 19th. On Monday, 2 days after the second round of the negotiations took place, U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States and Iran had very good talks about Tehran's nuclear program. Washington wants Iran to halt production of highly enriched uranium, which it believes is aimed at building an atomic bomb. Tehran, which has always said its nuclear program is peaceful, says it is willing to negotiate some curbs in return for the lifting of sanctions, but wants watertight guarantees that Washington will not renege again as Trump did in 2018. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Qatar's Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani at the State Department in Washington on Tuesday. Both men shook hands in a photo-op and left the room without making any remarks. Qatar has been a mediator between the United States and Iran, as well as with Russia, in an attempt to find a peaceful solutions in the Iranian crisis. The country has also made a series of attempts to mediate between Russia and Ukraine and has helped arrange the return of children from both countries who were separated from their parents during the war. Meanwhile, President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Tuesday that a Ukrainian delegation meeting officials from Western countries in London on Wednesday would have a mandate to discuss a full or partial ceasefire. He also told reporters at a briefing that Ukraine would be ready to hold talks with Russia in any formats once a ceasefire is in place and the fighting between Kyiv and Moscow's forces has stopped. The talks in London, which are set to bring together officials from the United States, Britain, France, Germany, and Ukraine, come amid a flurry of intense U.S.-led diplomatic efforts to find a way to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Zelensky said that he would be happy to meet U.S. President Donald Trump later this week when they attend the funeral of Pope Francis.
As for our delegation, it has a mandate tomorrow for what it has a mandate for, discussing an unconditional ceasefire or a partial ceasefire. We are ready for this stage. We are also ready to state that after the ceasefire, we are ready to sit down in any format. If the Russians are ready for a complete ceasefire, then after a complete ceasefire, with an understanding of how long it will last, we are ready for any format of negotiations with them. Any format. I think America is a real leader. We want them to participate. We want them to put pressure on Russia. But we are ready to answer for our words. If tomorrow, the Russians are ready not just for a ceasefire, and if they indeed ceasefire, we are ready to sit down for talks and move on to other steps to end the war. If at least something is actually done, and not just talk. Ukraine does not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about.
Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer and his New Zealand counterpart Christopher Luxon visited a training centre for Ukrainian soldiers in England on Tuesday. During the visit, the leaders were expected to discuss plans to step up defence and security cooperation, with ministers being instructed to work on a new joint defence partnership between the two countries, the statement said. Starmer said Britain and New Zealand has stood shoulder to shoulder for generations in pursuit of peace and stability. The Kremlin said on Tuesday that Russia is ready to consider a proposal by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for a halt to attacks by both sides on each other's civilian infrastructure. Both sides are under pressure to demonstrate progress towards ending the war in Ukraine, now well into its fourth year, after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened last week to abandon attempts to get them to reach a deal. The President of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and Chile, Gabriel Boric, reaffirmed their commitment to international trade and globalization on Tuesday during a bilateral meeting held during Boric's state visit to Brazil. The two leaders emphasized their support for multilateralism in a world challenged by Donald Trump's tariffs war, refusing to choose between commercial partners. The meeting commemorated 189 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and Chile, resulting in agreements to enhance cooperation in areas such as organized crime, science, and migration, as both heads of states shared on their social media platforms. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez on Tuesday, his government will meet NATO's target of 2% of gross domestic product (GDP) on defense spending this year, long before his previous self-imposed deadline of 2029. He announced a plan to increase spending by 10.47 billion euros, focusing on telecommunications, cybersecurity, and buying military equipment. U.S. President Donald Trump is pushing NATO allies to lift military spending as high as 5% of GDP. The European Commission has proposed allowing member states to raise defense spending by 1.5% of GDP a year for 4 years without punishing governments for increasing their budget deficits. Spain spends just 1.3% of gross domestic product on defense in 2024, the lowest among NATO members. Sanchez's plan will need to be approved by Congress, where his socialist-led government does not have a majority at present. Costa Rica's Paz volcano erupted on Monday, ejecting a column of ash and smoke over the 3 kilometers high, according to the country's volcanological services. The authorities reported that the 2,708-meter high volcano exhibited intense eruptive activity for approximately 6 minutes. The volcanological services noted an increase in the volcano's activity since March, which has led to the restrictions on tourist visits, although not a complete suspension. Situated amidst dense forests and 50 kilometers from San Jose by roads, Paz has been on an orange alert, the third level out of 4 since March. Video released on social media on Tuesday showed a huge fireball and thick smoke rising into the sky from the direction of a military area in the Vladimir region of Russia. Local media and Telegram channels close to Russia's security services said a powerful blast ripped through a Russian town east of Moscow on Tuesday, where a weapons arsenal is located, prompting the evacuation of several villages. Local authorities declared a state of emergency in the Vladimir region. The Defense Ministry said that the fire had been caused by a breach of safety requirements and had resulted in the detonation of ammunition stored in a warehouse. Preliminary information showed there were no casualties. Vladimir's governor, Alexander Adviv, said earlier that an explosion had occurred in the Kesyak district and emergency personnel were working at the scene. He made no mention of what was hit. Baza, a Telegram channel close to security services, said at least 10 to 11 explosions had occurred and firefighters from neighboring regions had been called in to contain the blaze. The district administration in Kesyak wrote on Telegram that evacuations were underway in the villages of Basovo and Mirni. At least 20 people were feared killed after suspected militants opened fire on tourists in India's Jammu and Kashmir territory on Tuesday. 3 security forces sources said the worst attack on civilians in the troubled Himalayan region for years. Indian Home Minister Amit Shah said he was rushing to Kashmir to hold a security meeting. The attack occurred in Pahalgam, a popular destination in the scenic mountainous region where mass tourism, especially during the summer months, has resurged as Islamist militant violence has eased in recent years. One security source put the death toll at 20, while the second put it at 24 and the third at 26. All 3 spoke on the condition of anonymity as they were not authorized to speak to the media. The attack took place in an off-the-road meadow and 2 or 3 militants were involved. The Indian Express newspaper reported citing an unidentified senior police officer. The nationalities of the victims were not immediately known. And as the news is hour, many thanks for watching. Truly appreciate you. Join me in another 5 minutes for the morning show. I'm Charles Pius. See you in a bit.
Why do people evade tax? Why is it that the propensity or the tendency to evade tax is very high in Nigeria?
Welcome everyone. It's a beautiful day. Hope you're good. It's midweek, the 23rd of April, 2025. Just means it's quarter to the weekend, and there's a whole lot happening at the same time. I mean, if you lose track, you may not be able to catch up on it. The president is back from his 2 weeks off work, and some of the persons have criticized that off work scenario because in other climes, when you have a scheduled outing or travel out of the country and something happens in your country, I mean, you tend to cut it short or even don't even go at all or reschedule for later. But it does look like the president didn't listen to anybody, because we heard opposition scream on top of their voices about how absent the president has been with the killings happening in Plateau and in Benue. And now we're hearing Kwara. It's just getting closer and closer to the federal capital territory. I just wish and hope that things are done and done quickly. Though IG just only yesterday said they have deployed anti-bandit squad. So there's an anti-bandit squad already with the police. So they said they deployed that nationwide. I really don't know where exactly, but again, this again reinforces that thought about state police. Are we ripe for that? The IGP some time ago said that we are not, but I think it's about time. Welcome, everybody. This is the morning show on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pies. We're back to look at what's going on across the country on our dailies. Let's get in there. Kickstart on the Nigerian Tribune. On the Nigerian Tribune this morning, attacks on Plateau. Communities direct assault on humanity, rule of law. Attacks on Plateau. Communities direct assault on humanity and rule of law, says the NBA. IMF projects 3% economic growth for Nigeria. 43,000 Nigerians to perform 2025 Hajj from states. Armed forces. Still on the Nigerian Tribune. NSA in Benue says attacks tragic and evil. Reiterates federal government's commitment to ending insecurity. Warns against politicizing attacks. Killings have devastated state economy, says governor. Senate replies Bakari, we are interested in result-driven engagement, not theatrics. 35 years after Niam reminisces on Okaku, a gunman attack Kwara communities, kills 6. And now over to the Punch newspaper. On the Punch this morning, emergency rule for Bara may shift ground after Tinubu's UK meeting. Killings, IG deploys special anti-bandit squads nationwide. Bandits strike again, kill 18 in Kwara, Benue. Northern governors talk tough. Nigeria's rebased inflation to hit 37% in 2026, says IMF. 8 banks spend 4.61 trillion naira on salaries and operations. 18 Africans among cardinals to elect new pope. Flight disruptions likely over NIMET workers' strike. Stray bullet kills 16-year-old at Lagos anti-cultism walk. Senate lambasts Bakari over rubber stamp remark. All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper. And now over to the Guardian. On the Guardian this morning, Customs records 1.75 trillion naira revenue in Q1 2025, exceeds target by 106 billion. Monarch backs African Pope as 9 stands to succeed Francis. Monarch backs African Pope as 9 stands to succeed Francis. Nigeria walks tightrope as IMF sees higher inflation, lower oil prices. Plateau, NBA advocates self-defense against attacks. Coalition urges National Assembly on bill to reserve seats for women in Parliament. Federal government targets $4 billion. Imports reduction VA proposed steel. Armed headers kill in fresh Benue attack as Ribadu defends federal government security efforts. Lagos recorded 517,394 traffic infractions in 1 year. PDP sacks Bayelsa Edo executives, appoints interim officials. All the details you can find on The Guardian. And now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust, new terror group Mahmouda intensifies attacks. Experts disagree as IMF downgrades Nigeria's 2025 GDP forecast. Curfew in Minna amid surge in thuggery and robberies. Aliyah, NSA differ over Benue killings as death toll rises to 83 in 5 days. 180 students occupy a room of 20 at Kaduna College. Find out the details on the Daily Trust. And now to the Blueprints newspaper. Vatican declares Saturday for Pope's burial. Italy in 5-day mourning. 7 killed in Kemanji, Ilesha, Baruba attacks, bandits, informants nabbed. World Athletics Relay, Nigeria to participate in 4 events in China. Okpebolo suspends Edo Monarch over alleged kidnappings. And now Adebayo to Atiku-led coalition. SDP won't be vehicle against Tinubu in 2027, vows to contest on party's platform. Still on the newspaper headlines, We are finally doing The Nation. On The Nation, IMF cuts global growth forecast over Trump tariffs. Projection for Nigeria now 3%. Airlifting over 53,000 Nigerian pilgrims to Saudi begins May 9th. Bakari's spineless rubber stamp tag misleading, says Senate. Attackers of communities are foreigners, says Governor. Armed men storm Benue villages in hundreds. Ribadu assures of intensified action. All the details you can find on The Nation newspaper. We're back to the table of discussions. So many things happening at the same time. Just pick a few of them to analyze. Chris Manuka joins us. Good to have you. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, the world. Welcome to our newspaper review on Signature Television. It's another brand new day, and it is bright and early.
Indeed, bright and early. How bright can it really be? I mean, from our end, where we are hearing that there have been more encapsulation, if you like, a creation of a new terror group called Mahmoud, and they are operating around the north central region. I mean, Lakurawa or Lukarawa, whatever that means. I mean, we heard the other time that they are operating in the northwest, and now we have another one operating in the north central. And I'm just wondering, and we still have an issue with Boko Haram that has not even gone away. Do you think that our insecurity apparatus, you know, are in tandem, are in line with what is going on right now as the security issues that we're having? Do they have the capacity to dismantle these security issues that we're having?
Charles, I don't know. I do not work with Nigerian security apparatus. I'm neither a policeman, neither am I a member of the Nigerian Army, nor Nigerian Air Force, or Customs, Civil Defense, or DSS, and special squads, and so many of them exist these days. But let me start at my usual way of saying, if you hold down a giant and you're not able to slap him, is it when the giant stands up that you'll be able to hold down and slap? Are you going to be jumping and slapping the giant? Since 2012, we started with Boko Haram. It was when the giant fell flat on the ground and you were on top of the giant and you could not slap or do anything you want to do with the giant. Is it now that the giant is standing up? Ijidim banana, that is my explanation, and I always use the knowledge, the little knowledge I got from my father's philosophy. Now, what am I saying? Because of the interest, whatever that interest is, you find out that insecurities is having a, what do you call, I don't know whether you know in food, they call it GMO, genetically modified organisms. It's like our insecurity issues are mutating. I don't know what kind of gene they developed. You know, even COVID-19 at the point, they say it was, you know, there was no kind of English we had during the COVID days, of variants of COVID-19. Now we find out that the insecurity situation in Nigeria is mutating into different variants and species. Now it's still time, like you asked me. You can do list from the days we had of Boko Haram. At a point, we start hearing of ISWAP. At the point, we started hearing so many other things that the factions, even ISWAP had factions, they are fighting and who will control one territory or another. Suddenly we started hearing Lukarawa. And then we have whatever you call themselves now, Mahmouda, or whatever. I don't know what we hear tomorrow morning. Meaning that some people that were recruited into this terror, probably given incentive and motivation, even more than I think whatever, whoever, the way they are recruiting and getting people to fight and kill people, mean that they are giving more motivation, more than probably Nigerian security is giving to the people, personnel. And they find them in various video crying that even the sophistication of weapons that these terror groups have, command, is heavy. Now, if we, I've said that yesterday, if we as a nation we should probably stop. My little knowledge of economics is that if you have money, you don't spend, you are saving it. You know, you still, any money you do not spend, you save. So anything we do, if we do not do anything, stop this mutation and this growth expansion now. Only God knows.
But do you think it's in any way political? Because again, we haven't had these things in the last 2 years. This security situation was quite quiet for a bit up until this year. I mean, it's just 3 weeks, 1 month or so that we started hearing about these consistent killings in Benue and in Plateau and all that. Do you think it's something sinister that's building up to the 2027 elections, and maybe somebody is doing that in order to make this government look bad? I mean, worse than it's already looking, you know, in terms of economic policies and all that.
We can always try to put fingers on it and blame whoever want to blame. Since 2012, there's insecurity in Nigeria. Whether what brought it was emotional blackmail, marginalization, you know, the insensitivity of government, politics, religion. Whatever reason terror came into Nigeria must be very strong and should have been addressed. But even at this time now, you look around, people will say, I've heard that, it sounded familiar, but that's deception. Terror had existed before even 2007 is mooted. Before you say 2007, terror has been in Nigeria. So let nobody deceive nobody. If anybody had given room for that kind of idea to be used against them, that means we are failed to do certain things. Because I know one music that these children, they call Umu Bilibu. He said, whoever, a man who is feeling unsuccessful in any tool, a fail that is frustrated and is desperate, will always have a reason. If any man would go into business, he fails, and then he can hold on to drug abuse or alcoholism as the only thing that he will fall back on. So let nobody fall back on political oppositions, because nobody will use that kind of thing, because it's like using pepper to cure madness. Are you using insecurity as a political opposition against who? Who are they killing? Political opposition. What are they the ones that are being killed? It's still Nigerians. Even if you're a politician using it, it's still Nigerians who will come back tomorrow to fall upon them to vote for you that are being killed. So what is senseless? I'm not ruling out anything anyway. I'm not a spokesman of opposition politicians, nor the sitting government. I am asking for whatever is happening to us, let those people, at least for once, have human feeling. We are bleeding to death. We are dying. And we are, these Nigerians like us, every day, numbers. Look at how we are counting numbers in Benue. Numbers risen to 86. And here you have an NSA in Benue says attack is tragic and evil. You find in another newspaper headline, they oppose, they have a contradiction in the NSA. At what point are we going to leave all these talks? The fact remains that whether they are not one single person, they're still Nigeria. Even if it's a single person that died in Benue. And now we're talking about 86. In which crisis in Nigeria have we had such people die in less than 1 week? From one location. For just being Nigerians, and we are here arguing on, on sentiment, or whether you pronounce it right. In this our business of broadcasting, there are times people you'll be talking something serious. Somebody say, "Hey, you didn't pronounce Charles very well. You should have bent your mouth to say Charles." But if I remain, Charles is Charles, no matter how I pronounce it. This security in Nigeria, in Benue recently, in Plateau, it's not something anybody will disagree with anybody. It's just to sit down, accept the fact that the National Security Advisor may not have advised well for us to have this case. If you visit there and start looking for who to blame, this is not time to throw blames. This time to sit back, no matter the differences, and look at how we solve this. Otherwise, it will happen again. And the NSA will have to visit there and probably have to disagree with the governor, who is sitting governor, who has not been given any power. I don't understand why you should say I'm the chief security officer of a state, and my house is burning. I can't say, hey, I'm waiting for somebody. I call on somebody to get order to quell, and before that order gets to, we see viral video where some mobile police force people, whether it's real or fake, I don't know. But in Nigeria, you don't pretend you don't hear anything. Saying that they even don't give them orders to attack. That the guys were saying, you know what counter force will be, whatever that means. I'm not. But these days, you keep putting two and two together to make a sense out of this puzzle. It's a puzzle for whoever using that. Because my father told me, once Nigeria is not at peace, that is where the evil men thrive. So how long can we remain? The Bible says, for how long can you remain in sin for grace to abound? The Igbo Bible says, Tufiakwa, God forbid. That's the Tufiakwa in Igbo is God forbid. How long are we going to remain in this mess? And we are trying to be political correct. God forbid. But then, the Dibia that specializes in doing juju for diarrhea or cholera, he did not put his nyash up here. Because by mistake, he will test it, he will enter his mandate, everybody. You know, what goes around will come around. That is true. Dibia golo otolo. And that is it. Whether the NSA, someday he will not be NSA. He has a village where he comes from. He might not be there. And when we are crying, there are some generals who are crying up north or somewhere in the middle belt. When they were in the Aso Rock, or when they were very close there, whether it was Aso Rock then, or whether it was in Lagos, Northern Barracks, they were in power. Now some of them are regretting and crying. Do whatever you have to do right now. That's my advice. Well, if you take it, fine. If you don't take it, the house will not collapse and the roof remains. When it comes to this issue of security, the sooner Nigeria realizes this, because mutation is mutated into ISWAP, mutated Boko Haram, mutated into other things, herdsmen, mutated into non and unknown government, mutated into Mudaba. We don't know what the next mutation we have. Spreading like kerosene.
We heard on the Punch newspaper this morning that Fubara actually met with the president in London, and the publication actually suggests that Fubara might shift ground after the meeting, that they must have discussed a thing or two regarding the emergency rule in Rivers. Do you think that this might in some way quell the situation or maybe escalate it, because Wike is also a particular factor?
There is, you know, at this time we're only talking about 2007 build-up. 2007 is already built. It's not more like building up. It's already built. So some of this horse trading are related. Directly or indirectly. There's no how they pretend it has to do. So Fubara might have moved, graduated from being a career accountant to being a full-time politician. And then whatever, the snake that use their tail to touch other politicians will bite him soon. And he will know how the venom of Nigerian politics tastes. He's already testing it. And for him to remain alive, might decide to use whatever means available to cure the venom. But the venom of Nigerian political situation has beaten Fubara. And he's running around looking for heal or cure. So nobody can predict. There are a lot of magic makers who come predict that I can cure your venom. He has beaten you. Whatever solution, what the man is looking for is solution to cure the political snake that has beaten him, and the venom is running in his blood. So I wish him good luck. Whatever way, what remains is that Obi went to army to return and show evidence. And that's what. So the last duty of a man, according to Isdo Peho, I read that book in higher school. Isdo Peho, a prolific writer, he said the last duty of a man is not to go to war to die. The last duty of a man is to go to war, come back and tell the story. And he called that book The Last Duty of a Man. You read it, very unique writing style there. So, the last duty of Ubara is to find a way of curing the political snake that has beaten him and has the venom running around his brain. Like one musician said, he smoke Igbo, is running around his brain. This one is political Igbo that's running around for his brain. So if it's solved in UK Congress or conference or meeting, fine. If it's to shift ground, fine. What is important is that that venom, if it doesn't go out of his way, he will keep running around. That's the way I talk about it.
All right. We're also seeing some interesting developments as it relates to IMF cutting global growth forecasts because of Trump tariffs. Nigeria's growth was actually slashed to around 3%.
Nigeria walks tightrope as IMF sees higher inflation, lower oil price. Well, each time you bring the issue of IMF, some of them will sit somewhere and say, what problem do I have with IMF? My problem I have with IMF, World Bank, all those big financial institutions, let them allow the small nations like Nigeria to breathe. You can see how Trump has coughed in US and see how the ricochet of countries catching cold. And you see, our one is a minor. The major players are working around, but the only thing that made them put us here is that oil. The oil. They will make sure they're getting that oil almost free to go and process it and send it back here. Nigeria has population, and all the world are looking for, they are standing upon us not to grow so that they will have market for their goods.
Yeah.
If we grow, where will they sell these things? So all these things are international economic war. The only thing is, whatever you do for your girlfriend, he will not call you a son. He will not call you papa. He will only look at you as that man. Nothing. Nobody will love Nigeria more than Nigeria themselves. If you are waiting, running around these people, IMF, they decide what happens here. It's like taking your best man, who is very handsome, more handsome than you, to go and visit your girlfriend. That is, ipin ogiri no okay. Like my people will say, you know what they call ogiri? I don't know what you call it in English. But ogiri is a seasoner, food seasoner. You use it to cook ofonumu, bitter leaf soup. And where I come from, ogiri is very important. Oh, okay, the rat cannot, he can do anything to take ogiri. Ogiri is a specialty. So when you keep ogiri, okay, is looking for you to bite. You now carry the ogiri to go to the hole of rat to put it. That is what Nigerians are doing when they carry all our economic structure and policy and the secret and lay it bare with IMF and the World Bank. And you're hoping that they'll give you advice. Every advice I see coming from IMF about Nigeria is suspect. Because nobody loves you more than. Of course, they told us there's no free meal, not even in Freetown. So why are we talking about them to decide for us what happens? Until we stand strong, we can't go to international negotiation. Because a bird that has very soft skull cannot go for the fight of a woodpecker. You know the woodpecker and his kind of fight. Nigeria has very soft skull. And they come here messing and talking about just to sound political correct. Where are we? What do we have? We are going for tariff war and international economic war. We don't have anything. We are just, they are looking at us because they see us as source of material they use to fire the embers of the economic growth. After all, they've done it in a bigger way and are suppressing it. They are coming the lighter way. Is it not from here they move all the slaves that developed UK and Europe? Have they paid us back? So is it because we are trying to forget? But we can never forget, no matter how they suppress it. And that's why they don't want us to actually stand on our ground to remember. So they put us in distraction, continuous distraction. Finnish court approves Simon Ekpa's extradition to Nigeria, the Daily Times.
Mm-hmm.
I see another crisis.
How?
Crisis is when Simon Ekpa is extradited to Nigeria, Nigerian government will put him in detention. Now that are saying that the chicken put his mouth, the same chicken carry 2 legs put in a plate of food. The guess is as good. Your guess is as good as mine. If you bring back Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention, you bring Simon Ekpa, Nigerian government holds him back and put him in detention, and we begin fresh talks on both sides. And these two gentlemen, for whatever reason, have followers that are bringing security issues in southeast Nigeria. They are telling that probably the distraction at the IPOB and whatever associated with it causing southeast is not enough. They now bring Simon Ekpa back and extradition and hold him. Your guess is as well. Let it not be what I'm thinking. But whatever it is, no matter how we make our mind, but then we have southeast governors, and they are waiting for Simon Ekpa to be extradited. And probably the government of Nigeria, they will not extradite him and hand him over to southeast governors. They will extradite him and put him, the federal government we know how we handle the issue. We have not come out of one, and you are taking us to 2. Only God will help Nigeria. God help Nigeria and bless Nigeria, Charles.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for your insights on the program this morning. We're back right after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is a morning show here on Signature TV. Recently, Nigerians lost 1.3 trillion naira to scam associated with CBEX. And CBEX, is reminiscent of MMM. I mean, they're promising several thousands, several percentage when it comes to investments. And one would wonder really, why does types of scamming agencies succeed in scamming people to that tune in times like this, even when the government has warned the people from investing in these kinds of Ponzi scheme? We have with us via Zoom this morning Honorable Ephraim Chukwuma Okewa. He's an entrepreneur and a leadership expert. Good to have you, Chukwuma. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, Charles.
Right. I mean, some persons would attribute what has been going on in the country as to investment in scamming agencies to, poverty. Some others say is greed. For you, which one is it?
Well, I think it's a combination of both, and maybe a third dimension. So first, you mentioned poverty, yeah? I mean, to some extent, poverty can lead to desperation. And desperation in on itself does not entirely translate to greed. Yeah, because desperation comes from being a destitute. So you've not got like some of the basic needs, and you're trying to, you're looking for some quick fixes, which is natural, because as human beings, there is that innate drive to strive for survival. The second aspect of greed would be those that even if it doesn't make sense, right? Perhaps they have some level of financial intelligence and education, but even if it doesn't make sense, what they are looking at is the bait. What they are looking at is the big fish there, and in the course of like looking at the pounds, right? That is how they lose the penny that is on their hand, right? So because of the promises. But then what I consider to be like a third dimension to this whole issue is that that of financial literacy level, right? Amongst Nigerians, and the fact also that there is weak regulatory framework as long as Nigeria is concerned. As I've been able to do like CBEX, like check on the CBEC as a platform, and discover that even the most educated of Nigerians, right, wouldn't want to liken it just similar to MMM or Ponzi scheme. It's followed like some processes that MMM would never have thought of, being that it's like a well-known Ponzi scheme. CBEX, for instance, the parent company that floated this particular scheme is duly registered with CSE. The operations is also duly registered with SCUMU, which is the regulatory framework by the CBN through EFCC. SCUMU just basically has to do with the control of anti-money laundering, right? It's certain registrations done by NGOs and platforms that have to move like lots of funds to ensure that it doesn't become a means for money laundering. And all of this was done, and they have been in business for 9 months. Charles, if you want to do business with a company, you check, the first thing you want to check is, are they registered?
Yeah.
If they are registered, the next thing you want to do, if they are dealing with finance, do they have a SCUMU certificate? So the average Nigerian would have fell in, and that's why this is really very sensitive and calls for like attention, whether all of the needful is done by the Corporate Affairs Commission, the EFCC, even in ensuring that only credible organizations get that necessary certificate that presents them in good light to do businesses with Nigerians.
Right. Quite an interesting point that you have put out there, given the development. But I'm still a little bit skeptical because, again, how do you even identify what is Ponzi and what is not, Ponzi? I mean, you'd say it's not greed. People are desperate. They just want monies. But even if you want money, I mean, you don't lose the one you have to look for the one that you don't have. And sometimes some of these promises by these people are quite outlandish. I mean, what investment gives you more than 100% in just less than, 2 months or even 1 month? I mean, are there indications to basically say and that people would see and say, you know what, this is a Ponzi scheme, and they would warn themselves and probably warn other people, not to get involved?
Okay, so before I get to that, 2 things. Number one, you asked a very important question. Are you going to lose what you have to gain, right? That is what investment is all about. You use what you have, you sacrifice, more like you have your seeds and you have to sow that. Maybe like some cup of grains and stuff like that. You sow that because you know that there is a harvest season, right? And then in this particular case, let's not forget, like they call the scheme crypto, right? Bridge exchange. And you asked a very important question. What kind of scheme, investment scheme, can give someone such a landish return on investment? Well, like in terms of finances, like well-established financial markets, like maybe like the CBN, if you want to do like treasury bill, maybe you could get between 12 to 24%, around in which ranges. But then we'll see that the crypto, right, as a digital platform has disrupted the process that the crypto value you know today to be at a certain value can increase by 100% in one day, right? That is very possible when it comes to crypto. So I see those that are behind this, the Nigerians behind this, as those that has evaluated the thinking of Nigerians, right? Ask themselves, what are some of the things that can be challenged? That if we come and promise these Nigerians, I mean, MMM just promised 30%, right? In 30 days, right? Of your money. Now you have a platform promising 100% of the investment in 30 days, right? Now, one of the things that we actually have made someone like me to begin to have doubts would be the fact that, you know, when it comes to like blockchain, right? Determining the value of it is not dependent on one component, but a couple of factors. So someone would have asked, what will make a particular platform to guarantee a return on investment over a certain period of time? It's just like there was a time we had this platform called NBA Forex that also took lots of money from Nigerians. So you invest in like your money, they promise to trade in dollars, right? And then at the end of the day, you are sure to get a certain return on investment. Charles, is there anywhere where it is written that someone can be for sure, you are certain that Naira or dollar is going to increase against the Naira in a certain template and a certain form? Certainly not. So where I think that financial illiteracy comes in is the fact that you use what you know, one financial template you know, to validate every other thing when it comes to finances, without realizing that will some investments, right, and the certain ones that can come with certain return on investment, like fixing your money in the bank, fixed deposit, the interest rate is usually very low so that all relevant stakeholders can manage their risk. But when somebody assures you 30%, 100% in a free market where a lot of factors can determine that whilst you are looking at that the crypto value could go high, there have also been instances where it's crashed. Then that means the person might be over-promising and you actually need to watch your back. But what I'm trying to say in essence is, whilst I'm going to blame like some Nigerians that fell for this, right? You know, considering the fact that there have been a lot of these happening and stuff like that. But I will blame more of the Nigerian government for registering the company, declaring them competent and credible. You know the process that it takes to get SCOBO. They have to check all of the people that are on the board of that particular business, check if they have had criminal record, if they have had source, you know, great source of livelihood. And if that happens, then the third order aspect also I will be interested in knowing, because I've seen a lot happen in Nigeria, is to actually know whether if the government has done the needful, registering these people, allowing them to operate freely as a registered business, perhaps paying tax to the Nigerian government. What I would be very interested in knowing with time would actually be when we hear the part of their own story, to know if the government, right, you know, some actors within policymakers decided to like, you know, rubbish the platform, which, you know, sometimes political players are notable of doing within Nigerian sector. But for those that lost their money investing into platforms they haven't known, in Igbo language we say "Afe maradas." And I always want people to have that a bit patience before concluding and jumping into investment, because it's not as easy as, you know, one could think, especially without financial advisors.
Mm. Well, why do you think some of these fake platforms target Nigerians specifically? Is there something about Nigeria that is so that's so attractive to them? Yeah, we've heard about poverty and all that, but again, I mean, you have to be a little bit smart, at least way ahead of time, for you to be able to tell and detect that this is actually a scam. For you, what is that attraction for Nigeria, that these guys coming and then they thrive?
Now, let me say something that it's not just the gullibility, it's not peculiar to Nigerians. Humans world over, sadly, tends to trade more with what it looks like rather than what it is, right? So assuming you have two guys now trying to toast a lady, and one look wealthy and rich, but hasn't got money in his pocket. One just look, you can guess maybe what the income is like. I'm sure that the average lady anywhere will want to fare for the one that gives impression of wealth that is not there. And it will also surprise you to know that some Nigerian scammers and some Chinese scammers, Indian scammers, like nations with a renowned number of people trying to make wealth, their audience are actually the educated audience in Australia, in the United States of America. But guess what they do? They try to find out, because, I mean, if someone wants to like swindle you, one of the first rule the person will have to do is just like you want to purchase, someone want to buy something with a counterfeit money. You have to like a kind of make that money to look as much as possible as the good one, right? If not that, you don't really know a way to put in the seal and to put in like the numbers, and of course, who actually have the device to begin to verify numbers. Or sometimes people may really want, for every note they want to spend, to check if it is counterfeit or not. And that's why even counterfeit funds stay thrive in a nation where maybe people have used money over time and over time, but they have not mastered it enough that, to some extent that people cannot be able to slip through the fake one while spending the original one. So it's normal, like as humans, people will always, like even in those nations, Australia, because ladies, for instance, when people engage in love scam with those Australian ladies, it's very high there. That's why I'm using Australia. Their government will keep educating them. Please don't fall for this. But guess what? If you're a lady and you want to fall in love, you are not going to consult your government. So a young gentleman comes, sing blues for you, write rhymes, you understand, play music for you, and perhaps even kneel down to ask you to take the ring. And at the end of the day, you release the vote of your wealth. And then the government keep warning again. So, but guess what? It becomes easier when people actually understand that the fact that it looks real may not be that it looks real. But then, the question will now be, because the word real and fake in this case is the contestable concept. Because what actually authenticates a platform is the government. And Charles, as we speak, two critical government agencies vis-a-vis Corporate Affairs Commission and EFCC, the people in charge of financial crime, has approved these guys and say you are fit to do business in Nigeria. Come on. If you're a Nigerian, what other validation do you need? Charles, you don't need any other validation than that your government have said these people are fit to go. So I am not going to sit back and let the government just only blame Nigerians and say you are gullible. Even our government has become gullible. If truly these guys are scammers and they were able to go through processes that should require some level of serious interrogation before giving the seal of approval, and that means the gullibility also reach palace.
Right. The world is moving really fast, and everyone is talking about cryptocurrency. And the fact that this company even has crypto in its name, brings to the fore some persons doubting, this thing called crypto. I mean, how much of, this scam, especially from CBEX, would make people now start doubting the veracity of cryptocurrencies in Nigeria?
I mean, Crypto, just like every other financial sectors, has been fraught with both prospects, right, and problems. And we are not going to deal with that anytime soon. Yes, there have been like that concerns about crypto. In fact, the word crypto for so many people, being that a revolutionary and a bit of entire ecosystem, right?
Hello?
And do all my transactions. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. I mean, we lost the audio at some point, but we're back now.
Oh, okay. So when the government came in with cashless policy, there was that apprehension on the part of some citizens. Come on, cashless, and do things with card, and even up to now, like I mean, statistically, right? You still have over 60% of unbanked Nigerians unbanked. If not for some revolutionary platforms where you could just use your phone number and create an account without all of the KYC process, know your customer, rigorous process that people have to go through to open an account. That made it revolutionary now that sometimes you could see tricyclers, butchers. What's your account? They mention one particular or two particular notable platforms that is meant to use just their number and make an account number out of that, right? But largely, the word cashless was uncomfortable for many Nigerians. And now you are talking about crypto. So many people are just watching from afar off. With this, some people will just only conclude. Some people could just conclude simply and say that I said it, that anything crypto is fake, anything crypto is false, and that will make them to be a little bit more apprehensive. But we know crypto is real, and anything that is real has to get its counterfeits, right? Anything that is real. Love is real, we have fake love, right? Whatever thing you think, money is real, we have fake money. Government is real, we also have fake government, right? Leadership is real, we have fake leaders. So the counterfeit on its own does not invalidate the possibility of the existence of the reality, but only confirms the existence of a reality for which the counterfeit is trying to leverage on its credibility, to gain attention.
Right. Interesting. I'm just wondering, do you think that these people have legal frameworks, in order to get their monies back? How would that work? I mean, I really don't even understand how people would go about arresting or maybe even taking these people to court. They don't know. They don't have any known officers. I mean, a few persons have been arrested, but then the EFCC says it's not even having any headway with that because those are just maybe agents, So I'm just wondering, are there legal frameworks for these people to get their monies back?
Yeah, certainly. And let me say something which is very important, very, very important. Of course, we've seen the EFCC assuring Nigerians that they will get their monies back. And of course, it's not going to be practicable to say, okay, Nigerians, you invested, go look for those you invested your money with. That would be very responsible of the government because government is there for public service. The government is funded by the public and for the public. And so it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that at this particular point, being that the government failed, right, by, sweeping into action for 9 months, right? You never really interrogated what are these people actually doing, many Nigerians are investing into it. If it were like the kind of, in the case of MMM, that was a bit disruptive, such that no government can actually control that except by preaching to people. But if the government has come and said, come on, Nigerians, we are talking about 1.2 trillion, right? That's almost like the biggest. And the reason is very, justifiable. When you know that your government has approved the thing, then that means, anybody can invest with all of the heart without really being afraid that you are going to lose money, right? So if the government has come and maybe discredited this company over time and say, you know what, Nigeria, we registered this company, but 1 month into looking at the operations, right? By virtue of being under probation, we discover that this company, it does not mean well for Nigerians. We deregister it. We therefore wish to warn Nigerians that whosoever does business with this company, do it so, at his own risk. I'm sure that the volume of investment wouldn't be up to that. Because when we are talking about 1 trillion, right? That's almost like, a billion is just like 1 billion into 1,000 places. And then a billion is 1 billion into 1 billion, right? Into 1,000 places. And that's a lot, right? That's a lot. That's a lot, really.
True.
So the government should help people to actually recover their funds.
Yeah, but again, we have seen these kinds of promises happen before. We've seen them promise about MMM. We've seen them promise that the people are going to get their monies, but I mean, it just fizzles away. It's something that's promised and that has been said, but after some time, it disappears. And then another one comes in, Nigerians, get to step on it. So I'm wondering whether, we have had things in the past or promises in the past that have been kept about getting monies back as relates to, these types of schemes.
Yeah, I would say that, yes, we've had. I mean, I know when one of the banks, Heritage Bank, ran into problem and, was asked to, their asset was open for, for acquisition. People like myself was, quite concerned as I had some money at Heritage Bank. I wasn't expecting that money back. When we met NDIC and we assured, and at the end of the day, when the money came back, I was like, come on, there is hope for Nigeria, right?
Well, that's a bank.
Me,
a bank is registered and has equity with the CBN, just in case anything happens. So it's not the same thing with a scam
Don't forget,
company.
we've had some banks. We've had some banks in Nigeria, right, where people lost their money till date. You understand? Like, people lost all their fortune. There are many. In fact, you could recall that, the person that came with this capitalization policy, that was during Sanusi. And without that policy, I tell you, 5 guys can float a bank just like this, register it, follow the due process, and hoodwink Nigerians. Now, having said that, you will discover that in the case of MMM, which, by the way, really one thing I learned from MMM was Nigerians could actually trust and love themselves. So Charles, a Yoruba person calls you and say, I am Olukemi, I've been paid to pay you. And then the payment is made without knowing who the person was, right? Just because the platform says so. If you were the government, how will you get all the money from Olukemi, from Peter, from this? The money were just going into the hand of the people. The only thing is that as at the time that the company, right, decided to end, through like some of these agents, which they call guiders, they were not able to recruit massively. But then some Nigerians also made fortunes out of that, as they played the show, right? But then it was dealing with Nigerians, so there really wouldn't be any way of actually gathering all the money. But in this particular case, we know the company to hold responsible. And if the government ever comes up, and Charles, do you know up to now? What the EFCC keeps saying is, oh, we already, apprehended the people. We don't want to disclose their identity. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. I see that as, something that may be an indication that some players, even within the government, knew about this business, and they may even have 1 or 2 strong men who will be part of the beneficiaries. Interestingly, now we've seen like federal government come to deny even about the 80-year concessional plan of the airports. We saw documents credited to FAN, and then only to come up and say that that was fake news. Well, it's even even for government to discredit its own position, it's not strange within Nigerian space. So the question is, how do you actually know, what should be fake and what should be real? If not that government says this is real, this is fake. If INEC says, despite if I win an election, and INEC say, well, it's Charles that won election, then Charles becomes the authentic candidate. So the word reality, the word fake, it's relative, it's contestable, and especially within Nigerian space, where it seems sometimes we can operate double standard. But the Nigeria government, if you ask me, if they don't find those people, let them pay back people though. That's government should take responsibility. I mean, you can't have like a US government approve businesses that will come, leverage on the gullibility. You can't deal with, I mean, gullibility cannot even be drained by education. You cannot. Because you can see a PhD holder marry like a fraudster who come with a love scam.
Right. On the final note, how do you think people can protect themselves, especially from scams like this?
Yeah, so in protecting oneself, right, you know, what I would actually advise is invest into only known parts. Parts you've known, right? They've been along for a while. One of the things we've seen about Ponzi scheme is that it doesn't last for 3 years, right? MMM stayed like barely a year in Nigeria. This one now like 9 months, right? MBA Forex was around like 2 years, and so it looks like any business that stays like financial investment sector more than 3 years, it might be an indication that, you know, there's some level of sustainability. But also check like their tax profile, the people behind the business, and most importantly, get a financial advisor, right? If you must be an investor, don't just become a wannabe investor, right? Investment in money making is the riskiest, you know, part to money making, and any person that must do so counting on the prominence and competence of worthy financial advisors. Otherwise, your money can be up for grab.
All right. Thank you so much, CEO Chukwuma Ephraim Okenwa. Thank you so much for your time. We truly appreciate your insights on the program this morning.
You're most welcome.
Thank you so much. All right, we are back after the short break. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. Charles here. It's 4 after 9 a.m. on a fine Wednesday morning. Hope you're good out there. So in time past, I mean, when you speak of issues regarding teenagers, you tend to, try to talk about peer pressure, try to talk about parenting, try to talk about, what they are going through in terms of discovering themselves, trying to rewrite some of the things that they, had known while they were young. I mean, that's the time that they're, moving into adulthood, and sometimes some of the things that they had known from childhood tends to try to dissipate. They tend to now see the world in a totally different light. Yeah, you may speak about all of those things, but you would never mention a few years ago that maybe social media will be a problem to the teens. Well, we'll talk about that a little later, or better still, just this morning, because if I'm a Charrington Watu, the teen handler and a public servant is with us, she will speak to us about that particular topic, the teens, their psychology and positions in times like this. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine. Good morning.
I mean, did you at any point, you're a teen handler, did you at any point envisage that social media would be a major issue for young people?
Yes, I did, because at some point when social media started becoming a kind of a bad influence, becoming a standard for teenagers more than the family values, and owing to the fact that in recent time we have more absent parents than it used to be before now. So I had that feeling that social media could actually be an influence on the teenager.
But is it more of a bad influence or a good influence on teenagers? Because again, when you look at social media, there are different, spheres. The social media world is wild.
Of course.
So why is it bad? I mean, it's only when you go to the bad part that it becomes bad for you now. But don't you think that it can be used for better too?
The teen's brain is still developing, and the part, scientifically, the part of the brain that helps you make informed decisions is still developing in a teenager. Then when we look at the social media, it seems the negative part of the social media is louder than the positive part of the social media. And to a very large extent, even you as an adult, you stumble into these negative ones, the trends. When positive things happen, it hardly trends. But once there's a negative news, it flies like wildfire everywhere. And it's influencing these teenagers because their minds are not strong. They are easily influenced because they don't even know what to do part-time. They are trying to figure out things. So they go with the principles, what the social media presents to them. They go with the values they see on social media. They go with these standards because they feel, oh, that's a trend, and because it's popular, it makes it right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Interesting. So that means beyond just teaching the teenager how to behave, what to look out for, you start teaching them also how to use social media, isn't it? I mean, it should be part of the parenting. Yes. I mean, it adds to the pile of things.
I tell parents at some point your teenager should have no business on the social media, except they are using it for something positive. But if it's just to be like where you come to social media, you keep scrolling, getting informations that are not useful to them, what is a teenager doing on social media? If a teenager is using a social media to build a brand, it's different. Like I have teenagers who are working on, there's a program they call, yesterday was Earth Day. They had some presentation of converting waste to useful materials and the rest of it, and they need to upload it. If it's for fun, I don't think a teenager have any business on social media, except when they are up to maybe say 18, 19. At that point, you as a parent already knows the values you have inculcated in this teenager, because most of the times parents leave these teenagers to themselves. You just give them phone, you don't regulate. How many parents can come out and say, this is who my daughter or my son is following on social media? Who are their influencers on social media? Most of them come to social media, they just look at the trends, the fashions, the new music, and all of that, which is somehow, to an extent, is not beneficial to their growth. So to me, I would say, if a teenager must be on social media, there should be a regulation.
To what extent, really? What kind of regulation are you looking at? Is it parental regulation, societal regulation, or even government regulation? Because again, it's a thin line. Because we've seen people become social media managers.
Yes.
And now it's even a thing. Like when you are, in the past, when you are a social media person or an influencer, you tend to be downgraded. Just stay on one side. But right now, it's
Things
like
are evolving.
It's a major deal.
Yes,
you know,
it is.
There isn't no company right now that is not on social media.
I know. Yes, most of the teenagers are into tech, except for reasons like that. And if they are going into this tech, I think there's regulations, because if you're managing somebody's social media page, there are things you're not meant to do as a social media handler. Like when there's toxic comments, you don't become so loud, you don't reply people rudely. So there are regulations. If you're a social media handler, there are regulations, there are things you don't do, there are trends you don't jump into. But leaving them all to themselves, when they are not using it for something profitable, something beneficial, something non-productive, that's what we are looking at. I have a whole lot of teenagers that are into tech, graphic designing, social media managers, and all of that they do on the social media space. But there's regulation by those who give them this assignment to handle for them. But the regulations I'm talking about, charity, they say, begins at home. If you're giving a teenager a phone, why will a teenager be online by 1 a.m. when that child is meant to be sleeping? Who is the child chatting with? So there should be a no phone zone in your house. There should be a known phone time in the house. And you should tell a teenager there's something called cyberbullying. You should tell a teenager that everybody on social media are not your mates. So you don't talk to people anyhow. And you also need to make a teenager understand that the life of social media is not what life is in the reality of life. That what people show you is what they want you to see. So you should not be moved by that. Because in recent times, teenagers are taking their standard from social media. So once people are pushing a narrative, okay, set for example, this last weekend, we just had the wedding that trended. You know the wedding I'm talking about. And there's this bestie, oh, they have been besties for over time, and everybody's like validating it. Oh, he's a wonderful person. There was no strings attached. He allowed her to get married and all of that. A teenager who have not been guided from home, who doesn't understand the principles of relationship, who doesn't have his or her feelings in check, will feel, oh, having a relationship with the opposite sex is fine, forgetting that there are some points your feelings will play tricks on you. Is valid, is normal, but it doesn't give you direction to life. I don't know if you're getting it. So these are the things you need to teach these teenagers before you release them into the world of the social media.
A lot of people say that teenage age is the rebellious age. Is that true? Have you experienced that? Rebellious in the terms of they tend to go against what their parents say most of the time. They tend to say no to some things. Yes. It tends to test the parents' resolve, you know, and see where it takes them to.
Because the Gen Z teenager believes that they have their rights. In our days, we were taking instructions without even knowing why. Like, you come home and your parents tell you, this cup, don't keep this cup here. And the answer is yes, ma. You don't have any rights to ask. There's this fear. But the Gen Zs, no, they want to know why. And until they understand the why, they rebel. So that's the gap. That's the problem between this generation of teenagers and the generation before now. So if there's lack of proper communication, two things happen. It's either the teenager is rebelling or the teenager stays on his or her own, doesn't communicate, doesn't want to seek any form of advice or take instructions. They just withdraw. That's the word. They will just withdraw completely. But those ones that want to be heard will communicate it wrongly. That's where the rebel comes in. But if there's effective communication between the parents and the teenager and have an understanding, because recent time we want them to understand us without we understanding them. So if you want a teenager to behave very well, understand you, first of all need to understand that teenager. So that's why a whole lot of people judge them to be rebels. But the truth is that there's a misunderstanding somewhere in communicating what you want them to do. Sometimes we have expectations. We expect them to do this, we expect them to do that. And in most cases, you don't even teach them this, and you're already having expectations. It doesn't happen. You're supposed to know, you're supposed to do this. Did you teach them how to do it? That's the question. So I'm not trying to make excuses for them. Some of them can go haywire, you get. But if there's proper communication between the parents and the teenager, the level of rebellious teenagers will reduce.
All right. At that age too, I mean, they're also trying to fine-tune their lives. That's a time that are probably taking the best types of decision regarding their career, what they're going to study, what they're going to become. That's the bridge between what they said they wanted to be while they were kids and launching into what they actually, want to become. And that's usually a far cry from what they said they wanted to be when they were kids. Some say they wanted to be pilot. In fact, I think I remember that I said I wanted to be pilot for more than 10 times, while I was a kid. Maybe I'm being a pilot here today, so.
Okay, yes, you're still piloting your face.
This is the airplane pilot, actually, not the pilot as an honor personality. But again, what should define a teenager's thinking as to what they would become in terms of career? Because over time we've seen parents take decisions for kids. Teenagers, They said, look, this is I want you to be this, I want you to be that, and if you're not be this, then I am not fulfilled. So what kind of communication, what kind of conversation should be held between the teenager and the parents regarding, what they want to become?
Okay. In recent times, parents want to clone teenagers. You want to mold them the way you want. You want them to just be. I want you to become this. I want you to see you. Forgetting that these teenagers have their own lives. They have their choices. They have their desires. Not just career, but every other thing in life. I had a teenager who loved football so much. And the father wants him to become an engineer. So this is already an issue. I invited both of them and
something just came to my mind. I said like, you can become a football engineer now.
Okay, that could actually be possible because things are really evolving, things are changing, there are dynamics to a whole lot of things now. And they wanted him to become an engineer. I think he's still in SS1, so he plays a whole lot of football. I just told the father, what you need to do is to guide him and tell him there is time for everything. The time for your training should not clash with your time of study. You can create time, manage that. Okay, maybe on weekends, I'll play football. From Monday to Friday, I'm doing my academics. So if he chooses a career in football, let him be. Let him get the basic education, maybe still play his football, get his degree, and let him make a choice. Where he's found, the most important thing is where this child finds fulfillment and satisfaction. A whole lot of parents want their teenagers to become what they don't even have interest in becoming. That is why we just, like, when you're growing up, you see that, oh, this is what I wanted. There are too many factors. It could be finances, it could be the society, just like in our country here, a whole lot of things can make you change your mind. Or you can even find out that you're actually struggling in this area. So why will you be where you're struggling, where there's somewhere else you have the strength that you can do this thing effortlessly? So parents need to sit down and have this conversation with these teenagers. Know why their passion is driving them to a particular field of career or profession. And if that child is not struggling in that area, it's fine. There are footballers making money. A whole lot of teenagers are going into tech. It wasn't like that before now. We had this a kind of timetable of, it's either you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, or you're an engineer. But the world is evolving. There are diversities of careers that people can go into and still make a living out of it. So our parents need to welcome this new development.
So that means we would also need an educated parent to even lead the kids these days, because if you're a parent, you're not educated enough, you wouldn't see the opportunity, that comes with these types of things, isn't it?
Yes, knowledge is very, very important, both for the parent and the teenager. Yes.
So in today's world, just beyond the social media, gasp that we are trying to talk through, what are the other things that affect the Nigerian teenager?
Okay, in recent time, parenting has affected a whole lot of teenagers in Nigeria because, like I said earlier, we have a whole lot of busy, absent parents that leave teenagers to do life by themselves. And these teenagers are learning principles from the society. Some of them are reparenting themselves. Yes.
But in a world where you have issues with meeting up with expenses that comes with taking care of them, I mean, it's neither here nor there. I mean, you can't be at home all the time trying to parent your kids when you need to make money to feed them. So it's either you do one and then the one suffers, and the other one, you do the other one.
That's where value comes in. Value. What do you uphold? Because there's this Yoruba, I'm not Yoruba, but there's this Yoruba adage, I don't know how, but I'm going to say the English part of it, that if you leave your children to build a house without taking care of them, they will grow up and sell the house you built without building them. Now, I know we need this money. We need to take care of them. But then there are things we need to teach them, and that's where time and value comes in. If you have family values, you start teaching them, even with the smallest time you have. I had an MD in a big firm in Port Harcourt where I worked. He doesn't come to the office every Wednesday. He stays back at home, drops his children at school, picks them up from school, and sits with them, do their assignments and every other thing they need to do. He spends time with these children. Growing up, my father works outside the state. He travels every Monday morning and comes back every Friday. But between Friday evening and Monday morning before he leaves, he takes his time to ask us questions, have deep conversations, teach us what we need to do, make sure that everything we need to do in the house, we do it. Pays attention to our academics. How have you been struggling? How has your week been? Okay, this is what you need to do. If it is like this, you do it this way. He keeps reminding us of our family values. In our family, we don't do this. We don't tolerate this. But some parents just, when their teenagers get into trouble and you ask them, Madam or Sir, are you aware that this child is doing this? They will the question they will ask the child is, do you lack anything? I provide everything. Parenting is more than provision of material things. What are you teaching them? What values, what principles? There are life principles that you teach a child Even if a child finds in his or herself in the most corrupt place, it keeps ringing in their mind, except that child decides to. I know you can do your all and the child decides to take a path, choose a path that is maybe somehow destructive, but then that child will not deny the fact that I was taught this earlier in life. So parents should create time for their teenagers. It's not going to be a whole day. It's not going to be like a 24 hours round the clock, but be in their lives. How do you be in their life? Communication. When you come back, even if it's just 1 hour, how was school today? What happened in school? Are you finding any subject difficult? Yes. Okay, what are you trying to do? Do you need a lesson teacher? Do you need this and all of that? So I think parents should start paying attention. And if your child is talking about friends, I have this friend, you should take out time to know who these friends are. What do they talk about? What do they do? These holidays now, a whole lot of parents, because they don't need disturbance, they want to go about their businesses, they send their children out to family friends to go and do sleepover. Sleepover should not just be something of based on relationship, it should also be based on trust. Because now most parents choose class over values in choices of friends and family. Like family friends, they say, oh, this person, they have money, they are living in duplex, you can go there, they will take care of you. Not minding if this family I'm sending my child to, if their family values aligns with our own family values. So that's why some teenagers, they will go, come back worse.
They'll go and come back worse.
Yes. A whole lot of things are going on. A whole lot of things are going on. So before you trust your child with anybody, you should, to a very reasonable level, know who this person is before you trust the person with your child. So but a lot of parents are not paying attention to that. So long as he's our church member, he's my colleague in the office, we come from the same place, he's my uncle's sister and all of that, my children are free with them. No. You should also look at the values these people uphold as a family, as a person. Does it align with my own family values? If you have a family value, because there are some families that don't have family values, they just wake up and do whatever. Nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. So long as we move around and make money, every other thing is not a problem.
How much of sex education is important, especially in an African setting, because it's difficult to speak about sex education in an African parent's homes. It's almost like a taboo to speak about sex education. So you would wonder whether it's important. I mean, the parents just grow up hoping that the kids just know about sex. Yeah, they teach you about behavioral patterns, they teach you about how not to speak, what to do and what not to do, your career and all that. But when it comes to sex, they're always running away from it. They don't like to talk to their words about sex.
It's very important. Sex education is as important as every other aspect of life. Teach them. I advise parents from the age of 5, 7. Start telling them, these are your private parts. Nobody should touch this place. And when they have become teenagers, say it the way it is. That's my advice.
When you're teenagers, say it the way it is.
Say it the way it is. Demystify it. Don't try to paint it. Don't say this one is this and this one is that. Call it by its name. Tell them the consequences. Tell them this is what it is. You don't need to, because if you don't, in this time of social media, they have their peers, they have their biology teachers, others will teach them. Their phones will teach them, and it's not going to teach them the right ones. It's definitely going to teach them the wrong aspect of it. So you sit them down and start telling them on time what sex education is all about, why you should not engage in it. This is a certain age, this is when you're supposed to engage in it. Don't stay in an environment. Tell them the triggers. Let them understand what their hormones, their emotions, their feelings. And when you're teaching them this, give them a safe space that when you start feeling this way, come to me. And when they come to you, don't judge them, because that's what a whole lot of parents do. When a child comes and say, mommy, I am crushing on this boy or this girl, the person like, hey, God forbid, upon everything I have done, oh, this boy, you are a spoilt brat and all of that. No, let them know that it is valid. As you're growing, you're developing, these feelings are normal, but it's your ability to control it that what makes you the better and the bigger person here. So sex education is very important. Gone are those days where we try to shield these children and hide these things from them, because if you don't, a whole lot of things out there will teach them that. Yes, because normally these feelings will come, so you need to start teaching them how to manage and handle the feelings.
What for you is your greatest fear about parenting a teenager?
The 21st century teenager. Emotional distance of parents from the teenagers in recent time. Yes, because parents have left the media, the society, to parent children.
Are they still considered kids at that age?
No, they are still kids. So they are your children. They keep being your children. Is it because they are teenagers? There's something I was trying to narrate to somebody. I think a few days back. I said when a child is small, like a toddler, like trying to crawl or learning how to walk, and the child falls, you hear people tell you, shh, don't shout, because if you shout, the child will be scared, and the child will not want to walk again. So, but when they become teenagers, what changed? We no longer want to see them as those babies. When they fall, we are like, are you blind? Can't you see? And all of that. So apart from that, it happens in real life. When they make mistakes, we feel that why should you make mistakes? And we forget that they are still growing. They are still our children that needs guidance, that needs to be protected, that needs to be given directions. So they are still children. There's a book somebody wrote, I think just me, I said, teenagers are people too. So they are still children, but we cannot somehow they are kids because they are still developing. Even their brains have not really developed fully. I think that is one of the reasons why if a teenager commits a crime, they don't convict them. Even if they go to take them to prison, they have the juvenile where they try to shoot them from adults. So they're still kids. Yeah.
From my charity, many thanks. Truly appreciate your insights on the topic, teenagers and their psychology.
Thank you.
All right. We're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Oji River is one of the oldest urban centers in the state, having attained the status in 1984, along with several other local government areas in the old Anambra State. It is the third to be given an urban status in the present Enugu State after Enugu and Nsukka. This age-long status has not, however, impacted on the development of the area, with many citizens lamenting the current infrastructure deficit and other negative indices in the area. It is to address this disturbing problem that the Investment and Economic Summit was put together by the present leadership of Oji River Local Government Council. Speaking at the summit, Governor Peter Mba, who was represented by Adora Chukwu, Commissioner for Trade, Investment and Industry, called on investors to tap into the vast potentials of Oji River Local Government area. Mba highlighted the local government investment opportunities, emphasizing that participation will unlock new possibilities and shape its future.
Oji River embodies the economic prospects that our entire state possesses, owing to its strategic location and abundant resources, and recently designated as an urban center. This local government area boasts of 25 untapped tourism sites, from waterfalls to scenic hilltops to the cultural festivals that showcase the soul of the Igbo people.
The State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, noted that Oji River Local Government area is blessed with vast cultural heritage and tourist attractions. These resources, she said, should be tapped for the development of the area.
Oji River sits as the crossroads of ENUGU State, Anambra State, and Abia State. We are not just a local government. We are a border town with strategic reach, able to pull visitors and businesses from 3 states. This makes us a prime location for regional tourism and hospitality development.
The local government chairman, Greg Anyebudike, said the summit aligns with Governor Peter Mba's mandate to drive economic growth and development. Anyebudike encouraged potential investors to seize the opportunities in Oji River, assuring them of a conducive business environment.
Graciously, on the 11th of January, His Excellency declared the entire Oji River Urban Center. So today in Oji River, we are no longer thinking rural, we are thinking urban. We had a vision for Oji River to be a destination for living, commerce, and trade. And I'm saying, please come and invest in Oji, because Oji can never develop if we, the Oji Rivers, don't develop it.
The minority whip and representative of Enugu West Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Ositangu, charged the local government to ensure the implementation of the recommendation put forward at the summit.
But when you invest home, you will even attract outsiders to come and invest in your place. Oji is ready to receive investment.
Some participants at the summit, including Honorable Jeff Mba, former representative of Oji River in the Enugu State House of Assembly, and Dennis Onuzulike, expressed optimism about the potential impact of the summit across various sectors in Oji River local government area.
All hands will be on deck, both in providing security, both in providing the lands and even infrastructure. And even when the infrastructure is provided, we have to protect it, we have to own it. If everybody should be involved in the development of Oji, and they are committed, they are passionate about it, Oji will work.
I have very high expectations. When I was called up for this event,
this Oji River Summit, I think it will help in Oji River, especially in agriculture and other investments. We now have smart schools over here. I'm expecting the investors to come in to help us build the school.
The Oji River Economic and Development Summit 2025 was no doubt a platform for stakeholders to explore investment opportunities and share ideas that can shape the future of the local government. It is therefore hoped that the rich natural water resources, agricultural potentials, human endowment, and strategic location present compelling attractions for investment and the economic growth of the area. From Oji River local government area of Enugu State, Ugonne Owalo reporting for Signature TV. Oji River is one of the oldest urban centers in the state, having attained the status in 19...
Dr. Ogbonnaya Oji explained that the work of NATI was to track the activities of operatives in the extractive industry, including oil and gas, to ensure that revenues due to government are remitted and revenues derived from the sector are deployed in the interests of the people.
Our mission is to ensure, like the Nigerian extractive industry, oil, gas, and mining works for all Nigerians, not just the few. Currently, we are not sure all Nigerians are getting the full benefit of revenues from oil, gas, and mining, and we want it to go round. How does it go round? Provide good roads, provide water. When you build roads, you don't know the rich and the poor, all drive on the good road. Provide safety of lives and property, security, provide jobs for our teeming youth. When we manage these revenues with integrity, with professionalism, it benefits all the citizens. As NATI, we recognize that the media is not just a messenger, but a strategic partner, and that partnership is what we're trying to forge very closely with Signature TV.
He said that the interaction of NATI and the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate was to provide highlights of the 2023 report of NATI and arm the legislators with statistics and recommendations to assist in their legislative functions.
You check the media online today, we dominate most of their decisions that are going on. Discussions will face the panel of over 15 senators and the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate yesterday on the highlights of our recent reports and what we need to do based on the information we have provided.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning on Signature Television. Charles here, and we are just about 9:45 a.m. You can watch us on SLTV channel 265. You can also watch us live on YouTube, just in case you're looking to catch up on some of the contents you may have missed, you can go on YouTube and catch it all up. They are there for you. All right. We're switching gears to some sports updates, specifically football. And we have with us Oladimeji Lawal. He's a footballer, the coach of the 3SC Football Club in Ibadan. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. Oladimeji Lawal, can you hear me? Okay, we can't hear him. It's just unfortunate. Maybe we can reconnect with him shortly. But again, just to also remind you that Nigeria is on the verge of crashing out of the World Cup in 2026. Apparently, we are fourth in the log. It's so sad that we had the opportunity to become number 2, just behind South Africa, where we played, one of the teams here in ENUGU. It was also shocking, in fact, that Rwanda, that we went away to play Rwanda and we beat them. And coming to Nigeria, one would have thought that it would have been an easy thing, to beat our opponent. But it was so unfortunate that we were not able to beat them. Well, we were leading though, but they equalized, I think, around the 89th, 90th minute. It was so devastating for the Super Eagles, and we came out with a draw. If we had won that game, apparently we would have been number 2 on the log. But right now we're number 4 because there are other teams who are above us, and it's threatening Nigeria's attendance at the World Cup, which for so many persons is a unifying factor. I mean, when Nigeria watch soccer, especially if you track back a little bit with the Nations Cup, nobody knew who they were. There wasn't anything about ethnicity, religion, bigotry. Everybody just in one unison screamed, shouted, enjoy. We got to the finals, but it was unfortunate that we didn't win it. Ivory Coast won it. So that is how good football is. That is how interesting football can be, especially for Africans, and for Nigerians, as the case may be. So not going to the World Cup, that is just around the corner, in 2026, would make Nigerians really, really sad. Oladimeji Lawal, can you hear me? Lawal, can you hear me? Okay, we still cannot hear him. But again, I mean, I'm just speaking about how important football or soccer can be, especially for Nigerians. It's a unifying factor, and I just feel that it will be the saddest moment for Nigerian football if we do not go for the World Cup. We didn't even go for the last one, remember? That happened a few years back. And it was also unfortunate that we're unable to attend the last one. And one would have hoped that at least we would use this one to redeem ourselves, but we are at the verge of crashing out. Apparently, of course, as the group stands, for each of the group, one team is picked, but then there was going to be a playoff. But again, it has to be a playoff that you have to also qualify for the playoff, because if you do not come up as the best second in that particular group with a high mark, you may not be able to play in the playoff. So we are at the verge of not playing at the World Cup, and it's so unfortunate. But I hope that changes sometime pretty soon when we play all our games. In fact, the only way we would be guaranteed anything significant is if we go ahead to win all other games that we have left, which is around maybe 15 points or 18 points, as the case may be. So I'm really skeptical. I'm beginning to let my mind off the hook that we're not going to be at the World Cup. I mean, it's going to be a back-to-back situation. We're not at the World Cup the last time, and now we're not at the World Cup again this time around, and it's just so devastating, even to think about it or even speak of it. Oladimeji Lawal, can you hear me? Oladimeji, can you unmute your microphone? If you can hear me. Okay, Oladimeji cannot hear us, but again, I just wanted to say that we must do everything possible within our powers to at least get to this World Cup. It's important. It's important to Nigerians. It's important to us. We're headed for a short break. When we get back, we'll, of course, continue the conversation. Do stay with us.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back, and we're back to speaking with Oladimeji Lawal, as a footballer and a coach of 3SC Football Club Ibadan. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
We're fine. We're excited to have you.
ENUGU this morning.
ENUGU is fine. ENUGU is fine. How is Ibadan?
Yeah, we thank God. Everything is okay.
All right, let's begin from the Super Eagles. I don't know what you think about the qualification for the World Cup. Do you see us qualifying? Because it at this point, it does look like it is bleak.
Oh, well, mathematically, we can still qualify. And I've learned not to give up in football until it's over. We can go to South Africa and surprise people. Then from there we pick it up. And we still have the chance of qualifying for the World Cup.
How so? How so? If everybody above us win their own games and we win ours, then we're out of it completely.
Well, let's see it this way. What if everybody cannot win their games and we can win all our games?
I mean, it's always like this.
You have to see football from different angles. People say Arsenal cannot go to Santiago Bernabeu and survive. And they survived, not only survived, but wonderfully. So that's football for you.
Indeed. I mean, but Nigeria's own has always been like this. We always have to get calculators to permutate in order for us to qualify. Why does it have to always get to this point? I mean, we've got the stars, we've got the players, we've got everything. But why has it been very difficult for us to qualify? I mean, last World Cup we did not go, and now we're on the verge of not even qualifying. Why would we have to always come to this point?
Because I keep saying one thing. You see, if you don't prepare very well, then you don't get the result. Modern day football, you have to prepare in time. You have to prepare very well. You don't bring in coaches a few months to a major competition, a major tournament, and think you survive it because you have players everywhere overseas. No, it is not done. You understand? You need to really prepare your team very well. As I'm talking to you, I don't even know which players Nigeria is going to present in the next game. But I can tell you the first 11 of Germany in the last 2 years. I can tell you the first 11 of Brazil. I can tell you the first 11 of Spain. You see where the difference is? You see? You must really prepare and not this fire brigade approach. It doesn't work again. You see, talent is not enough. We must be organized. That is just the truth.
How do you assess the new coach's capacity in these last few games that he has been the Eagles coach, the Eric Shell?
I've only seen them in 2 games, and I don't like to talk about people that I don't really know much about. You see, the first game we won away from home, and unfortunately at home we drew the game. You see, so how do I analyze that, or how do I judge the coach from that angle? Like I said, if this coach has been here, like we've been able to see in 5, 6, 10 games, we can all say that yes, this is the pedigree of this coach. This is what this coach can do. But the coach does not even have time to work with the players. They come in 1 week, 2 weeks, and they go back. So how do you judge a coach from that angle? It is a bit difficult, honestly.
Yeah, but some persons also say they've seen him with the Malian team. Some others also have seen them in different for really, and they also have seen the 2 games with the style that he introduced in the Super Eagles. Some persons say it's an attacking style, and that's what we have lacked in some of the coaches that we've had in the past.
How do you put that philosophy to the boys if you don't have time to work well with them? It's not about philosophies. It's about, having time to let them understand what you want as a coach. It is very important. Honestly, it is very important. Yeah, we only base our team on calibers. We have Osimhen, we have this, we have that. Are we really preparing them as a team or as individuals? Me, I can't judge this coach, honestly. I find it difficult to analyze him, and that's the truth. How do you expect me that I've played this far and think 2 matches will be enough for me to decide if a coach is good or not? No.
But for us, even as a team, do you see a promising team? Because again, you just mentioned something that is quite critical. We have players, but it does look like we don't have a team.
Exactly. That is my own angle. You see, it is difficult, in all honesty, to say we have a team. You understand? How do you just go to Europe, bring in players every week, week in, week out? People who are not committed to the country, people who cannot even sing the national anthem, people who don't even know the meaning of the badge, and we say, you see, the players we bring in from Europe, most of them are alternatives. Ask me, what do I mean by alternatives? People who are not selected in those countries, you understand, who are rooted in Africa, in Nigeria, and we just go there and bring all of them here. When you see Osimhen playing, you see the difference between him and the so-called Afghans we are carrying about every time. You understand? Osimhen grew in Lagos. He knows what it takes to be in the green, white, green. He knows what it means to lose a game because he has to go back to Lagos and face the crowd. You understand? These boys, they step in from their plane, they step out from their, they step in and step out in their planes and go. Whether the game is won or the game is lost, they don't really care because you don't know the history of our football. They don't even know what it takes, to be a Nigerian losing games week in, week out. You understand? I played in a game that, the only way we got our results, the miracle of the man people were talking about, the only way we got our results is we called ourselves and said, please guys, we can't go back to Lagos with 4 defeat. This is not about tactics or about technicalities. It's about mindset. We cannot go back to Lagos defeated with 4 goals to 0. Then we all started fighting like lions, like wounded people. And we're able to come back and, do the needful, and eventually we won the game. That is what I'm saying, the commitment.
Are you,
the badge.
Are you in any way insinuating that the last game that we drew was as a result of the non-commitment of the players?
I'm not insinuating anything, you understand? What I am saying, we need players that are more committed. We need players that are more committed. People that understand it. Let me tell you, I have seen Nigerian players who want to die on the field, and I have seen players who just come out, wear the green, white, green, play and go. That is the different thing. I mentioned Osimhen just now. You understand? You need to see him on the field. You need to see some of his colleagues, the way they play.
Right.
You understand? It is always very difficult to galvanize billionaires together and come and represent a country like Africa, like Nigeria. You understand? I'm telling you.
So,
because I've been there.
So, I mean, you are actually making a huge point, really. But then, how do you get players who are committed to the country beyond the aesthetics, really? I mean, how do you get them? Because sometimes some of these players are the ones that are making waves in their clubs, and they get invited.
Let me tell you, making waves in the clubs, there's a big difference between African football and European football. I analyze something to some people. Let me tell you, playing in the Nations Cup, African Nations Cup, is quite harder than playing in the Champions League in Europe.
True.
Yes, I'm telling you. And that is why when the likes of the Drogbas, the Kanus, and everybody, they come down after being the best in Europe, they find it difficult to survive in African football, in the Nations Cup.
True.
Yeah, I said something. If it is possible, get some local legs to join some individuals who are really ready. Not because of the color or because they carried foreign passports. You understand what I'm saying? Get them together. Then when we fight for the World Cup, take these Europeans, the Nigerian European players, take them to the World Cup. They will survive over there, but not when we try to qualify in Africa. You get my point?
Yes.
What I'm trying to say. You understand?
Good point.
Yes. If we qualify from Africa, then when we get to Europe, then you can select these players we see because they are going to play majorly against the whites over there. It is two different things. Yeah, I know Nigerian player that every time he steps into Europe, is the best. Whenever he comes to Nigeria to play, you think, why are they bringing this guy here, for God's sake?
That's a good point. That's a good point. But what would
few of them can cut across. You see Osimhen, if he's in Europe, it's the same Osimhen. If he's playing in Africa, it's the same Osimhen.
Yeah. You're right, actually.
I'm not condemning them, but I'm just saying, it is nature. Naturally, it is difficult. You understand?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me take you back once again. I played against Ghana in the under 16 qualifying series. We played 1-1 in Ghana. We had to win in Lagos. When I see the crowd, all of us, we were crying when we were singing the national anthem. What was the meaning of that cry? Because we were so scared, can we disappoint all these people? These multitudes? How do we want to do it? We must win this game at all costs. We have to give every blood in us to make sure we qualify. Because when you look at the crowd.
Interesting, really.
Most of these players, they just see it as a game. They come in, go out, and that is it. They see it as a game. Their private jets are waiting. Do you understand?
All right. Let's talk about
that.
Yes, a good point that you actually made. A good point, really. Let's talk about the other issue, which is the death of Christian Chukwu. I don't know. How did you receive the news of his demise?
So shocking. So shocking. What a big vacuum. The commander-in-chief of Nigerian football, we lost him to death. That is all the truth. I cannot describe Ishi because this man that has done basically everything, he's given everything when it comes to football, in terms of football, is a role model for all of us that were growing that time. It's a man that we look up to and say, this is a man that, is working so hard and is always smiling. You think he's not doing anything? But he's a commander-in-chief. I saw him play a few times. You understand? And I know this is a leader, a real leader. Do we have such now? It's nothing. That's a big question. That is the vacuum I'm talking about.
Well, why are we losing those who are committed to the country? Do you think the country also may have also lost, you know, its stance? You know, during the Christian Chukwu days, you could, you know, well see that they're putting in their efforts. But these days it's actually very, very different. Do you think that the country also owes the players a certain duty and that they're not doing that? That's the reason why they are also, you know, basically doing the same thing to the country.
Because our national anthem is contrary to what is really going on with their stars, you know. We're a country without past heroes. That is just the truth. You see, you are only useful to Nigeria when you are there. The moment you are no more there, nobody cares about you, nobody think about you. And I think, like you said, it is affecting the new coming generation also. Because they felt like it's not a country I can die for. It's the thinking. Nobody wants to break his leg for Nigeria again. Why will you break your leg when millions are waiting for you in overseas? And then if anything happens here, you are going to be abandoned. That is the truth. And a country without past heroes, you can. I mean, it's difficult for the present ones to emulate and give their best, because it will reflect in all they do. You see most of those just going around after being called the heroes of this country, or what Nigeria done for all of us.
Yes. So what should the country do?
There's a certain stage you play up to in Europe, and for the rest of your life they take care of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what should Nigeria be doing as a nation in order to bring back the spirit of commitment for our players? Because, I mean, it's just like garbage in, garbage out. If you don't give, you know, the country something, the country cannot give you something in return. There should be some mutual, you know, agreement. So, what should the country be doing right now in this state?
I think we must have a system that puts everybody that has served the country and served so well, you understand, into consideration in several ways, you understand. Football world, it's so big. Everybody have areas to function. It should not just be use and dumb. Because the people you dump, these new generations that are coming, they see, they hear, they know. I think you get my area of discussion.
Yes,
no.
yes.
They see, you understand? And they are scared of ending that way too. That is just the honest truth. You understand? So that is why they are more committed to their club sides than, you know, giving same commitment to Nigeria. Let me tell you, some of them only come to wear the green white green when they are devalued in Europe, because they know when they represent Nigeria, then the name will be heard again, and then, you know, the contract will fly again. And after getting the contract, the commitment is gone.
So, with the way things are, it does look like we will not have a group of players who will be so committed to the nation to the extent of, you know, basically having people putting their life just to make sure that the country stays on. I mean, is that what you're trying to say? Because as it stands right now, this thing you mentioned does not even exist.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm trying to say. We need to restructure. We need to reorganize. We need to put our past heroes into consideration in everything that we do. It is very important. You understand? It is very important.
Right. I mean, yeah. What lessons do you think that the person of, say, you know, Coach Chukwu, what lessons do you think that somebody can learn from him as a player and as a coach?
Firstly, I think it's a leadership qualities. You understand? He's a standout professional in all that he does. That is the truth, because I was able to work with him a few times, and I can see the quality in him. You understand? And you see, during his playing this also, you can see his charisma, the way he carry along his colleagues, the way he plays on the field of play, you know. I mean, it's something to emulate. You understand? The commitment. It was okay. Let me tell you something. Why is Christian Chukwu in the mouth of so many people, whereas there are so many young players who have played and retired after Christian Chukwu, and every Nigerian mentioning Christian Chukwu? I think that is something to emulate. Yeah. See, it's like this new generation. When we travel on the road, my players, everywhere we go to, they keep shouting, Dimeji Lawal, Dimeji Lawal. And when we're playing, there was no placard on our back. There was no name. And I used to joke with them. They are supposed to be shouting your names because you carry big names on your back every time you play. But when we get everywhere, they keep calling me. It's because of the commitment, the discipline we had then. Everything we put into it. You think Nigerians are not watching, but they are. That is the honest truth. And that is why Christian Chukwu, may so rest in perfect, will remain one of the best that has ever come out of this country.
So, I mean, if you look at what has happened, I mean, I saw one of the headlines some few days back that his son was going to petition NFF about owed, fees. And I'm wondering, like, is it still being owed by NFF? I mean, it's really shocking.
I cannot go into that, but if that is the truth, that is exactly what I am trying to talk about. You understand? Even at his old age, he was not only supposed to be paid his debts, whatever they are winning, he's supposed to be looked after. You know, Nigerian football, you can't mention Nigerian football without mentioning the commander, Christian Chukwu. It's impossible. So why would anybody have to petition now before he can get his entitlements? It is not. It is not. Even when George Best became a drunkard, he was dying in England. The English people, the English government, they keep looking after him. He was never abandoned. Paul Gascoigne, until his death, Great Britain was looking after him. He was being taken care of. So and none of these guys are the last fan of Chukwu when it comes to football, in terms of representing their country. So it is sad. If that is the true picture, I don't know, but it is sad if that is the case. It's not supposed to be.
So you feel some of these our legends who have played and represented us, internationally, wearing the green white, they should be put on some sort of pension scheme or some sort of life support of some sort,
Exactly. That's how it's supposed to be. You understand? What gives Nigeria a better image than football? Let's be honest. What brings us together as a nation that is beyond football? Even when we have grievances, when we have a crisis, the moment football is involved, everybody forget about religion, about ethnicity, about tribe, So, I mean.
Right. So, as it stands now, even in the NPFL, I'm just going to ask this. Is there a pension scheme for the NPFL team, for the teams that are participating in the Nigerian Professional Football League?
No, it's nothing like that. Presently, it's nothing like that.
Do you think there should be?
Said?
Do you think there should be?
Yeah, of course, of course. You see, when the players feel secured about their future, they give more commitments. That is the truth. You understand? Football is a job that the lifespan is very, very, very short. And they don't have retirements. You understand? So there should be a kind of scheme that if you play to certain level, you understand, you'll be taken care of, you'll be looked after. It's not a kind of self-entitlement. It is what it's supposed to be.
I thought some of these clubs are actually owned by governments of some states. I know there are a few that are privately owned, but if you are affiliated to the government, it's assumed that you are being paid by the government of that particular state. But how come they are not on pension scheme if every other person is on pension scheme?
They are not. And I'm telling you the truth, they are not. You can do your investigation. Even they pay taxes, but they are not. The moment they are out of the club, they are out of the club.
Wow.
And that's the truth.
But even in the way that the NPFL is actually run, do you, because again we know that the player can move from one place to another. Some would say that it would disrupt your pension scheme. You can't be playing for one team and all of a sudden you start playing for the next, maybe on the next team by next year or maybe next 2 years. So some people say it may most likely disrupt, the pension, if at all you are going to be paid, that.
Wherever you are paying taxes. I know people who left England, they are in Nigeria, and because they have paid taxes, they have been paid here. Their entitlements. Abi?
Yeah.
Have you not heard of that before?
Of course.
That is the truth. That is the truth. That is the truth. So that should not be reasons for not doing the right thing. If people pay taxes, wherever they go, if they move from one club to the other, they still pay taxes. So why can't it be what will I say? Why are they not entitled to being looked after? Taxes are taxes now.
Yes.
If I play in Oyo State and I move to Nasarawa, I pay tax. There must be a way to put all that together and compensate these people so that we get more commitment from them. That is why every Nigerian talent, they want to move out of the country at the age of 12, at the age of 16, at the age of 17. All they think is, let's move to Europe.
Given what we are seeing on the African continent, in terms of player welfare, do you think Nigerian NPFL is amongst the best, for those who take care of their players?
Yeah, I think we do. I think we do. Yeah, can be compared to. We're not saying we are the very best. We can still do more, but I don't think we are that bad, honestly. Because in some clubs, the players have been paid very well. Their welfare is always paramount. You understand? So.
All right. Oladimeji, many thanks. We truly appreciate your insights on the program this morning. Thank you again.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad.
All right. That was Oladimeji Lawal, all the way from Ibadan, giving us an insight into some of the developments in football. We're back after this. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
We are right now with the widest
demand and the supply.
The main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
The main market is in chaos.
This is still the morning show here on Signature TV. I mean, there are veterans in the Nollywood industry. There are veterans and there are veterans. Like I made mention earlier, that there's a special guest that we're going to be having today. And he is someone who you would love to see, especially for those who are very familiar with the TV reality show or the TV series, The New Masquerade. We have with us live in the studio, Chika Wala, the veteran. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Yeah, good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine. We're fine.
Yeah,
Greatly.
Happy to be in your studio.
Definitely.
I almost thought you were going to act when there was a pause before you answered that.
Okay, you wanted an act?
No, I thought you were acting.
Just keep your cool. If you wanted act, I will be acted.
Okay, fair enough. How do you feel, sir?
I feel fine today, by the grace of God.
Indeed. Indeed, by the grace of God, not many people make it to this age that you are in.
Right.
There are several persons, especially in the Nollywood industry, who have passed on, either through one or two ailments. They're not where you are. But today, you're practically alive, strong, and well. And I just wanted to ask you, what is the secret of your longevity?
I wouldn't tell, but I know it is by the grace of God. I've fallen sick severally. I've had accidents, motor accidents, stage accidents, but I survived. And here I am, plus other internal diseases that come up eventually, but the doctors take care of them, and I still live and be able to talk and move. Right. And chocolate life.
If there's one advice you would give to young Nollywood actors and actresses today, as someone who has gone through that phase, what would you give them?
Right. One advice I want to give to them, the upcomers that find themselves in the Nollywood, is to do their rehearsals before going on stage. These days, most of the producers say, no, Josh, you look good. We want you like that. Come like that. They never rehearse their lines nor their movements. And so it doesn't look interesting. It's not your ordinary behavior that will always tell. We can see some signs of you that you could be a good actor in your behavior, but that hasn't made you a good actor. Somebody has to, the producer, the director, have to direct you more, produce you more, to say, yes, you are doing well, but do it this way, or do it that way. And in that case, you outshine, and you come into the shoes of entertainment proper. So I'm advising the people in Nollywood, especially the upcomers, the younger ones, don't think because you have seen yourself in one show or the other, you feel that you are now a big guy in acting. And you're not making an impact. Nobody's talking about you positively. Sorry. I'm using this language. I'm not supposed to. Or it's a borrowed language. What I am talking about as Chief Israel Pawine Powerless. You see, all of you, we are bamboozled.
No, now I can get the Zebrodaya himself.
The Chief Zebrodaya went to school, the type at Slomi Primary School in those days. You know what is Slomi?
I don't know.
Salvation Army.
Oh, okay.
That's what they call Slomi Primary School in those days. And that's where he learned his language, his grammar, and grew up with it. And was entertaining the 10 people of his village. Even when he came back from the World War II, he was an army veteran. I mean, Chief Zebrodaya Okorigwe Nwobo alias 430. So, sorry, I shifted to Chief Okpala. Now that I'm coming back to Chief Zebrodaya, which is what I'm thinking, this is what you want. You know Chief Okpala, you know him here and there, you know the school he attended and all this and all that, the university. But this time, let us talk about Chief His Royal Pawine Powerless, Chief the Honorable Zebrodaya Okorigwe Nwobo, alias 430. I think that's what you really want today to see of
Absolutely.
me.
Okay.
So, my advice to the damn people, these young boys or young girls, those people who are finding themselves today in the acting industry we call Nollywood, should be patient enough to learn and also go for training. For me, I know how much training I have undergone when I was in NTA, where I was formed. You don't just go out because you have an aptitude, you know, to do something. Then you become, no, you have to be fashioned. Somebody to direct you properly. Somebody to mold you properly. So that when you talk, if it is language, like Chief Israel Pawine Powerless, I have language of his own. Somebody I have to encourage you onto that language. Just like your teacher in the school, when you write wrong one, he says, no, this is not, we cannot accept this here. This is the way you should write. We have vocabulary, we have tenses, and we have, so if you have missed the tenses, you have failure with immediate effect. You know, so what I'm advising them here is to take tutelage, to learn from the elders or from some actors they cherish. They say, yes, this man is my man. Anytime I see him, I'm okay. I want to see him. I want to continue seeing him. So, especially those of us who are comedians in one way or the other. But for those who are also serious actors, you can move into them and find out, see the way they move, and then see what you can add to the impact they have make. Remember, we are using Zebrodaya and English together. So to see the impact they have make, that I impression people. That people want to say, I want to see this man. No. I want to see Sofia. I want to see Chika Okpala. I want to see Ozopo. I want to see all these people were with me before anyway. And so they know the tools and they know where we are going and they know what they are going to do. Because they bent down, it's that they have worked with me as a writer and I correct or improve on the writing they have given to me, because you don't correct a writer, so to say. He has written what he wants, then you can now embellish it to give you.
As a growing actor, who did you look up to? Who shaped your movie career?
You said?
As a movie actor, a growing movie actor, who did you look up to?
Okay, who was my mentor?
Absolutely.
That is what we are saying. Well, my mentor was Baba Salah.
Wow.
I don't know whether you know Baba Salah.
I know Baba Salah.
You heard about him?
Yes.
You know how Baba Salah was behaving.
You watched him and
I watched him
grew up with
live.
him? Okay.
I stayed with him on stage, played together with him on stage at National Theatre.
Wow.
In Abuja, when Abuja was on the formative stage, we worked together, we stayed together, we moved together.
So what is that thing about him that attracted you?
You said?
What is that thing about him that attracted you to make
about
him a
him?
mentor? Yeah.
Yes, it was the way he behaved and the way he put out his spoken language. His behaviors and movements on stage. And his outspoken words that really attracted me. And I said, this Baba Salah, I will act more than him.
Right. So,
but with acting more than him, I should first of all know about him. That was what happened. And I started working on that. This was in the early, remember when we have the, what is it called? The Festival of Arts and Culture in Nigeria. We all were camped in the same place and we stayed together. But before then, they were coming to where we lived in Aba. Baba Salah will come with his boss and his theater group, his moving theater, to perform for us in Aba. And I was small then, but I will have to run to him and see what he was doing, and said, "You see this man, I must follow his footsteps." That was what made me. So I tilted towards comedy more than serious acting.
Because of him.
Yeah. But when it comes to make serious statements, Chief Zebrodaya do it.
Right. So can you share a memorable experience
of
or a role that shaped your career, as an actor?
Okay, a role that shaped it. Yeah. You see, when I met James Iroha in the 70s, when the war ended, met him at the British Council. I was introduced to him by a colleague of mine who had played with me back home at Nobi. I'm from Nobi in Anambra State, Demli South. So he introduced me to James Iroha, who was then producing Sons and Daughters by J.C. de Graft of Ghana, a Ghanaian playwright, author. Beautiful author, beautiful show that took us from ENUGU to Government House. Ukbabi Ashika said no, he wouldn't watch alone. He would take us to the Nigerian Army Week in Kaduna and take us to Dodan Barracks, the seat of power for the head of state. That was where I began to have my conviction that I should go into acting.
Right. Some veterans are faced with health issues. How do they cope, particularly? And are there programs by the government that caters, for veterans like you in Nigeria?
I want to beg both of you of one thing. This is off record. I have a problem with my ears, so if you sort of not talk loud,
right,
I won't get you. So when you're talking to me, you talk loud.
Right.
Right.
I have ear problem because of accident I had.
I'm so sorry about
affecting my spine. So I don't.
Sorry about that.
Unless you talk louder. That's why you see me talk loud all the time. It's not like I cannot whisper. I can whisper, but I feel that the person talking to me should talk as I talk.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry, this is off record, sir.
No problem.
No, it's not a bad thing. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I was asking how some veterans face health issues. How do they cope? Are there programs put in place to cater for their health?
For who?
Veterans actors in Nigeria.
Veterans.
Yes.
Now you have hit the head at the nail, or vice versa. What I'm talking about is that what we are talking about all along is that there should be a place for the veterans to transfer what they have in their tympanal membrane to the younger ones coming up. Otherwise, we are nowhere. Whatever we had built up during our own time, everybody says, oh, if it was the time of Chief Zebediah, if it was the time of Chief Eleyemi, village headmaster, if it was the time of Samanja, oh, you will enjoy yourself. And if he handles this topic, it's terrible. I mean, it's so enjoyable and encouraging. Now, when Nollywood came out, they started building on whatever they see you, you behave with it, you are all right. They came without producers, without directors. They themselves, traders in Onisha, Iweka Road, and some of them in Lagos at Alaba, became overnight producers, traders who watch film. They now became the producers and directors of movie industry. Yes, they made a very good attempt when they produced Living in Bondage. But they did not do it alone. A veteran producer produced Living in Bondage for whoever owned it, for Kenneth, forgotten his name. Mr. Was my very good friend and my producer too, my director, Chris Ovirapo, who directed Living in Bondage for him. When he gets the script, he now knows what to do to put it up. But he gives you the credit because you are the overall executive producer, executive producer director. You know what we mean when we say executive. It is you who is there on the war front that is the producer. But somebody who is at home is the executive producer. That's the way it is in the industry. So what I'm saying is that the people who started that home movie production, especially traders, like I said, any story they see goes for them for entertainment. It's not all the stories that you should tell. When I was producing New Masquerade, I was not taking all the stories that my writers put down for me. In fact, before we go into writing, I have a session with them. We have what is called writer's workshop. At the writer's workshop, just like I was sitting down, we marshal out stories. You bring your story, she brings her story, I bring my story. Then we look at it and find out what could go for the society. It's not every story that society can buy or that can entertain. We're not just doing it for entertainment's sake. We're doing it to educate. Our main focus is entertainment education. That is where the Nollywood people miss it here. They're not thinking of entertainment education. They're thinking of entertainment. What are you educating the public for? You want the public to change for better in behavior and in approach. That is the aim of a producer-director. How can I change the mindset of the public?
Right. How lucrative is Nollywood? I ask this because sometimes when Okay, how lucrative is Nollywood?
Yeah.
Especially in Nigeria. Because sometimes when you see people who stop acting, they tend to become unable to take care of themselves.
Yeah.
Do you think Nollywood is lucrative, and to what extent is it lucrative, and how can people who are in active service, navigate the system so that at the end of the day, they're able to take care of themselves even when they are not
I'm
active?
coming to that. I just came back from Abuja. Oh, forgotten, I didn't come with a copy of where we thought about how to take care of elders in whatever profession, not just acting, even as broadcasters, even as farmers, even as thinkers, those who tinker, working, when they are old and retire, how do you take care of these retired ones? Or do we just allow them to go and die off? Everyday things swell up. I mean, the prices of things swell up. They can't afford it. They can't go to hospital when they are sick because they don't have the money. No doctor looks at them. Doctor must pay his own bills too. So we're thinking about what can we do? What can the society do? What can the government carve out or shape out for retired elders in all professions across board? Even if it's somebody who ties hair, at a time he gets old and can no longer see well to see the needle and all that to tie, or tailors and all that. How do we make sure they still survive and eat on their own, not depending on whether they have children or not? Your child is struggling to live, to make money, to marry, to have children, and train his children. I don't know, both of you, if you are all married, your headache now is how do I bring up my children with the present cost of things?
Absolutely.
Eh? How do I bring them up? Then before you think of your father at home and your mommy and your uncle, okay, you have not taken care of yourself. You have not paid your house rent. So it is pertinent that we have no place for our elders, especially those in the acting industry. That nobody thinks of them. He performed this part, and it was everybody enjoyed his role in the show. She performed in that role. Everybody's enjoyed it, but you see him or see her unable to go to hospital to treat herself, unable to put food on the table for herself, which is bad. So we're thinking, the government came up with a plan to say, what do we think about elders? But they have not yet manifested all these plans and implemented it for us to see.
But in the meantime that they have not implemented it, how do you think that actors should be able to take care of themselves after they leave active service?
There's nothing they can do other than continue going to beg. They continue begging. Because where are you, if you don't have acting job to do, what have you got to do?
Some people say there are good times during acting period where you are most sought after, you have a lot of monies. Some people also say that these people don't invest their monies that could keep them for a longer period of time. And so when the fame goes away, they are left with nothing. Do you think so? Do you feel that that's the case?
No, I don't think so, because money is not static. It's not. It moves. It comes into your hand, next day it's gone. To repair your car, which you use in coming here, you go to buy parts to find out that all the salary they pay you here for a month can't even repair it. Can't repair your car. Now you want to use the money to go and start coming by public transport. At the time, the thing will vanish. The money will vanish. It's not enough. So it's not that we made money as actors. So the money is heaped for them, unless somebody stole somewhere.
So you don't think that Nollywood today is lucrative?
You said?
You don't think that Nollywood today is lucrative in terms of money?
No, the money they receive today is not lucrative. The money the actors receive is not lucrative. How much have they been paid? Now, if I take, what is it called? If I do an advert now, I cast my show, I write my script. Luckily, I will write my script. But if I have to have script from a writer, I have to pay the writer. You understand what I mean? Then you get your cast and pay. And then you hire cameras and other things. You hire the crew to do this job. How much did you make out of the advert that will sustain you and make you that when you are retired out of job, you have such a surplus to sustain you. Remember, you are paying school fees for your children. Remember, you are finding food for them all the time. They don't even have job. They finish school, they come out, there's no job. After borrowing to pay their university fees, they have no job. They still depend on daddy. They don't even have a house. They depend on daddy's home to come and sleep. You understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're not happy that at their age they cannot afford a home of their own, because they need to make their own family. You need to make your own family, marry, build, make your family, make your children happy, just like your daddy did, if he did when he was alive, or if he was still alive. So it is a problem. Where it's a very big problem for us in Nigeria, and it is good we think about elders, not just in acting industry, not in production, not only in broadcasting industry,
all right,
but across board. Even farmers who go to farm for us, they get sick and they get old. They can no longer go to farm. So who farms for us to eat? If they go at all, the kidnappers and all these evil people will attack them and kill them. Not only just attacking them, they kill them. So you don't go to farm at all. How do you survive? How do we strive? That's why the cost of things are getting so going high every day, because there are no people to produce the food. Those who are ready to produce the food are being scared away by the hoodlums and the kidnappers and ransom seekers here and there. They have their names. I don't want to mention their names, but they know themselves. This is what they're doing every day. You cannot pass from here to Nsukka without looking left and right, whether they are not by this side or that side.
Right. But what do you think the government should do right now to take care of veterans?
Yes. That's why we elected government, to look after the population, to look after the citizens that voted for them, protect them. So government is supposed to, for now, increase the number of what they call them, the police force, the security agencies that should protect us for now, while fighting these evil people. If you don't have enough force, enough security force to chase them, they cannot go away. And if you are chasing them, you provide job for the youth. Provide job, even for the retired.
Yes, but specifically, how do you think the government can take care of veterans? I mean, even beyond the government, how about Nollywood itself? We know that there's an association, you know, that's basically take care of the welfare of, you know, Nollywood actors and actresses. How do you think they should take care of those who are no longer in active service?
Look, before we think of taking care of them, we talk of how does government take care of the retirees and retired people in the government itself.
It's been terrible?
They do not care. They don't take care of anybody. If you retire, you have retired. They don't. You are a dead. They call you dead wood. You know what I mean? Which is not so in other countries, civilized countries.
Yeah.
The dead wood must have subsistence allowance. That at least every month or every week, you have something coming into you for you to eat. So for our own government, which is winner takes all, if I contest the election and I'm a winner, all the money and every resources belongs to me. You don't look left, you don't look right, you don't look straight. It's just you and your family. Which is bad, and which we are all talking about, the artists are talking about. That it should stop. It is time to begin to think of tomorrow and the children we have and the more to come. How do we get them? How do we raise them? How do we stop them from taking into armed robbery, kidnapping, and all that? If they don't find food to eat, they start going for all these evil practices and acts. But if they find food, they find work to do, no problem. So government should provide job in the first place, engage out of school. You know what I mean? Engage in meaningful thing. The whole land that is here in ENUGU has not been farmed. Nobody farmed them. Government can farm them, bring tractors and make the farming. And we have enough food for ourselves and to export. After that, the crime continues, because if you don't have something, you must eat as a human being. If you don't eat, you look for something to eat. If you don't see something, you kill somebody and kill it and start eating it. That's our problem. But when the artist talks, they say they don't mind him. He's an artist talking. It is not an artist talking. It's what we see. We have the third eye. The artist has the third eye. The writer has the third eye. Right. The producers have the third eye. They look into the future and tell you what's going to happen. And if we continue like this, that we are going to one day people will start eating themselves. You get your pekin, you kill them, you chop.
Right. Thank you very much.
Told them. Told them. Let's stop it and let's think right. Let's not think that they are doing you a favor by giving you a job to do. Let the government not think that they are doing you a favor by engaging children or out-of-school children in meaningful employment. They're not doing anybody. They are doing all of us favor, not just one person alone or a community.
Thank you very much, Kachineke Mezioku. Thank you for your time, Chief Zebrodaya. Okorigwe alias 430.
Apple. MON without EY.
MON without EY.
Yeah, when you add EY to MON, what does it mean?
Money.
Thank you. They gave me MON, and I was asking Obasanjo, where is the EY? He said, I said, MON, just add it. He said, I don't know, they will give you EY. I said, who will give you? He said, I'm giving you MON. People, the public will give you EY.
Thank you for your time. And that's the most we can take for this particular interview. My name is Belinda Mwobodo.
My name is Charles Pius.
Okay, have they called?
Yes, they have.
Thank you.
No, you are investing your time with us. It's 11 in ENUGU, Nigeria, 3 minutes after 1 in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 7:03 p.m. in New York, United States. I'm Vin Martin Obiora. Welcome to Full Day, your late night show on Signature TV. Tonight, correspondent Ucho Waji Williams brings us up to speed with developments in Rivers State, Nigeria. Peter Ame, Secretary General of Coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP, speaks on coalitions and alliance for 2027 political contests. And Deputy Chairman PDP Enugu State Steve Oruro, who is joining in the studio, weighs in on how political parties can become the incubation hub for transformational public office holders. Plus part 1 of our conversation with the great TV personality and entertainer Chika Okpala, also known as Zebrodaya. Quite a package tonight. Please stay tuned.
local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Trending tonight, the Rivers State government has announced the appointment of administrators for the 23 local government areas in the state. The decision approved by the administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, also includes the reconstitution of some boards of agencies, commissions and parastatals that had earlier been suspended. According to the statement by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Ibibia Warika, the appointments are to take effect from Monday, April 7, 2025. This development comes just hours after our Federal High Court in Port Harcourt scheduled April 14, 2025 to hear a suit filed by human rights lawyer Courage Nsirimovu of Pilek Center for Civic Education Initiative. Nsirimovu is seeking to hold the appointment of local government administrators in the state. The civil administrator also has approved the appointment of a new chairman and members of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. According to the statement, the new RSIEC chairman, Dr. Michael Ekpai Ode, will work with 6 members and 4 professors. Correspondent Uche Owaji-William will be joining us on Zoom very soon. But while we're waiting for him to connect, I'd like to tell you that the Nigerian government has declared that the Naira for crude sale deal with Dangote Refinery and other local refineries facilitated through the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, remains effective. The Technical Subcommittee on the Crude and Refined Product Sales in Naira initiative gave this update in a statement on Wednesday after meeting with stakeholders on Tuesday. The committee clarified that the Naira for crude deal is not a temporary or time-bound intervention, but a key policy directive designed to support sustainable local refining, bolster energy security, and reduce reliance on foreign exchange in the domestic petroleum market. The committee added that the challenges encountered in the implementation of the Naira for crude deal are being addressed through coordinated efforts. And also trending tonight, U.S. President Donald Trump on Wednesday said he would temporarily lower new tariffs on many countries even as he raised them further on imports from China, in a sudden reversal that sent U.S. stocks sharply higher. Trump said he would at the same time suspend targeted tariffs on other countries for 90 days to allow time for U.S. officials to negotiate with countries that have sought to reduce them. Trump's announcement came less than 24 hours after steep new tariffs kicked in on imports from dozens of trading partners. The new trade barriers have hammered markets, raised the odds of recession, and prompted retaliatory responses from China and the European Union. At the White House, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the stock markets did not factor into the president's decision and is a negotiating strategy. Trump said he would raise the tariff on Chinese imports to 125% from the 104% level that took effect at midnight, further escalating a high-stakes confrontation between the world's 2 largest economies.
And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today it has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, they're in this very spot, do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you. We're going to go down to a 10% baseline tariff for them, and China will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
Verifying reports of Chinese nationals being captured in Ukraine. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian said the Chinese government always requested its citizens to stay away from areas of armed conflict and avoid being involved in armed conflict in any form. In response to a question that Ukraine has evidence of Chinese soldiers being present in the war, Lin emphasized that the statement is groundless, as he urged Ukraine to correctly view China's efforts in seeking political solution. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Ukrainian forces had captured 2 Chinese men fighting for Russia in eastern Ukraine, potentially threatening a fragile peace effort in the 3-year-old war. And joining us from Port Harcourt is our correspondent in Port Harcourt who wants to weigh in on developments in Rivers State. Hello, are you with me? Hello. Hello, have we connected with our correspondent in Port Harcourt? If we have, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, Williams, glad to have you. Can you tell us what is actually happening in Rivers State? I mean, we hear that the administrator has appointed administrators in the local governments, has disbanded or has reconstituted the Electoral Commission, and has appointed a number of people to various boards. How are people in Port Harcourt and Rivers State receiving this development?
Yes. The sole administrator, retired Ibas Ekaite, has appointed the sole administrators in all the 23 AGS in Rivers State. Prior to the appointment, some people went to the court to seek court injunction, ex parte injunction to stop the sole administrator to make any appointments. But we woke up this morning, Wednesday, to see the approved directive. So he has appointed the sole administrator on the 23 AGS. Went ahead to appoint the RESEC commissioner and members as well. Then later, he appointed again, approved the appointment of the Civil Service Commission, State, and the LGAs. So the state is very, very, very disturbed with mixed reactions, because people are actually seeking redress to question the legality and the constitutionality of the sole administrator, where he derives the power to actually appoint those the ones he appointed. So the state, I'm speaking like a citizen now, as a member of the masses. We are worried and we are concerned, because we are trying to understand the constitutionality of the whole appointment because it was never part of the deal.
Okay, Williams.
The presidency.
You know, before the state of emergency was declared, there were two groups battling each other. Those that were with the governor and those that were with the House of Assembly, also being sponsored by the Wike group. How has these two groups responded to this development? Have we got any statement from the suspended governor, or have we got any statement from either Wike or the members of the House of Assembly?
No, as you speak, no response from, especially let's say the Wike FCT minister-led faction, because from the look of things and from the ongoing, it seems they are playing their own script. So no reaction, no response from them. The suspended Governor Sim Fubara, yeah, as we speak, no response yet from him and his group. But some concerned civil societies and some groups in that respect regard has actually went to court to seek redress. There are court intervention or ex parte orders and trying to stop the solar administrator not to go on to make any appointment, but he went ahead. So some group of the society, to civil society, has equally promised to go to court for a redress to actually stop the sole administrator so appointed across the LGA. So that is the situation now.
Okay, Williams, we heard rumors that some people were demonstrating or planning to demonstrate. Is there any truth to that rumor?
Yeah, some groups, some civil society groups actually have a plan to demonstrate against what is happening in Rivers State. But we are waiting for them. The only group that came up was the national, TIB protest that we witnessed on Monday. Apart from that, no other one. But we had a rumor that there might be a protest to actually launch their displeasure to what is happening in Rivers State. Yeah, we are expecting that.
Williams, you know, one of the reasons that this the federal government had declared a state of emergency in Rivers State was to make sure that the security and lives and property were safe, and that we didn't have an upheaval in Rivers State. This decision to appoint administrators and other appointments that the administrator has made, is it going to help in reducing tension in Rivers State, or is it increasing tension in Rivers State?
Yes, we will say, but we are very happy the citizen. I'm not speaking for our holding brief for either the FCT faction nor the suspended Governor Fubara. But what the Rivers State now, the masses are actually enjoying is because seeing Fubara has this quiet nature, this peaceful disposition. So he has been preaching for peace all this while. Otherwise, this is a drum for war. Let's put it that way. It should have been a war in Port Harcourt by now. But the same faction seems to keep quiet about all that is happening in Rivers State. No one from that faction has retaliated. No reactions, no violence, any sort from them. Everybody was stay calm while we watched what is unfolding. because he always preached peace, that everybody should be calm, everybody should be calm. So actually, this appointment or declaration of state of emergency would have actually triggered violence than actually making peace, because we all know there was no atoms of violence in Rivers State. It's just a matter of political indifference, political interest, who control the resources, and all of that. So
Okay.
there was no war elected. So
okay, Williams, thank you so much for weighing into this development in Rivers State. That was our correspondent in Port Harcourt, William Uche Owaji. We'll take a break. When we return, I'll be joined by Steve Orurua, who is the Deputy Chairman of PDP in ENUGU State. Don't go away.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You're watching Full Day, your late night show. And already seated in the studio and joining me now is Steve Orurua, who is the Deputy Chairman of the PDP in ENUGU State. Steve, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to you.
Yeah, Steve, as you were just sitting down, our Zoom guest, Peter Ame, who is the Secretary General of COP, just joined us. So just give me a few minutes to talk with Peter. Peter, are you there? Welcome to Full Day.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Good evening.
Well, I understand you have some challenges, so we are still glad that you were able to join. You know, Nigeria has become a country where some people say that the politicians have no principles, have no set objectives. They can change like the chameleon, and that political parties have become convenient platforms to achieve individual goals. Is that your understanding of what we see all the time, people moving from one party to the other?
I think on a very large extent, this the scenario you have painted is the truth. But the fact that there are still a lot of people who still believe in this principle of commitment to internal party structuring, multi-party democratic processes as established by the Constitution in Section 221 to 210. So there are people who still believe in this. But because our system is only driven by the quest and the desire to have power and have authority to say that I'm this and I'm that. If a society that does not work, a society that does not benefit the less privileged without knowing somebody, that is the kind of society you see such things happen. And some people want to get into office just to be able to enjoy certain privileges that are not available to the common man. So these very few set of people who do not really have core principles of how to be democratically stable or participate in democracy in a way to deepen the culture of those who have participated. So you have a situation where you don't have a system of government that when a party loses at the general election, all the members of the party have to go back to to the drawing board, and some people might not have the courage to stay for another 4 years, because those who are in government will start to now use state resources to strengthen themselves. So naturally, by and large, the issue is that it's a societal one. It's the issue that we must all tackle headlong. and we must also commit to building a very good internal party structure that can be able to defend all this, because you cannot have a system that politicians are richer than those who work in public service. There is one of the greatest, the easiest way to get rich, where you see politicians who have never worked before driving so this challenge is part of the issue. Political party is just a step with an opportunity to get to power. But if you look at it very well, it is meant to be able to bring service to the people. It is meant to be able to bring representative democracy to the people. It is meant to be able to develop the constituencies and districts that have been established by our constitution.
It's me to the topic we are looking at tonight, which has to do with coalitions and alliances for 2027 politics. Basically, people are leaving their old political parties, and I mean, El-Rufai is one perfect example. Some people say because he didn't get a ministerial position, because he's been sidetracked, because he has lost in the power game. He's now leading, you know, a campaign for a new political party to challenge the ruling party. Do you think that what drives these politicians really is the good of the common man or the good of Nigeria? Or is it this coalitions and alliances, are they just based on pecuniary individual interests?
A lot of people, look, for me, I want to be fair. I wish any El-Rufai has ministerial appointment today with the Tinubu administration, he will be here struggling with us in the opposition. No, to be sincere, that you know the answer as much as everybody, all our viewers watching, that he will still be there in the government. I think we don't want a situation where government looks as if when we don't get opportunity, we go against those who have rejected us for not having that opportunity. So, and that also played down on those who are very serious-minded, who have committed themselves to opposition politics. Politics is just, people want to be able to call it all sorts of names to, you know, to dim the definition of what politics is. Politics is a means of trying to engage the society through dialogue, through whatever means is possible, to make them see you as somebody who can represent the interest of the larger population, larger populace, and then do things in the interest of the general populace. So if you have a situation where people get aggrieved and use the masses as a pattern to fight their own struggle, and when they get aggrieved and when they're in power, they develop table manners, it's not going to be good for our democracy. It's not going to, and if you look at it, there are a lot of people who don't believe in him. There are a lot of people, I used to believe in him, because I saw what he did in Abuja. But with the kind of character that people are now developing in this process, we at least want to so much doubt to see whether this, but I not see many people who still want that this opposition coalition you are seeing, it is for the best interest of our democracy. It is for the best interest of our own people, because you can never have a system that works perfectly when you have one party dominating 90% of the society. You can never have a system that works, because a system that has no alternative views, or to be able to, you know, a system that has no, you know, a way that could challenge their policies and programs that are not yielding results and probably drain Nigeria into recession, into depression, and into economic downturn. That system will continue to go spiral down. So, but if you have an opposition system that works, or a coalition that have come together for the best interest of the people, not for the purpose of capturing power like the APC have done in 2015 and today. I
was going there in 2014, leading us into 2015. We saw the creation of that mega coalition of APC that became APC. And Nigerians were excited. And after the election and the party came into power, I don't think a lot of Nigerians have so much to say about the success of that coalition that gave birth to the APC. So what assurances do we have that if this coalition by any chance is able to capture power, that the lot of Nigerians will be better? Any assurances?
I think I've seen candidates that have money, financial money management, because one of the greatest things that Nigeria suffers from is waste waste of our resources, is the overbloated size of government expenditure, and we see people who have capacity to be able to handle such thing. So this will be totally different. This is not about power capture. A lot of people have said that if you listen to a lot of the coalition members, some of them have said, look, they won't participate in this process if it's just about for the mere purpose of capturing power. So the key things for this one is that people have tested the previous people for 18 years. They have tested the other people now. By 2027, it will be 12 years. So people are trying to look for a system that we can be able to establish with people who have competence, people who have merit, who have capacity. The person must not come from the north. The person must not come from the east. The person must not come from wherever the person comes from. It must have this ingredients that I mentioned that can help our nation to transform his human capital and huge resources base that we have, and yet we are still having 129 million people living in multi-dimensional poverty that represent 56% of our population. We can do better, and I think that we should be able to create a nation where inequality, and a qualitative representation becomes an issue, because people don't like to be able to say this. A country that is determined divide its people between minority and majority can never have the kind of stable government that they need, because it is about the.
Can you tell me sincerely? Can you be very realistic? Can you tell me? I mean, looking at all the indices, looking at the power game, looking at the APC, looking at the PDP and the other parties, and then looking at this seeming coalition that is coming, can you tell me sincerely that you can fairly predict that this coalition can defeat the APC in 2027?
That were put in place in 2023. If you look at what Obi did in the South alone, Obi scored down 44.5% of the vote cast in Southwest, South, and Southeast. 44.5%. Bola Tinubu, who was coming from a political party that has all the apparatus of state, that has all the most majority of the governors and the House of Rep, in the South, scored 35.5%. The only reason Bola Tinubu became president, despite the rigging that they did, was because the North, where Atiku comes from, Atiku could not host way to be able to shut them down. So the majority of his vote came from the North, about 60% of the vote he got. And even in the North, between Kwankwaso and Obi still got 15.2%. I've avoided not to speak about people. But the truth is that
APC in 2027.
If you put this data that I've mentioned together, and you support, because this thing is supposed to remain in the South, we need to be strategic. Opposition need to be strategic thinking going forward. If you put remain in the South and you contest with Bola Tinubu, I am sure before 12 o'clock we will defeat Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The opposition will defeat him, and it is on record that it has happened before, and it will be easier now because it's opposition against hunger, against bad leadership, against the level of election, against the cost of buying fuel, the cost of buying energy, whatever energy, whether it's electricity, whether it's to buy fuel for your car, these costs have skyrocketed beyond 300%. So we cannot tell me that the way people are thinking now, and the way the society is, and the way the poverty is and the country is driving on autopilot. Why we have a president that is globetrotting. You can't tell me that it's going to be a difficult thing to defeat him. I don't think so.
Okay, Peter, I'd like to thank you, and I like your optimism. Thank you for joining us. Peter Ame, Secretary General of the Coalition of United Political Parties. And in the studio with me is Steve Oruro, who is the Deputy Chairman of PDP in Enugu State. And I'd like to ask Steve, how can we, of course you heard my conversation with Peter Ame, and we talked about people leaving parties, new coalitions and all that. How do you think that once again we can make the political parties an incubation hub for transformational political office holders? I don't want to say transformational leaders. I'm talking about transformational political office. Leaders. Political office holders. How can we make that happen?
Honestly, I think I'm a bit concerned like you are, but I insist that it is possible that within the rank and file of the party, we can create a hub that will churn out, consistent leaders, poised and best repositioned to redeem the image of the country. It has been almost a free fall, and I was wondering that as at 1923, when the NNDP was formed, actually, those who formed the NNDP and formed actually Nigerian Youth Movement in 1935, we're talking about NX to Koli and the likes of Samuel Adesina, what were they thinking about? Even when Azikiwe, alongside Herbert Macaulay, in 1944 formed the NCNC, what were they thinking about? Were they thinking about decolonization of the processes and of the country? Were they thinking about desertification? Were they thinking about taking Nigeria through another route of suffering and imperialism? Were they thinking about emancipation of the people? What did they have in mind? And for me, they had a system where they believed that we had suffered so long under slavery and had also suffered under colonialism, and the country needed to decolonize their mind. And they wanted that the education system should be manned by their own people, that the infrastructural development should be manned by their own people, that the health system should be manned by their own people. They had hope in this country. And there are only two kinds of leaders. Either those who make sacrifices for self or those who make sacrifices of self. They made sacrifices of self for the greater interests of the larger majority. Of course, that's the certain. And the kind of political parties that we run today, honestly, not necessarily holistically in tandem with ideological standards set by, these people I mentioned. We need a party that should be sanitized. We need a party that should be highly independent. We need a party that the processes of electing leaders should be domiciled within the rank and file of the party, within the conscience of the party, and not being influenced by powers outside.
A number of people say that one of the reasons the political parties are not playing this role that you have put forward and that you've compared with our founding fathers is because the political parties have increasingly become undemocratic. That instead of being strong institutions, that what you have are strong individuals, governors, presidents, senators. They've become so powerful that the will of the people is constantly and continuously eroded. Do you subscribe to this argument?
Well, the truth is that I have always insisted that the biggest office in the country is the office of the citizen. Therefore, it behooves on us to always be truthful, to be sincere, despite the positions we occupy, either in the party or in government. The truth is that our institutions are capitulating, and strong men are germinating everywhere. Powerful people within and around government in party influence decisions that parties make. But then that calls, that demands a further analysis of whom the politician is. Because I do not believe in generalization. There are individuals that are wired to propagate a kind of transition that will bring an atmosphere that is sanitized enough to incubate quality leadership. And such individuals are still within the party and within politics. So the question is, who is the Nigerian politician? Some view Nigerian politicians as a conflicted individual with split personality, capable of doing two different things that are opposed to each other. Some also feel that the politicians are kind of a set of an idle parasitic rent collecting or rent seeking class whose business is to propagate profligacy and corruption within the system. But I insist that within this space lies certain persons that have sacrificed a lot, that are willing, if given opportunity, to develop this country and make hard decisions that will not reflect the impediments that we have suffered. In a country where we have been set aback, we have gone through certain kind of deterioration of some sort under the watch, or under the auspices of religious bigotry, ethnic chauvinism, ethnic profiling, identity politics, and unbridled corruption.
But Steve, the idea of political parties is that it should be a platform for sieving some of the characters that you have talked about and making sure that those that get to political offices are really those that are committed to the well-being of the people. But what we see is that the political parties have become a market where the highest bidder becomes the representative of the people.
Like I said earlier on, the major problem today is what becomes the fate of the country. What country are we living for our children? Even if you feel that you feel immune, if you feel, protected by certain scenario that's played out today, probably you have enough money or you're getting enough patronage from the government today. What about your children tomorrow? What kind of environment are you living for them?
So what do we do?
So this is exactly why I talk about personalities within government or within political parties. Those personalities determine the fate of the political parties. As an institution, if you unveil the veil, you find out that human beings actually determine what happens within the institution called political parties. So the caliber of men and women that congregate to form political parties or manage them will also influence the outcome of what they generate or what they produce.
So what do we do, Steve? What do we do? What do we do to make the political parties exactly what they are supposed to be?
What we need to do first is that we need to accept that we have moved so much on the reverse gear. This country needs to move forward. So individually and collectively, there should be a wake-up call. And that's why I like whatever played out in the last election. There seemed to be a reawakening, there seemed to be a rebirth, there seemed to be a renaissance on the side of the youth and the entirety of the people. They felt it was enough. Despite the fact that probably the result they got could have reflected what they wished or not, but you could see that they made a statement. So the Nigerian politicians, the elitist class, they have become wary of what the electorate can do, of what the populace can do, of the defiance that the electorate can actually generate within the society. So for you to now conduct a proper party, you have to reflect on the powers of the electorate and how they are going to react. So this is no longer a time you do all manner of sham primaries and end up bringing rogue elements to govern your people. It's a time to look for a candidate that resonates with the yearning of the masses, with the interest of the poorer majority.
Some experts have talked about conflicts in the political parties, making it impossible for the political parties to actually concentrate on their primary duty of being the incubation hub for leaders that can cause change to happen. Let's look at Labour Party in Nigeria, for instance. They made a lot of gains in the last election. Today, they almost dissipated. Let's look at the PDP, your party. In the past 3 or more years, it's been a struggle of who is in charge and who is winning and who is losing. And I remember one of the positions you held like a year ago was to go and reconcile your party men in Ebonyi State. So conflict, and conflict. How can we change the course of political parties instead of being battlegrounds, so they can be that platform that will throw up the leaders that can change our country?
Well, let me start with the first suspicion that the PDP, the Labour Party, seem to be faltering, seem to be, capitulating in terms of, the quality of leadership one would expect. And there seems to be identity crisis as to who is in charge. First of all, I see the voice of Jacob by the hands of Esau. I think that people are surreptitiously, tacitly trying to infiltrate into the parties to create a one-party system. And I think if we deny ourselves the opportunity of having plurality of voices, plurality of opinions through the channels or through the instrumentality of party politics, then we'll be lose diving into dictatorship. So first of all, let me talk about the party I know, which is the PDP. Things that happen within the Labour Party, I don't think they concern me a lot. But for the PDP, the governors of the PDP have actually stepped up. They've engaged gear at the right time, and they want to recover their party. So all the machineries of the party are working in one accord at the moment, in a very vigorous attempt to re-establish their party, to be effective enough to go into primaries and bring out a candidate that can challenge for the office of the presidency.
Okay, Steve, we'll take a break and go to our conversation with the great entertainer and TV personality, Chief Chika Okpala. This is the part one of a conversation that started with how he grew up and at what point he made contact with television entertainment. So we take that and we conclude our conversation in a moment.
Your mother come, my mother no come. Who be your mother? Police woman. Get away. Come, look pretty with the knock. Look at what am I here? What am I here in that place? Eh? Who? And you don't come. How are you? How are the whole people? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Sit down. My God, Olivia, come to see that coach. I took this out to come to resort.
Immediately after the war.
Good.
I came into it was a kind of everybody rushing to ENUGU. Anywhere you are, any vehicle you see, you go to ENUGU, whether you have somebody there or not. That was how I came to ENUGU. I didn't have any brother, I didn't have any sister, I didn't have anybody in ENUGU. My senior brother was still in IMT, College of Technology, ENUGU here, and he's trying to struggle to finish his OND at that time, OND. So I said, I cannot stay alone at home. I must do something. So I saw some people, when I got to our for market where the vehicles load to go to ENUGU or go to Onitsha, people were rushing to go to ENUGU. So I entered the vehicle. I came to ENUGU.
And you had nobody?
I had nobody. No place to, I didn't have anybody in mind. I didn't even know where my son brother was there. I didn't even know where the College of Education is. I mean,
College of Technology was.
Is. I just entered the vehicle and came. Luckily, they stopped us at Okpara Avenue by Zik Avenue. You know, by Ogbete now.
Ogbete.
That's where they used to stop in those days. And very, very luckily, I looked up. This was Nigerian Red Cross. Okay? I looked, I checked my pocket, I had my ID card. So I moved into that place, got into the Red Cross, introduced myself, told them that I work with the Nigerian Red Cross, Biafran Red Cross, down there to say, hey, we are looking for you. You will know your people, come. You know? I said, look, what you're going to do, you're going to take charge of clinic kitchen. I said, which one is clinic? I said, everybody, you see the people on the line. By then, you have about 200 people on the line.
Looking for
queuing for food, for drink, water to drink, for food. Now, we are now going to make sure that each of them has food. So the cook and the chef will bring the food, keep for you. Now you get the chefs to serve the meal.
You supervised?
You supervise. So you are a supervisor. I say, yes, sir, no problem. Me, supervisor, no problem. Give me stool. They gave me a stool, I sat down. Come and take. Come and take.
And that was a job?
It was a big job.
Employment, just like that?
Just like that. Just like that. I say, okay. But I did it so well that they think, I acted it. And they say, this man is different from other people. Stay, this is your job now. So people were coming to take dish their food, take their ration.
Yeah.
Everybody was coming for ration. They were taking and going. And when it was about 4:35, they said, it's okay. You will now go. We will give you your own food. Come and sit down here and eat. Because I had not eaten since morning. So they gave me food. I ate. As I settled down to eat, look at my friend, Ogodnago, the one I was with in the Two Cities Playhouse.
Okay.
At ENUGU.
At ENUGU.
You saw what I mean?
He just appeared.
He came to take ration. He came to take ration. He had left for ENUGU weeks.
Before you?
Before me. And he didn't tell me he was going to ENUGU. Everybody was on his own. You know, that kind of thing. So I said, Ogonna, Chika, how did you find yourself here? I said, how did you find yourself here? I said, well, that's the thing now. Where are you staying? I said, I don't have a place to stay. He said, don't worry, you have a place to stay. Come now, have you eaten? I said, no. So I ordered for food for him. He took food. I took my own ration. We ate together. And when we finished, we took another ration for dinner. Since I was a supervisor, so I had the right to say, put one more ration, put one more ration. So all of us were tied the thing. But the funniest part of it was that nobody had plate.
Then?
It's either you go to get akuko, you get these leaves and keep. They put the food for you there. There's no spoon, there's no fork. If it is, what is it called? Garigabon or something. It's not, it's like ordinary gari, but not garigabon or something like that. Then you are lucky. You take this kind of leaf and wrap it and hold in the other hand. It is a soup that is a problem. So you go and look for newspaper. People who have read newspaper and thrown away, you use it and they put soup for you. So that's how people collected food. So we collected our own, went to Zik Avenue where he was staying. And when we got there, it was a room and parlor from rented by the in-law, by the brother-in-law, you know. So he said, no problem. You will know the owner of this house, of the accommodation when he comes in. I said, how can I know him? He said, you will know him. So late in the evening, Tony Face came in. That's the owner of the accommodation. He came in and jumped. I said, ah, Chika, you are here. Hey, God. Come. Ogonna, please, this mat is for two of you. So both of you.
The great Zebediah Okorigwe Nwobo, Chief Chika Okpala. That's part one. If you want to hear his entire story, then you need to stay with Full Day. And you can hear everything, how he even started producing the new Masquerade. I still have Steve Oruro in the studio. Steve, let's conclude our conversation. You've talked about how we could make some progress in making the parties what they should be. But it looks like there's constant opposition to this happening. The state governors, they have too much powers and they control the parties and decide the fate of everyone. Do you agree with some school of thought that for political parties to survive in Nigeria, that we need to do something about the powers that the governors have?
I don't agree. I don't even stage impossibility. I don't engage in pursuit of, futility of some sort. Because the way party is structured, it goes in line with the leadership of the state, particularly when you have a governor who is of the party's extraction. Definitely he's going to be the leader of the party, while you also have a chairman of the party. So if there are people that are very creative and very willing to partner with Nigerians in this constant search for emancipation from sequence of misrule, then you see them behaving in a way that will propagate an effective, very robust, and very qualitative party where there will be national consensus, where there will be, exemplary leadership that others can emulate.
But the governors don't allow the chairman to be chairman.
No, I disagree. It all depends on the governor. That's why I talk about individuals. It borders on the personality. I've told you that a typical Nigerian position, has like two different characters. If you present the quality of character that is in consonance with, with quality delivery of the dividends of democracy and standard practices in tune with what Nigerians expect, you find your result. If you're also unlucky to find a governor who is not in that spirit, he's going to distort the processes.
Do you think that a crop of governors can give us a democratic party?
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Oji River beckons for investment as Governor Mba unveils economic summit. ENUGU state government signs MOU with a firm to develop business park. Pope Francis coughing arrives at St. Peter's Basilica in procession, and Flying Eagles beat Egypt in friendly ahead of Under-20 AFCON. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The ENUGU State Governor Peter Mbah says the state government will partner with local governments for the rapid economic development of the state. Governor Mbah, who stated this while declaring open an economic and development summit organized by the Oji River local government on Tuesday, said there is an influx of foreign and local investors to the state as a result of a conducive business environment put in place by the state government. Correspondent Ugone Walo was at the council headquarters venue of the summit and now reports.
Oji River is one of the oldest urban centers in the state, having attained the status in 1984, along with several other local government areas in the old Anambra state. It is the third to be given an urban status in the present Enugu state after Enugu and Nsukka. This age-long status has not, however, impacted on the development of the area, with many citizens lamenting the current infrastructure deficit and other negative indices in the area. It is to address this disturbing problem that the Investment and Economic Summit was put together by the present leadership of Oji River Local Government Council. Speaking at the summit, Governor Peter Mbah, who was represented by Adora Chukwu, Commissioner for Trade, Investment and Industry, called on investors to tap into the vast potentials of Oji River local government area. Mbah highlighted the local government investment opportunities, emphasizing that participation will unlock new possibilities and shape its future.
Oji River embodies the economic prospects that our entire state possesses, owing to its strategic location and abundant resources, and recently designated as an urban center. This local government area boasts of 25 untapped tourism sites, from waterfalls to scenic hilltops to the cultural festivals that showcase the soul of the Igbo people.
The State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, noted that Oji River local government area is blessed with vast cultural heritage and tourist attractions. These resources, she said, should be tapped for the development of the area.
Oji River sits as the crossroads of Enugu State, Anambra State, and Abia State. We are not just a local government. We are a border town with strategic reach, able to pull visitors and businesses from 3 states. This makes us a prime location for regional tourism and hospitality development.
The local government chairman, Greg Anyebudike, said the summit aligns with Governor Peter Mbah's mandate to drive economic growth and development. Anyebudike encouraged potential investors to seize the opportunities in Oji River, assuring them of a conducive business environment.
Graciously, on the 11th of January, His Excellency declared the entire Oji River urban center. So today in Oji River, we are no longer thinking rural, we are thinking urban. We had a vision for Oji River to be a destination for living, commerce, and trade. And I'm saying, please come and invest in Oji, because Oji can never develop if we, the Oji Rivers, don't develop it.
The Minority Whip and Representative of Enugu West Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Ositangu, charged the local government to ensure the implementation of the recommendation put forward at the summit.
But when you invest home, you will even attract outsiders to come and invest in your place. Oji is ready to receive investment.
Some participants at the summit, including Honorable Jeff Mbah, former representative of Oji River in the Enugu State House of Assembly, and Dennis Onuzulike, expressed optimism about the potential impact of the summit across various sectors in Oji River local government area.
All hands will be on deck, both in providing security, both in providing the land and even infrastructure. And even when the infrastructure is provided, we have to protect it, we have to own it. If everybody should be involved in the development of Oji, and they are committed, they are passionate about it, Oji will work.
I have very high expectations. When I was called up for this event,
this Oji River Summit, I think it will help in Oji River, especially in agriculture and other investments. We now have smart schools every year. I'm expecting the investors to come in to help us build the school.
The Oji River Economic and Development Summit 2025 was no doubt a platform for stakeholders to explore investment opportunities and share ideas that can shape the future of the local government. It is therefore hoped that the rich natural water resources, agricultural potentials, human endowment, and strategic location present compelling attractions for investment and the economic growth of the area. From Oji River Local Government Area of Enugu State, Ugonne Owalo reporting for Signature TV.
A lecturer in the Department of Finance at the University of Lagos, Dr. Peter Ama, has advised the federal government to take another look at its economic policies and remove the inherent pains. Dr. Ama, who spoke in an interview with Signature TV, noted that even though the policy reforms are good in themselves, the timing, concept, and implementation are barred. He said that all the markets and economic indices in the country have been negatively impacted by the reforms with accompanying backlash.
The twin policies of removal of subsidies and also the naira, the naira dollar parity issues. They are very wonderful policies. They are good policies on themselves. But the problem is the timing of this policy is bad. And also, the context of the policy is also bad. From the way they are even implementing the policy, it appears that there were no very strong plans in place for implementation. Because when you make a plan, when you make a policy, you have to also plan for the implementation. And in doing this, you look at the potential impact of the policy and put mitigating measures in place in your plan. However, you have to make sure that you are implementing it at the right time. And also that you are putting in place measures, okay, that will support the weak segments of the society. Because definitely there's going to be fallout of these, policies. And that is what has happened. Okay, so, and that is what makes the whole policy wrong by this time.
The finance expert said it is not a sign of weakness to reverse a policy when it does not produce the desired results. Ama therefore told the government and its economic team to return to the drawing board and rejig the policy for a better result.
Goods market, the financial market, the labor market, the foreign exchange market, these are the components of the economy. All the markets, check all these four markets I mentioned, all of them are on their knees right now. Okay, so that means you have to put in place supportive policies for those markets to weather the storm of this policy that have, been implemented. I will not say that that at this point you should maybe go back to the era of subsidies or go back to the era of using administrative fiat to fix the value of naira in the foreign exchange market. Okay, now that you have already started doing the policy, put in place frameworks that will mitigate the problems that these policies are causing in the sectors.
President Bola Tinubu has lauded the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, for fostering regional integration. Tinubu spoke on Tuesday in Accra, Ghana, at the inauguration of a series of events to mark the regional body's Golden Jubilee. President Tinubu, also the chairman of the ECOWAS authorities of heads of states and government, who was represented by the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu, noted that ECOWAS had remained a beacon of hope for the region's more than 400 million citizens. He members to see the organization not merely a community of people, but as a community of states where the region must invest in education, innovation, and skills development to unleash Africa's full potential. President John Mahama of Ghana said the community's citizens must feel that ECOWAS was not just some bureaucracy, but a living organization that understood their hopes and aspirations. He also announced that Ghana would offer 1,000 scholarships to university students across the ECOWAS sub-region to enhance educational opportunities for young people in West Africa. The All Progressives Congress has raised the alarm about a fraudulent scheme circulating among the public, falsely claiming to be a Bola Tinubu empowerment program. In a press statement released on Tuesday by its National Publicity Secretary, Felix Moka, the APC alerted Nigerians about the scam message. The message requested banking details from recipients, promising a payment of 85,000 naira from Bola Tinubu empowerment, and urged them to call a specific phone number. The Minister of Steel Development, Shuaibu Audu, says that the federal government is committed to creating an enabling environment for the steel sector to operate effectively. Audu, who made this known during a courtesy visit to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, commended the Lagos State government for its consistency in creating an enabling environment for the steel sector to operate effectively. He emphasized the importance of addressing challenges faced by the steel sector to meet President Bola Tinubu's objective of creating a $1 trillion economy. In his remarks, Sanwo-Olu, who was represented by his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, emphasized the importance of addressing the power sector challenges facing the industry. The governor highlighted the state's initiatives to boost power generation. Sanwo-Olu said that the Lagos State government was ready to collaborate with the federal government to ensure revitalization of steel industries in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the Abia State government says it has put measures in place to address the concerns raised by the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, to avert impending strike in the state. The Commissioner for Information, OK Kanu, disclosed this at a press briefing on the outcome of the State's Executive Council held in Umuahia. The Commissioner said that the section of the teachers had expressed dissatisfaction, particularly over salary differentials between primary school teachers and their counterparts in junior secondary schools. He described the situation as being blown out of proportion, attributing the online agitation over the development to the opposition, who were seeking to politicize the issue. Kanu said that the current administration consistently showed commitment to the welfare of Abia workers and pensioners and had deliberately designed policies to incentivize teachers who had left the classroom and moved to this ministry during the previous administration due to unpaid salaries. The NUT had in a press statement signed by its leadership directed its members to proceed with an indefinite strike on Thursday over its unmet demands, which include non-implementation of the teacher salary structure, 65 years retirement age, and 40 elongation of service policy for teachers, among others. Meanwhile, workers in employment of the federal government have commenced an indefinite strike in Oyo State over non-payment of their 5 months outstanding wage awards. The workers under the platform of the Federal Workers Forum declared the commencement of the strike on Tuesday at the front of the Federal Secretariat in Ibadan, the Oyo State's capital, vowing to continue until the demands are met by the federal government. National Coordinator of the Workers Forum, Andrew Emelieze, and Secretary General Itoro Obong, while speaking during the commencement of the strike, noted that the workers had earlier issued a 21-day ultimatum to the federal government before the strike was declared. The duo said that the workers are demanding immediate payments of outstanding 5 months wage award, arrears, and implementation of 40% peculiar allowance and the payment of its arrears. The ENUGU State Government and the Lion Business Park Limited have signed a memorandum of understanding to build a world-class industrial and commercial hub within the ENUGU Industrial Park Free Trade Zone. Speaking at the Government House, ENUGU Governor Peter Amba said the project would leverage the incentives associated with doing business in a free trade zone to attract foreign direct investments. He said the project will also promote human capital innovation and technology development, as well as create jobs for shared economic prosperity for Enugu State, the Southeast, and Nigeria at large. The chairman of the firm, Dr. Okechukwu Mbonu, commended the governor for his visionary leadership, developmental strides and achievements within a short period in office. Mbonu said that the company was poised to develop industrial and commercial hub that would catalyze trade, industry, economic growth and create jobs for the youth population. Meanwhile, the administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ekweibas, has appealed to the Christian Association of Nigeria (CAN) Rivers State chapter to play a pivotal role in fostering peace, reconciliation and stability in the state amidst ongoing political and security challenges. Ibas, who spoke at a meeting with CAN leaders at the Government House in Port Harcourt, emphasized the importance of moral guidance by the Church in restoring harmony in the state. The administrator urged CAN to leverage its influence by preaching peace not only to their congregations, but also to the communities, thereby promoting unity across ethnic and political divides, to encourage forgiveness and reconciliation.
The resurrection of Christ is not just a foundational event of our faith. It is a living call to action, a call to forgive, to reconcile, and to build together. It is no secret that our dear state has faced significant political and security challenges in recent times. Respected leaders of CAN here present, in every period of national difficulty, the Church has remained a steady voice of conscience. We need the prayers, partnership, and prophetic voice of the Church more than ever. I appeal to you to promote unity, transcending ethnic, political, and denominational lines.
The leader of the delegation, Most Reverend Dr. Kala Dokubot, appealed to the administrator to involve the group in the peace-building process and to ensure that critical aspects of governance are not ignored during the period of emergency rule, especially environmental sanitation.
God has a purpose for what we experience, and then we know that He's taking us to a better place. I want to assure you, sir, what we needed from you is to cooperate with the Christian Council of Nigeria. We really wanted peace. Peace. So calling out that this Easter season means peace has already come. Peace is already here. Don't be afraid. The purpose of which they brought you will be actualized. Having said that, I want to thank you, and I pray God Almighty will help you. God Almighty will strengthen you, that the purpose of which He came will be actualized in your life.
Up ahead, Kano State's Pension Board declares 21 billion naira out of 48.6 billion naira owed pensions. IMF projects 3% economic growth for Nigeria. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. The Kano State Pension Board says it has cleared over 21 billion naira in pension liabilities out of a total debt of 48.6 billion naira inherited from the previous administrations in the state. The executive chairman of the Kano State Pension Fund, Habu Fage, made this known while addressing newsmen in Kano. He said part of the recovery began when Governor Abba Yusuf approved deductions from the source for pension remittances, restoring regular payments and enabling the board to reach 100% monthly pension disbursement. Fage praised the governor for showing empathy, noting that even though the debt was inherited, the governor took responsibility and ensured payments were made purely out of concern for the pensioners. On the issue of illegal deductions under the previous government, Fage admitted that investigations were hindered by missing records, saying that without evidence, litigations would be fruitless and distract the board from its core duty. He expressed optimism, citing recent increase in public sector salaries and upcoming mass employment plans by the state government as potential boosts to pension contributions. The Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Dr. Ahmed Audi, has ordered the immediate detention of officers accused of involvement in the alleged 5.2 million naira extortion from some travelers. A statement by the NSCDC Public Relations Officer Afolabi Babawale on Wednesday in Abuja said the detention follows an investigation ordered by the Minister of Interior, Olubimi Tunjiojo. Audi directed that the suspects should be transported to NSCDC International Headquarters in Abuja for further investigation to enable the Corps Disciplinary Committee to carry out a full-scale investigation into the alleged extortion report as directed by the minister. Audi assured Nigerians that the Corps will not shield anyone found culpable of corrupt practices or any form of compromise, as erring officers would be held accountable for their individual actions through appropriate sanctions to serve as a deterrent to others. The CG urged the public not to be deterred in relating with the Corps by providing or by proving necessary information that will eradicate harassment or extortion of citizens. A viral social media post alleged that some NSCDC officers extorted 5.2 million naira from a group of young men traveling from Ado-Ekiti to Akure, Ondo State. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has tasked police officers to be diligent and fair to the general public in the discharge of their duties and to uphold the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and service. Egbetokun gave the charge during the commissioning of a newly built and donated multi-million naira divisional police station by a philanthropist, Dr. Ibrahim Ali at Imane in Olamoboro local government area of Kogi State. Represented by the Kogi Commissioner of Police, Mela Dantawaye, the IG reminded them of their roles as law enforcers who should, by training, adopt a high level of maintenance culture. While thanking the donor for his magnanimity in donating the police station to the force, the IG urged them, other well-meaning Nigerians, to emulate him in assisting the police in keeping the peace in the area in Nigeria. In his welcome address, Dr. Ali said that the police station represents more than just a physical structure to the people of the community, but a shared commitment in fostering a secured environment where citizens can thrive. Some filling stations and petroleum products marketers, partners of Dangote refinery, temporarily shut down for the past 5 days after the latest premium motor spirits price drop by the refinery. MRS filling stations in Abuja along Kubwa Expressway and others have not dispensed fill since Dangote refinery announced its ex-depot price reduction to 835 naira per litre last Tuesday, with an official of MRS filling station saying the filling station is grappling with the loss incurred after Dangote's latest price adjustment. Other partners of Dangote refineries such as the AP, Ardova and Optima are dispensing fuel between 910 naira and 920 naira per litre in parts of Abuja. The national president of the Petroleum Retailers Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Billy Gillis-Harry, said the latest fuel price drop affected the purchasing power of petrol retailers and marketers. According to him, the indiscriminate price adjustments, whether downward or upward, is not good for the petroleum downstream sector and the Nigerian economy. Meanwhile, Secretary General of the Pan-African Writers Association, POWER, Dr. Wale Okediran, has urged Nigerian authors to use their works to address societal ills and advocate for social change. Okediran made the call on the sideline of the April edition of the monthly Reading and Writers Dialogue in Abuja, a flagship program of the Abuja chapter of the Association of Nigerian Authors that brings together authors and literal enthusiasts to discuss the works of a selected guest author. Okediran, a former national president of ENA, said writers are the conscience and voice of the people, and they are supposed to use their works to advocate for an egalitarian society.
More than ever before, the Nigerian writer has a big role to play because we have seen as the conscience of the people. In our works, in our activities, we should actually be the conscience of the people because so many people find it difficult to express themselves. There are so many people who are in poverty, the underserved, people who have no connection with power that be, who have no voices. The writer should be the voice, should be the eyes, and should be the minds of people, particularly the oppressed, because it's been confirmed historically that writers have always played that very important role of changing society for good. This has been confirmed in many works. The English society of many years ago.
Okediran, who has also served as chairman of ANA Abuja chapter, expressed delight for the writer's support and goodwill. He said his masterpiece, Medicine and Literature Without Borders, was written to explore the nexus between health, practice, and literature.
And I'm happy that even today, writers are writing about Boko Haram insurgency, they're writing about corruption, they're writing about politics in their works. And through all these writings, we are praying that our society will be better for it. Long ago, more than 40 years ago, in the Western countries, it has been confirmed that when people in the health sector, doctors, nurses, health workers, when they are taught literature, it makes them better. They are more humane because the humanity that comes from reading books is brought into their works. In fact, all over the world now, there is a section of literature that is called medical humanities that is being taught in many medical schools all over the world.
Earlier in his speech, Chairman ANA Abuja, Chukwudi Eze, lauded Okediran for using the written craft to advocate equal society and as well hold leaders accountable. The World Health Organization, WHO, says many people in Africa still lack access to essential vaccines, with 1 in 5 children remaining under-vaccinated. The acting WHO Regional Director for Africa, Dr. Chikwe Ihekwazu, disclosed this in a statement to the African Vaccination Week, which runs from April 24th to 30. Ihekwazu emphasized that immunization was not only one of the most effective public health tools, but also a fundamental right. He shared responsibility and an essential investment in the future. Ihekwazu called for increased domestic investment in immunization, sustainable financing for vaccination programs, and expanded vaccine access through health systems integration. He also urged communities to combat misinformation and vaccine hesitancy, while encouraging global partners to continue supporting equitable vaccine access across Africa. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has released its new economic outlook report, reversing Nigeria's economic growth projections for 2025 and 2026. The April report was released on Tuesday during the World Economic Outlook, WEO, at a press briefing at the ongoing IMF World Bank 2025 spring meetings in Washington, D.C. The report cut the forecast for Nigeria's growth to 3.0% for 2025 and 2.7% for 2026, from the 3.2% and 3.0% projection earlier stated in January update. The IMF attributed the downward revision of the growth to a combination of domestic economic challenges and worsening global conditions, which include trade tensions, reduced demand from advanced economies, and a significant drop in crude oil prices. The fund warned that without strong policy responses, Nigeria might find it difficult to maintain macroeconomic stability amid external headwinds. Still to come, Kenyan authorities shut down church after 2 deaths, 57 people rescued. Massive fire destroys hundreds of homes in Manila, leaving community devastated. These and more after the break. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the
Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. The coffin carrying the body of Pope Francis was taken in procession on Wednesday to St. Peter's Basilica. After the blessing at the Casa Santa Marta's Chapel, his body, lying in an open casket, was accompanied by cardinals as it was carried through St. Peter's Square, where worshippers applauded the late Pope. Francis, a groundbreaking reformer, died at age 88 on Monday from a stroke and cardiac arrest, ending an often turbulent 12-year reign in which he repeatedly clashed with traditionalists and champions the poor and marginalized. After a religious service, the faithful and the general public will be allowed to visit the late pontiff until 7 p.m. on Friday, with the funeral scheduled for the next morning. A long queue of pilgrims queued to enter St. Peter's Square in Rome on Wednesday, April 23rd, as the coffin carrying the body of Pope Francis was brought to St. Peter's Basilica. Security was tight, with security checkpoints set up at entrance gates. Some people on the queue had flags or read books about Pope Francis as they waited. Rachel and John Marquis from the UK came from the Vatican on a Paris pilgrimage for the Jubilee year. Francis's body was taken into the adjacent St. Peter's Basilica on Wednesday morning in a procession that was led by cardinals.
And we were meant to have an audience with him today, and we will do, but not in the way that we expected.
Pope Francis.
We love him.
Who was for you, Pope Francis?
Pope Francis was an ordinary, beautiful man who lived his life as a follower of Jesus in his most sincere way, in the most beautiful way. And he taught us all how to be Christians and to be human. And that's what we are so happy about. So we'll follow him. And we want Pope Francis II now.
We were coming on this trip for the canonization of Carlos Acuti. So our plans have changed, and we feel that it's a God incident that we're here, but sad, but blessed to be here.
I would say that he was a father of the church, and he was a model of sanctity for me.
Africans are hoping one of their own could become the first black pope in over a millennium, and builds on Francis's legacy of championing the developing world, though the chances of that happening appear slim. Africa, steeped in religion, is the continent in which the Catholic Church is growing fastest, according to Vatican figures published last month. Yet church records show that only 3 men born in Africa or of African descent have been pope in the 2nd, 4th, and 5th centuries AD. African Catholics attending services honoring Francis after his death on Monday said a pope from the continent was long overdue. Some African contenders have been circulating, but Vatican insiders are skeptical that any of them have a realistic chance of becoming pope, partly because none have been subjected to the same level of public scrutiny as most Western cardinals. Among African names tipped as potential candidates are Ghanaian Cardinal Peter Kwadour Appiah Texan, who is 76 years old, Democratic Republic of Congo's Fridolin Ambongo Besugu, who is 65, the Archbishop of Kinshasa and Ivory Coast Cardinal Ignace Bessi Dobo, who is 63. Africa boasted about 20% of the world's Catholics in 2023 and added 9 million worshippers the previous year. Kenyan police recovered 2 bodies and rescued 57 people at a church in Rongo, Migori County in western Kenya. The rescue operation was called for after a family from Nyamira County stormed the church demanding for the body of their king who died at the church. Police officers retrieved the two bodies from the premises of St. Joseph Missions of Africa Church in Migori County on Monday. According to a police report, one of them, the body of a man, was found lying on the floor of a prayer room within the church compound while fully covered in a white robe and wrapped in a gray sheet. The 57 people who were rescued looked weak and frail and were taken to a nearby hospital but refused to be attended to by medical personnel and instead began to make noises and sing religious songs. The rescue comes 2 years after more than 400 bodies were exhumed from the Shakahola forest in eastern Kenya, nearly half of them children, in what was termed as one of the world's worst cult-related disasters in recent history. The United States is doing well in its discussions about a potential trade deal with China. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters on Tuesday. Leavitt added that the Trump administration has received trade deal proposals from 18 nationals, while officials, including U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, are meeting this week with 34 countries to discuss trade.
Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving at Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people. And he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America. And the president and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen, and the ball is moving in the right direction.
U.S. Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Marty Makary said on Tuesday that the FDA plans to remove petroleum-based synthetic food dyes from the U.S. food supply, citing studies that have raised concerns about the link between dyes and health conditions like ADHD, obesity, and diabetes. Speaking at a press conference in Washington, Makary and the agency would begin the process to revoke authorization for 2 synthetic food colorants within the coming months and would work with the industry to eliminate 6 other dyes by the end of next year.
Today, the FDA is taking action to remove petroleum-based food dyes from the U.S. food supply and from medications. For the last 50 years, American children have increasingly been living in a toxic soup of synthetic chemicals. The scientific community has conducted a number of studies raising concerns about the correlation between petroleum-based synthetic dyes and several health conditions. This Lancet study conducted a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled study on food dyes and concluded that artificial colors in the diet, quote, result in increased hyperactivity. So why are we taking a gamble? Cancer and diabetes in young people is going up at an alarming rate, and nobody seems to know why. We have to turn our attention to underlying causes, such as chemicals and toxins that children are exposed to, not just more insulin and chemotherapy.
The Food and Drug Administration in a press release said it plans to authorize 4 new natural color additives in the coming weeks, while also accelerating the review and approval of others. The United States and Iran will sit down this coming Saturday for a 3rd round of nuclear talks in Muscat, Oman's capital city. The first round, also held in Muscat, took place on April 12th. The second round was moved to Rome and took place on April 19th. 2 days after the second round of the negotiations took place, U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States and Iran had very good talks about Tehran's nuclear program. Washington wants Iran to halt production of highly enriched uranium, which it believes is aimed at building an atomic bomb. Tehran, which has always said its nuclear program is peaceful, says it is willing to negotiate some curbs in return for the lifting of sanctions, but wants watertight guarantees that Washington will not renege again as Trump did in 2018. A wildfire burning in eastern New Jersey prompted local authorities to evacuate thousands of residents and close a portion of a major highway on Tuesday. Satellite time-lapse footage showed that the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere described as a wildfire igniting and rapidly growing in New Jersey. According to the New Jersey Fire Service, there have been power outages across Ocean County, the area most impacted by the wildfires. The cause of the fires are under investigation, local media has reported. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has said on Tuesday he would cut back significantly the time he devotes to the Trump administration from next month and spend more time running his many companies. The move comes as Musk's involvement in the so-called Department of Government Efficiency DOGE, where he has led efforts to cut federal jobs, has become a political lightning rod, fueling unrelenting protests and vandalism at Tesla showrooms. Investors have raised concerns about Musk spending too little time managing Tesla, where sales have nosedived. Tesla's auto revenue dropped 20% and net profits fell 71% in Q1. While the stronger than expected margin in the first quarter, driven by lower cost, offered some relief, Tesla's auto revenue still slumped by a fifth in this period, and net profits plunged 71%. Musk acknowledged the blowback on the company, but brushed off concerns about brand damage hurting Tesla's first quarter sales. Thai farmer Deng Dosinger starts each day of the rice harvesting season by delivering her crops to a local mill in Nakhon Pathom, a central province about a 2-hour drive from Bangkok. The money she collects from the mill goes to feeding her family of 9. After suffering losses when global rice prices crashed following India's return to export market, Dosinger is now bracing for another blow. The tariffs imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump, which threatened to drastically reduce Thai rice demand in one of its most lucrative foreign markets, potentially destabilizing an industry valued at billions of dollars. Last year, Thailand shipped 849,000 metric tons of rice to the U.S., mainly of its most expensive fragrance jasmine variety, worth 28.03 billion baht. That's around $735 million, according to the association. In all, Thailand exported 9.94 million tons of rice in 2024, worth 225.65 billion baht. That's around $6.82 billion, with the U.S. as its third largest market by volume, but most lucrative. Potential U.S. tariffs would stall exports and hand the advantage to Thailand's main regional competitor in the sector, like Vietnam, where prices are significantly lower, said Chukat, whose association is targeting exports of 7.5 million tons this year. Farmers in Thailand, Southeast Asia's second largest economy, have already been on the edge because of the 30% drop in domestic prices after India resumed exports in September, and analysts say there is no leeway to cut prices to compete. A massive blaze destroyed hundreds of shanty homes in downtown Manila early morning on Wednesday, leaving hundreds of residents without homes. The fire, which started around 1:55 a.m. along a shanty community in Manila's port area and was put out 9 hours later. The Philippines has a patchy record in enforcing fire safety in buildings, homes, and offices. In August, 11 people died after a 5-story apartment burned down in Manila's Chinatown. President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Tuesday that a Ukrainian delegation meeting officials from Western countries in London on Wednesday would have a mandate to discuss a full or partial ceasefire. He also told reporters at the briefing that Ukraine would be ready to hold talks with Russia in any format once a ceasefire is in place and the fighting between Kyiv and Moscow's forces has stopped. The talks in London, which are set to bring together officials from the United States, Britain, France, Germany, and Ukraine, come amidst a flurry of intense U.S.-led diplomatic efforts to find a way to end Russia's war with Ukraine. Zelensky said he would be happy to meet U.S. President Donald Trump later this week when they attend the funeral of Pope Francis.
As for our delegation, it has a mandate tomorrow for what it has a mandate for, discussing an unconditional ceasefire or a partial ceasefire. We are ready for this stage. We are also ready to state that after the ceasefire, we are ready to sit down in any format. If the Russians are ready for a complete ceasefire, then after a complete ceasefire, with an understanding of how long it will last, we are ready for any format of negotiations with them. Any format. I think America is a real leader. We want them to participate. We want them to put pressure on Russia. But we are ready to answer for our words. If tomorrow, the Russians are ready not just for a ceasefire, and if they indeed ceasefire, we are ready to sit down for talks and move on to other steps to end the war. If at least something is actually done, and not just talk. Ukraine does not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about.
The presidents of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, and Chile, Gabriel Boric, reaffirmed their commitments to international trade and globalization on Tuesday during a bilateral meeting held during Boric's state visit to Brazil. The two leaders emphasized their support for multilateralism in a world challenged by Donald Trump's tariffs war, refusing to choose between commercial partners. The meeting commemorated 189 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and Chile, resulting in agreements to enhance cooperation in areas such as organized crime, science, and migration, as both heads of states shared on their social media platforms. At least 20 people were feared killed after suspected militants opened fire on tourists in India's Jammu and Kashmir territory on Tuesday. 3 security sources said the worst attack on civilians in the troubled Himalayan region for years. Indian Home Minister Amit Shah said he was rushing to Kashmir to hold a security meeting. The attack occurred in Pahalgam, a popular destination in the scenic mountainous region where mass tourism, especially during the summer months, has resurged as Islamist militants' violence has eased in recent years. One security source puts the death toll at 20, while the second put it at 24 and the third at 26. All 3 spoke on the condition of anonymity as they were not authorized to speak to the media. The attack took place in an off-the-road meadow, and 2 of 3 militants were involved. The Indian Express newspaper reported citing an unidentified senior police officer. Nigeria's under-20 national team, the Flying Eagles, defeated their Egyptian counterpart 2-1 in a friendly match on Tuesday in Cairo ahead of the 2025 Under-20 Africa Cup of Nations AFCON. Barobo Arehi gave Nigeria the lead in the 10th minute after receiving a fine pass from Binemi Amole and cooling slotting home. Egypt equalized in the 65th minute through Ahmed Kabaka, but Nigeria regains the lead in 83rd minute when Precious Benjamin scored from the penalty spot after Divine Olise was fouled in the box. The win is a big boost for Nigeria, who arrived in Egypt on Sunday for the 17th Under-20 AFCON, the tournament which will take place in Egypt from April 27 to May 18th. Nigeria's 7-time champions are in Group B and will play their first match against Tunisia on Thursday and also face Morocco and Kenya in the group stage. The top 4 teams from the tournament will qualify to represent Africa at the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile, slated for September 27th to October 19th. And as the news is hour, I'm Charles Pice. Thanks for watching. Up next is the E-Vibes with the one and only.
Why do people evade tax? Why is it that the propensity or the tendency to evade tax is very high in Nigeria? It has to do with the social contract, the failure on the part of government, to fulfill its own part. Okay, a situation where individuals or firms provide virtually everything they need that the government ought to have provided. Okay, things like power, for example. If you're a small business, you have to bother about power. You get a generator. Water. You provide your own water. You provide your own security. At some point, you have to also help to do the road to your office and so on. So when you look at all these things, it does not encourage people to voluntarily say they want to pay tax, because on the part of government, they also feel the government is slacking. Government is not meeting its own responsibilities. So that is the failure of the social contract, that has been with us.
From the president to the ministers to the governors, all of them, 98% of them attended public schools from primary, secondary to university level, paying almost nothing. Now go to a typical primary and secondary school in your locality and see how it has been destroyed over the years, simply because people in the position of power have the resources that they have accrued from the National Treasury to take their children and give them the best of education in in any part of the world. Keep that aside. 98% of people in the position of power, their mother either gave birth to them in their homes or in public hospitals. Because in the last 40, 50, 60 years, how many private hospitals do we have in Nigeria? But now go to a typical private hospital, public hospital, and see what you have there. I was invited for an event. And then the head of a public school was delivering a speech. And he said, government can no more build hostels. Government can no more give scholarships. So what can government do? You attended a public university, lived in a public hostel, and now you find yourself in a position of power. You cannot build more hostels for the generation that succeeded you. You went to public school and was given a scholarship by your state government, and you are in a position of power. You cannot give scholarship to the children of the poor. You cannot build a nation when you rob Peter to pay Paul. If the system is that of robbing Peter to pay Paul, then they should only expect patriotism from Paul, not from Peter. So if this country will experience peace and stability, then we must ensure social justice and equity. These teeming young people who are sitting down
afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV this hour. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. We have interesting stories. We have a whole lot of stories for you today. And I promise that I'm going to review that art gallery visit today. It's a promise. Hold me accountable if I don't do that. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Nigerian billionaire businessman and nightlife connoisseur Obinna Iyebu, popularly known as Obi Kubana, has cleared the air on who his real next of kin is. This came after his adopted son Chidi went viral on social media after he joined a TikTok challenge where he vigorously claimed to be the billionaire's next of kin. In the TikTok video, Chidi could be seen strutting proudly with a caption that read, "Nothing do my shoulder. I just realize, see, I be next of kin." So this particular story has been, creating a buzz on social media, Instagram, TikTok, and the likes, especially immediately after Obi Kubana posted a picture of he and his first son shaking hands and, holding shoulders, and captioned it next of kin with laughing emoji and face filled with heart emoji. So when you go through the comment section, you will get to find out that it's as if people are against him, and I could understand, because why being petty, especially after the young boy made a post on TikTok. This is actually a TikTok challenge. This challenge of raising shoulder, and people will just say something, just create a caption and all that. And you would find out that people have been calling the young boy next of kin, calling him adopted son, giving him so many names. So he had to use a caption that didn't fit for him. It doesn't necessarily mean, because of course I know and I'm sure that, in fact, so many people know and they're sure that that young boy Chidi knows that he is an adopted son. But what people do not understand is why exactly he had to come online to make such caption. But on a second thought, it is literally none of our business, because this is a family matter. He can decide who he wants to be his next of kin and who he doesn't. But that doesn't necessarily mean that other brothers or other sons of his do not have shares in whatever he have. No. And another thing is, I think it's even good that he cleared the air right now so as not to cause any chaos or problems in future, and this whole misunderstanding later on in future, because the way the guy has actually portrayed himself as next of kin on TikTok, maybe tomorrow, if it is said that the other son is the next of kin, it could cause chaos between the both brothers, and other people were coming out saying this is a woman's doing, this is a woman this, a woman that, a woman, Someone said, of course, a woman's name will never go out of people's mouth, but no, this is an African man, and if you have an adopted child, and after that adopted child, you have a son, of course, trust that man not to give his property to the adopted son. That doesn't mean that the adopted son would not have a share in whatever he have. He would, but his first son would be his next of kin. Take it or leave it. Let's call it spade a spade. So whatever comments that's been trolling on that particular post on Instagram, I don't think it has anything to do with Obi Kubana. He would care less about it. He has made his statements and he has made it clear to everybody. I think that's the whole drama. That's all he wanted. He wanted it to be very clear and known that this particular boy, which is his son, not the adopted one, is his next of kin. So let's move forward. In another landmark feat, Burna Boy recently sold out the Coupe Manchester, which is England's biggest indoor arena. The concert, which took place on April 21st, 2025, comes just days after the Grammy winner made history by filling up the 80,000 capacity Stade de France in Paris. At his Manchester concert, Burna Boy thrilled fans to a rendition of the hit records, which with which he has built one of the most enviable touring repertories for an African pop star. Similar to his Paris show, he brought out Nigerian street hop sensation Charlie Poppy, with whom he performs the remix of his single Laho, which is quickly becoming a global viral song. He also welcomed Joe Duitfield, joining him on stage to perform their collaboration for Compel, after they both performed at the Stade de France. Following his sold-out Manchester concerts, the hitmaker will be returning on stage on April 24th as a headliner for the Jazz and Heritage Festival in New Orleans. 2025 is already off to an eventful start for the superstar, who has announced a new album titled No Sign of Weakness, expected to be released later in the year. The album, which will be his 8th LP, has been preceded by the Grammy-nominated single Higher and Bundle by Bundle, both released in 2024. Earlier in 2025, he released Update, which further raised anticipation for his upcoming album. Burna Boy's last album, I Told Them, enjoyed commercial success and has become a big part of his performance lineup. Fans will be expecting the same from the next album, whose title suggests he has no intention of slowing down. So a big congratulations to Burna Boy. We're so proud of him and we're so happy for him. In fact, I don't think I'll be surprised again if headlines like this come up, that he sold out this arena, he sold out this, he sold out this stage and all that. I don't think I'll be surprised, because it's becoming a norm for him. You know, he's always having a sold out. He's always having a sold out. And it's not like he's just a Nigerian artist. He's now a global artist. Wherever you see a story, you would get to see that tag. Grammy-winning global artist, this and that. So it's a big win for him, and we're so proud of him. We are all expecting and anticipating the new album that will be coming up later this year. So keep your fingers crossed. Let's move forward. The woman who accused Jay-Z and Diddy of raping her when she was 13 years old is now taking legal steps to try and dismiss a lawsuit Jay-Z filed against her. Jay's accuser, who first sued him for rape as a Jane Doe, filed new legal docs Tuesday to dismiss the defamation suit the music mogul filed against her and her attorney, Tony Bosby, in Alabama. The woman claims Jay-Z can't sue her over the claims because she made them in court documents, and are therefore privileged. Adding that the interview she did with NBC was based on her claims in the court documents. The woman claimed Jay and Diddy raped her in New York back in 2000. She ultimately dropped the rape lawsuit, and Jay-Z then sued her and Bosby in Alabama, where she lives, over bringing the case in the first place. The woman now wants Jay-Z's lawsuit dismissed with prejudice, meaning it can't be filed again. Bosby previously filed a motion to get Jay's lawsuits against him dismissed, claiming they struck a deal and Jay reneged, and allegations Hobbs Camp previously said bogus. In her motion, the woman makes a similar claim about dismissing her lawsuit per the alleged agreement. So, you know, we brought the story up earlier this year, I think sometime this month or last month, stating that she has, you know, taken down the whole claim and allegation. She's taking it out, you know, stating that no, they didn't do that. Jay-Z didn't do that to her. Of course, I don't know why, because you came out plain to make this statement that actually went viral on X. So, you know, I think Jay-Z doing this right now is him being angry, because why would you, according to what I just read, why would you bring up the case in the first place if you know that it really didn't happen? You know, I know people would be like he's being petty right now, but take yourself for instance. What would you do if someone, you know, makes a false allegation against you in court, and also came live to make same statement, and now you're saying you took it down and you guys had an agreement? You won't blame him because that thing had a problem in his life, could even have a problem in his family's life and his career. Wife, because he is not just the only celebrity in that family, his wife is too, and of course the daughter. So I think people should sometimes think about whatever they bring out or whatever they say, because it can indict the life of some people, especially celebrities. So I pray and I wish, in fact I'm begging, that Jay-Z would actually consider this and still take it down. You know, I think she's pleading right now that he should take it down. I mean, she agreed that it's a force. She didn't do that, and she's taking it down. She has taken it down, in fact. So I think he too would think of doing the same thing, and everybody can move on with their lives. You know, we've all believed that he didn't do it, and we all knew that he didn't do it, although some people have the whole guess, you know, about it. But it came out the same way it came out that he raped her. It came out on socials that, okay, she said she's taking it down, and no, it is a force and all that. So let's move forward. Fans of the Netflix series You, starring Penn Badley, can celebrate the show's final season by visiting the Monet's bookstore pop-up event in New York City. High school fan Mia Levins drove 2 hours from New Jersey to be among the first to enter the space. I'm obsessed with Penn Badley, and I'm obsessed with the show. I read all the books, I watched all the season. I'm so ready for season 5. I'm so hype. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Okay, this was actually made, this was made by someone. The pop-up, located at 486 Broome Street, will be open on April 22nd and 23rd from 12 p.m., offering a literally scavenger hunt with exclusive merchandise, prize, and photo opportunities on a first-come, first-served basis. The show's famous glass cage, the place where Badley's character Joe killed many of his victims, will also be on display. Additionally, bookstores across the United States, including Black Pearl Books in Austin, the Ripped Bodice in Los Angeles, and Brooklyn Books and Books in Miami, and Booksmiths in San Francisco, will host in-store scavenger hunts for April 16th to 23rd. Fans worldwide can join an early virtual screening of the Season 5 premiere, featuring a Q&A with Badley on toondom.com. Take a look at this.
Thank you. So I don't try to think about the fact that he killed a lot of people here. I'm just really honing in the book ambiance instead of that glass cage in the back.
I'm obsessed with Penn Badgley, and I'm obsessed with the show. I read all the books. I watched all the seasons. I'm so ready for season 5. I live in New Jersey, so I drove like almost 2 hours to get here. I'm so hyped. I'm ready. I'm so ready.
I'm expecting to see, honestly, that glass cage. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I'm really expecting to see that glass cage. You know who I'm also expecting to see? Love. All right, that was outstanding and that was spectacular. Let's move forward. Video released by the Vatican shows the open casket containing the body of Pope Francis laid in the chapel of the Santa Marta residence. Francis was moved to St. Peter Basilica this morning, where the public paid their respects. The funeral will be held at the St. Peter's on Sunday morning. In a break from tradition, Francis confirmed in his final statement released on Monday that he wished to be buried in Rome's Basilica of St. Mary Major and not St. Peter Basilica. Take a look.
Per risorgere con lui, aspergiamo il corpo del nostro Papa Francesco. Rendiamo grazie a Dio che reggiamo il corpo del nostro Papa Francesco. Rendiamo grazie a nella luce della beatitudine eterna. Per Cristo, a una vita nuova in Cristo, nello Spirito Santo. Nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie,
May his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. So his burial will be happening pretty soon. I think this week, Saturday or thereabouts. So I know this particular story is it's about Easter, and Easter just passed. That was on Sunday 21st, but I thought to bring this up to you. So on Easter Sunday, Lagos Island hosted the annual Fancy Carnival featuring music, dance, and parades rooted in Afro-Brazilian heritage. The event drew crowds to the streets where participants in coordinated costumes performed choreographed routine in traditional samba rhythms. The Lagos Fancy Carnival is one of the city's oldest cultural festivals, tracing its origin to the 19th century, when formerly enslaved Africans returned from Brazil and settled in Lagos. These Afro-Brazilian returnees, often referred to as Agunda, brought with them elements of Catholicisms, architecture, cuisines, and carnival traditions, which blended with local Yoruba costumes. Historically, the carnival was held in neighborhoods like Campo Square and featured family-led masquerade groups, many of which have passed their traditions down from generations. This year's edition was organized by the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture in partnership with the Brazilian consulates. The event is part of border efforts to preserve the cultural ties between Nigeria and Brazil and to promote Lagos as a hub for heritage tourism. So take a look.
Here we're celebrating culture, we're celebrating history, we're celebrating reclaiming history from the colonizers and the Brazilian slave returnees that have come to make Lagos their home.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain's team right here.
All right, that was so beautiful. I love the blend. I love the fact that they had to come together to, do this. And this is their 16th edition. So let's look forward to next year's one and see what they have to bring to us. That's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We would go on a very short break, and when we return, I would review that arts gallery visit to you. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Happy birthday to each and every person that today happens to be your birthday. I wish you long life and prosperity and everything good in life. So right now, I want you to sit tight. I'm sure your popcorn and your wine and your juice, your water, whatever you have, enjoying the show with me is ready, because I have something spectacular coming for you. And I want you to leave something in the comment section for me, what you think about some of this artwork. You can give your own reviews of whatever you see. So sit tight and enjoy. We are live at Contact Gallery. We are here to see Uche Agonsi in his gallery. We are here to discuss more about arts, sculptures, painting, and the stories behind each and every one of them. So join us while we get some reviews with him. Good afternoon, sir.
From Signature TV.
Yes, please.
Wow.
It's nice to meet you.
Welcome to That's Art Gallery.
Yes. We're here to review some of your artwork and the whole mystery behind it.
Wow.
So are you ready for us?
Oh, yes.
All right. So, I like this particular one.
Wow. The title of the work is August Meeting.
August Meeting.
The saga and the menace that happens in August Meeting.
Okay.
In the time past, I did this work 2006.
Okay.
August Meeting issues were at the peak.
Yeah.
Women put a lot of pressures on the husband. Some people use that opportunity.
It still does, though.
But I think it's watered down now.
Okay.
But that time is something else. Women can even sell anything to go for August Meeting. So
Yes.
they use that opportunity to do that kind of competition. So
All right.
I was able to capture the political class here.
Okay.
This is the wife of the former governor, former senator, former House of Rep, former power.
Okay.
So she now has less women behind her.
Okay.
I can see she's almost wearing nothing. She's wearing few diamonds, bling.
Yeah.
But this one is the present and the current wife of either governor, senator.
Yeah.
You can see she has enough PF, wearing bone.
Yeah, looking all
shirt,
flashy.
with their bling and everything. So it's just a display of power. But you can now see the normal women that are
The viewers, the one watching them.
they're the ones that have been tormented, been harassed. So I just those onlookers.
Okay.
Watching the drama being created during August Meeting.
All right.
So I saw that I have to capture it in order to preserve the.
That's quite impressive. So, okay. I love this particular one.
This painting, I did it after I attended anywhere. That was 2009. So I was able to study women and powers. I captured the face of a woman or the womanhood. Here, you can see her face is good, white, welcoming. Here, she didn't know anything. She's just a white material. Like now, everything people are talking about Acharut. That was Acharut up there. Okay. But the moment you introduce same power to this woman, that is calm, good, submissive, the moment you hand over power to her, the next thing her mouth became stronger. That's where the weapon is. Because you know sometimes you can't. Money, power is just an amplifier. You may say, the girl was nice before. What happened? The sudden married a governor, or she's now commissioner for this and this, and all of a sudden she manifests to this.
Okay, so we are sitting down because there's this particular artwork that caught my interest, and I really want to know the whole mystery behind it. So over to you, Uche. I can see a strong man with 6 packs beating a drum, but he has no head.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want you to tell me the whole drama behind it and why he's actually standing, he's not sitting.
Yeah, he's not standing.
Yes. So what's the whole mystery behind this particular artwork?
Okay, well, I did the artwork in 2000. This work has been to Egypt, this work has been to Germany, this work has been to Colombia, has been to England. I visited it in Abuja, but all the edition I tagged it not for sale. My concept behind this was Nigerian leadership. You can see this man is a drummer, he's making music, he's healthy. And the drum is making you want to hear the music. And at the base is the map of Nigeria. So meanwhile, the title of this work is my Nigeria, my country.
Okay.
So I felt bad when I discovered that all the resources we had, the only problem we had is leadership problem. And I have discovered that one can lose his hand, he still survives. You can lose your leg, you still survive. But you don't have head, you can't. And I've discovered that all the 5 senses are controlled by the head. The eyes, the tongue, the nose, the mouth. And these things are the things that forms leadership. Like today, even in Nigeria, a leader can wake up tomorrow and say, nobody will go out for 1 week.
Yeah.
And everybody will obey him. So if we have the useless or the uneducated one at the helm of affairs, it affects the whole body. So this is Nigeria. We have resources. Everything is working in Nigeria. You know, sometimes as a person, I always ask them, if you export all Nigerians to Canada and bring all Canadian citizens to Nigeria without changing the leadership system, Nigeria will still become the mess it is. And the people in Nigeria will survive very well in Canada.
So like you said, you need someone that will be able to appreciate this art even when you're gone. And maybe by then Nigeria would have, you know, gotten a good leader. So do you think whomever that will handle this art, maybe an artist like you might complete it or something, maybe add a head to it by then?
No, he cannot. Because one good thing is this is an illustrative art. Or it's more like imaginary.
Yeah.
It's like an imaginary art. When Nigeria become better, because I believe in Nigeria, I know Nigeria will become better. There's a lot of prophecy, a lot of this. We almost got it during the last election. You saw the Biden movement. And so one day I know whatever we are asking for will become actualized. That doesn't mean we have a physical head here anymore. But this will not represent a story that this was our dream. Now it's a reality. So that people will not know that culture and history need to be preserved.
This particular artwork got my interest. I'm seeing 3 houses in one. I'm seeing in, and I think there's an out.
Yes.
So tell us a little story about this.
Okay, I'm so passionate about this nation, Nigeria. So this is a political system in this country. You can see there is green, there is white colors. So this is a political structure in this nation. The entrance gate is so small because they love power. So you can see there's a lot of treasure. These are Aso Rock, different level of power, the president, the governor, and the senate. You can see the federal house, whatever. So they have a lot of treasure. But they will always fight, kill themselves to enter. But if they do, the exit door is so wide where they will loot. When you look at this thing, it looks so deformed because some of the roofs are gone. You may think there's no money in this nation. But if you hear the level of money they loot when they leave government, and so you'll be feeling, this money real? One man that will be alive will be stealing 17 trillion, 15 trillion. And you know how many millions to get to a billion, to get to trillion. But you not look at Nigeria as a nation. You're not feeling the impact of the looting. If nothing changes, if they do road for us, we appreciate them. If they don't do, we'll still celebrate them. But there is wealth in this nation. So they won't even allow you to get in.
Yeah.
And if you succeed in getting in, you see what is here. And outside, you see, I use black.
Yeah.
So they paint this government as if nothing works in the government. We don't have money. We don't have this. Nothing. But you keep seeing the level of money. This EFCC people announcing that so and so man steals trillions. Some people steal as big as the whole nation budget. And you keep wondering, is this nation? And one thing about Nigeria, no matter how much they steal, this stuff is still standing. Our map has not deformed.
Yes.
The citizens are still alive.
So I can see some year difference between 2003, 2009. I don't know what.
2013.
2013. So
yes,
why?
I was talking about these are the years we had a lot of political saga.
Oh.
So these are their peak. The peak of looting. You know, this is, I won't call them, but we know. These are their levels. So it was in 2013 till now that was, we now had the highest level of looting. You know, all those. But this nation still survives. And they are creating around Nigeria again that will equally rise with. But one thing I know is that we believe in this nation. No matter how much they do, we will still survive.
All right, so Mr. Agozi Uche,
yes,
you said a whole lot about art and your passion for Nigeria. You even described some artwork differentiating women then and now. So I want to ask you, what drives you? What influences you? What pushes you to do artworks like this?
Okay, you know, as a young man, I don't like the normal status quo. So I love experimenting. So I now discover that art is like a medium for me to express myself.
Okay.
You can hear that lady that talked about the presidents that are giving capital punishment. But with my art, I can talk and be free because it's real. So, and I believe in future. So sometimes if I see future, I can capture it now.
Yeah.
And sometimes I help people establish their vision. You tell me your vision, I can now turn it into an artwork that can help sustain you, like your vision box and this. So as a young man, I want to do things that are beyond, like in my family, nobody has studied arts. There's no artist in my lineage.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be a medical student.
But
I'm supposed to be, yes, I picked art because it's not the normal norm, everybody knows. So when I became an artist, they say, this is a strange course to us, this is a strange subject. I said, don't worry, I'll make you proud. And today, by the grace of God, I was the best artist in the whole Nigeria 2008 with art. I've traveled abroad with art. I've eaten federal government money, in quotes.
You know, I'm about to ask you that question because I know art is there, but it has not really gotten there. Just the way we have Grammys Award, AMVCA Award, like globally. Do you understand? So I want to know, do artists, like you in particular, do you make money from this?
We don't make money in Nigeria. That's why most of these young artists do everything to leave this country. But you know, I told you I believe in this nation. The last time I did an exhibition with the Japanese artists, they almost adopted me. They said, for you to be a Nigerian, you're doing this level of ceramics. Like, you need to come to a nation.
Does it mean Nigeria do not appreciate artwork?
They don't, even federal government. There is no time you will hear the federal government organize an art auction or celebrate an artist, the like of Ben and Wong. They don't even give them an award, the like of Bruce or Mbrakweya. And sometimes you see most artists either enter into commercial, that now become artisans or crafts. When you produce an artwork, the normal people will ask you, we've not eaten doctors to buy an artwork. And you see this chaotic disorder, even people that are building houses, they don't consult an artist. But like as a ceramics, automobile has us to do because we design the cars, like the car plug, those things in that car plug is ceramics. We make it. The windshield is ceramics, it's silicon. It's artists that does those things. But in this nation, trying to engage us, like when Innocent was doing, we tried. Even to get a logo, you know, the appreciation here is so low.
Yeah.
And sometimes you see the white men come here, patronize us, carry our treasures and go. But this nation, they don't even organize an art competition. Talk less of. Even the other time I went to my alma mater, I felt like crying. There's no culture we are preserving, no nothing. So artists are on their own. Sometimes you see some artists, they dress rugged. Some of them, you find that becomes like mad people. In quotes, is because the patronage is so low.
So have you ever envisioned having events like this, like globally, just the way we have Grammy, AMPCA, Headies and the likes? Have you ever envisioned it, and what expectations do you want from the government to make art more pronounced and exposed out there in our country?
Yeah, I have, my dear, countless times. You know, sometimes when you travel abroad, you see artists being commissioned by the government to do monumental work. People now come, pay tickets, go around the world. People can move around it. You know, doing an artwork that is 20 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet. These are some of the things that inspire me. And I believe that one day, somebody that is sane, that will get to government, some of our roundabout need to be beautified with some of our forgone culture. Like the coal miners need to be captured. You know, people cannot go around, have the history embedded on the body of the artwork. People cannot go like a tour on that artwork. I made a drawing for that. I made a sketch, 40 feet artwork that can have all these coal miners in it. You didn't see the light of the day. I've gone from one government to another. And I believe one day the right man will be there who will not understand what it takes and the place of art in our society and not patronize, because even when we are gone, our children will look at our art and remember the history and things are preserved.
I'm really glad to be at your gallery, and I'm really, really impressed with what I've seen, especially the works that tell so much about the challenges we have as a country, works that say so much about the dream we have as a country, works that so much about what can be done for the country to move on. I mean, you didn't deliver a speech, but you captured all of it in those works. You know, you talked about the politicians, you talked about the country without a head, we've talked about women, we've talked about Ohaneze. I mean, your work just speaks for itself, and I'm really, really, really impressed. And I want to say that the promise I made to you so many years ago, that I will support and my organization will support art, is coming to fruition. Today we are with you, looking at what you do and how you do it. And I want to reassure you and other artists in ENUGU and all over Nigeria that our Signature TV, we will partner with you. We will support you, we will support your work, and we are interested in taking up some of the responsibilities you talked about, responsibilities that government should take. And as I say, yes, government should take up responsibilities to use art as a money spinner, a money earner, foreign exchange earner for our country, by organizing exhibitions, organizing competitions, organizing a coming together of artists, that the individuals and companies should also support government and support the art. Because I've been around the world, and in a lot of places, endowments in the art is done by individuals and, you know, rich companies. So for us at Signature TV, we look forward to growing and being in a comfort zone where we can do the big things that we really want to do. But we'll take the low-hanging fruits like we are doing now. We have designed a program that is specifically for arts. We have designed a program that, you know, talks about the works of artists. And those are small things we are doing, which we hope that as the years go by, will grow even to make it even bigger. So once again, thank you for the opportunity of letting me into your gallery. And I here and now offer you, you know, a hand of friendship, a hand of partnership, that together we can do so much for the art world.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure. My pleasure. I'm so grateful, sir. I will always put a Sir V. Martin Ilo for being in Kuntasha Gallery today. Sir, you've been an inspiration to me, I must tell you, because some of these artworks I produce, you inspire them one way or the other. Because when you're at the corridor of power, I see a man with another spirit. You are not contaminated. You are like a catalyst. You are in their midst, but you're not consumed. So, and I've always seen a man with a bigger dream. Like today, I'm so glad that Signature TV has come to pass. This is a dream you had almost 25 years ago. It's not something you cook up yesterday night. And even the name Signature means this is final set of television. You are now putting your signature on it. Even the name is so unique, it's so artistic. It's something that is outstanding. So I am so overwhelmed that you made it to my gallery today. And with these promises you made, sir, I'm giving you my 100% support, because I didn't know you last year. I've seen you work with individuals. I've seen you work with corporate bodies. I've had your testimonies. I've experienced it. And I know you can never change, because you're a man of integrity. See how you visited my gallery. You didn't send, just go to the gallery and cover. You came in a person. That means that you value what I'm doing and you value my person. So I am so grateful. And I love what you have been an art collector. If you get to your house, it look like a gallery. You've been patronizing all other artists, helping us to eat, helping us to have shelter, helping us not to get the drugs. Some of us have been tempted to even go into Yahoo or whatever. But when we remember men like you who always come and look at this talent and say, I like what you're doing, I want to patronize you, it keeps us going. The rate of suicidal thoughts in the society, people like you are reducing it. And people are not giving up. So thank you so much. I am ready to partner with Signature TV, because something about me is excellent. I have it as a gift. So with you on board, sir, count me in. I'm so grateful working with you.
Thank you.
Thank
It
you
was
so
a pleasure
much,
coming here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for watching. I'm sure you had so much fun, and I'm sure you've gained a whole lot. I'm sure, yes, we had so much talking about Nigeria, our country, the whole art, the Aso Rock, and of course the one that got me more interested, the woman that transferred from the wife material to the woman with power. And I'm sure that you will see that Mr. Uche Agunze has said a whole lot about our country, Nigeria, and about them not giving artists the opportunity to come out and showcase themselves, making it an art event to go global. So I pray like he prayed that our country and the head will do something about it. Thanks for watching, and join us same time. Yeah, thanks for watching, and join us same time tomorrow. I'm actually a lover of art, so yeah. Join us same time tomorrow. The show has come to an end. Same station, same channel. And of course, up next is Global News by Mr. Barry Kumo Ado. You don't want to miss on that. Bye. See you same time tomorrow.
Why do people evade tax? Why is it that the propensity or the tendency to evade tax is very high?
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Kenya sentences 4 foreigners for trafficking. India's Interior Minister meets families of Kashmir attack victims. Apple fined $570 million and Meta $228 million for breaching EU law. Earthquake of 6.2 magnitude shakes Istanbul. Details shortly.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT 1600 hours GMT.
4 foreigners appeared in a Nairobi court on Wednesday for allegedly attempting to smuggle thousands of live ants out of Kenya in what officials called a landmark wildlife trafficking case. Court documents show that the suspects, 2 Belgians, 1 Vietnamese and 1 Kenyan, are pleaded guilty on Monday to charges of illegal possession and trafficking of live wildlife. Kenyan Wildlife Service KWS officials said authorities intercepted live queen ants, including the sought-after Mesa cephalote species, also known as giant African harvester ants.
They are reports that are required by the court to be able to give a background. They are prepared by the probation office. They are prepared to give a background on the accused persons, to know a little bit about them, the circumstances under which the offense happened. They also present the views of the victim. In this instance, the prosecution has gone one step forward and prepared a victim impact statement, which I read the title as it is: Illegal Ant Trafficking from Kenya to Asia, Europe and America. So it explains in this instance why the live ants were being trafficked. And therefore, I am not sentencing today. The sentence will take place on the 7th of May at 9:30.
Experts believe the ants were destined for exotic pet markets in Europe and Asia. Magistrate Njeri Tuko will issue the suspect sentence on May 7, according to court officials. Case highlights growing concerns over the illegal trade of lesser-known wildlife species, conservation experts say. Kenyan police recovered 2 bodies and rescued 57 people at a church in Rungo, Migori County in western Kenya. The rescue operation was called for after a family from Nyamira County stormed the church, demanding for the body of the king who died at the church. Police officers retrieved the 2 bodies from premises of St. Joseph's Missions of Africa Church in Migori County on Monday. According to a police report, one of them, the body of a man, was found lying on the floor of a prayer room within the church compound, while fully covered in a white robe and wrapped in a grey sheet. 57 people who were rescued looked weak and frail and were taken into a nearby hospital, but refused to be attended to by medical personnel, and instead began to make noises and sing religious songs. The rescue comes 2 years after more than 400 bodies were exhumed from the Shakahola forest in eastern Kenya, nearly half of them children, in what was termed as one of the world's worst cult-related disasters in recent history.
Police officers requested him to be taken to the hospital, but he did not accept. He refused. He said that he has strong faith, he will be okay, his Lord will heal him. But from that day up to yesterday, he was well, walking. So yesterday in the morning, he called me and told me, "My child, we are here with you. I'm the one who has been here with you. Protect my body from the outsiders. Don't let my brothers come and take out my body outside this compound."
What is going on? Is the government really aware of what is happening in these premises? And if so, because this domicile has been there for long, what action really has been taken?
In a cramped courtyard in Bukavu's Panzi neighborhood, Mapendo Nwa Bushayula comforts 7 children, including an 8-year-old orphan who lost his mother to gunfire during the flight from violence. As peace talks between the Congolese government and M23 rebels in Doha drag on, Bushayula, who fled a destroyed home in Nyangezi, now faces a daily struggle for survival. Bushayula's story reflects the human toll of the ongoing conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, which has intensified since January, displacing millions and leaving thousands dead. The M23 rebels, accused by United Nations and Western governments of receiving support from neighboring Rwanda, made significant advances, seizing control of vast mineral-rich territories. Rwanda denies the allegations. Despite recent face-to-face meetings between Congolese officials and M23 representatives in Doha, the resolution remains elusive. The talks have faced delays and disagreements over the negotiation framework. For Benyensula, the diplomatic maneuvering feels distant from our daily reality, sheltered by an overwhelmed host family in Kazaroho. She shares mega food supplies with several other displaced families. U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday said he won't play hardball with China on trade and that U.S. tariffs on China will be nowhere near the 145% his administration had previously discussed. Trump expressed optimism that he would make progress with China that will substantially lower tariffs on their imports. Trump said a deal will result in substantially lower tariffs on Chinese goods.
I'm not going to say, no, I'm not going to mention COVID. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice. And we'll see what happens. But ultimately, they have to make a deal because otherwise they're not going to be able to deal in the United States. So we want them involved. But they have to, and other countries have to make a deal. And if they don't make a deal, we'll set the deal. Because we're the ones that set the deal. Scott and Howard and myself and others, we're going to be setting the deal. And it'll be a fair deal for everybody. And it'll be, I think it's a process that's going to go pretty quickly. We've spoken to many. Prices are going down, not going up. One of the big things is energy is going down. I see that we had a couple of states where gasoline was at $1.98.
The Chinese Foreign Ministry said on Wednesday when asked about U.S. President Donald Trump's remarks about potentially lower tariffs on China that the U.S. should stop making threats and resorted to coercion if it wants to make a deal. Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun accused the U.S. of continuing to exert extreme pressure even as it tried to reach an agreement, saying that was not the right way to deal with China. When asked about Chinese Premier Li Qiang's letter to Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, Guo said China has maintained communication with all parties on the issue of tariffs. The United States says it is doing well in its discussions about a potential trade deal with China, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters on Tuesday. Leavitt added that the Trump administration has received trade deal proposals from 18 nations, while officials including U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick are meeting this week with 34 countries to discuss trade.
Well, I spoke to our entire trade team this morning. There is a lot of progress being made. We now have 18 proposals on paper that have been brought to the trade team. Again, these are proposals on paper that countries have proposed to the Trump administration and to our government. You have Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Ambassador Greer, NEC Director Hassett, and Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, meeting with 34 countries this week alone. We are moving at Trump speed to ensure these deals are made on behalf of the American worker and the American people. And he wanted me to share with all of you that we're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America. And the president and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China. So we feel everyone involved wants to see a trade deal happen, and the ball is moving in the right direction.
The coffin carrying the body of Pope Francis was taken in procession on Wednesday to St. Peter's Basilica. After the blessing at the Casa Santa Marta's Chapel, his body, lying in an open casket, was accompanied by cardinals as it was carried through St. Peter's Square, where worshippers applauded the late Pope. Francis, a groundbreaking reformer, died aged 88 on Monday from a stroke and cardiac arrest, ended an often turbulent 12-year reign in which he repeatedly clashed with traditionalists and championed the poor and marginalized. After a religious service, the faithful and the general public will be allowed to visit the late pontiff until 7 p.m. on Friday, with a funeral scheduled for the next morning. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance offered his condolences to the Pope while speaking to reporters in Agra, India on Wednesday, shortly before he departed for Jaipur. Vance did not confirm if he would attend the Pope's funeral services, said he was not sure which government officials from the U.S. would be going.
So I'm not currently planning to attend his funeral. I'm not currently planning to not attend his funeral. We just haven't really thought that much about when his funeral is going to be and who's going to attend from our government. The thing that I will always remember Pope Francis for is that he was a great pastor. People on the margins, poor people, people suffering from diseases, they saw in Pope Francis an advocate and I think a true expression of Christian love. So we're very saddened by it. Obviously, our condolences to the Catholics all over the world, but especially back home who loved and honored the Holy Father. Yeah, you know, I've thought a lot about that. I mean, it's pretty crazy, actually. And obviously, when I saw him, I didn't know that he had less than 24 hours still on this earth. I think it was a great blessing. Yes, I'm aware that he had some disagreements with some of the policies of our administration. He also had a lot of agreements with some of the policies of our administration. I'm not going to soil the man's legacy by talking about politics. I think he was a great Christian pastor, and that's how I choose to remember the Holy Father.
Would you like a more traditional path?
You know, I won't pretend to give guidance to the Cardinals on who they should select as the next pope. We've got plenty of issues to focus on in the United States. I'll just say a prayer for wisdom because I obviously want them to pick the right person. I want them to pick somebody who will be good for the world's Catholics. But I'll let them make that decision. And obviously,
Pope Francis held a private meeting at his Vatican residence with Vance on Easter Sunday, a day before the pontiff died. The meeting lasted a few minutes. Vance's trip to Agra with his wife Usha and their 3 children was part of a 4-day, mostly personal visit to India. India is seeking an early trade deal with the U.S., its largest trading partner, before the end of a 90-day pause on the steep tariffs announced by Trump's administration. U.S. Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Martin McCarry has said that the FDA plans to remove petroleum-based synthetic food dyes from the U.S. food supply, citing studies that have raised concerns about the link between dyes and health conditions like ADHD, obesity, and diabetes. Speaking at a press conference in Washington, McCarry said the agency would begin the process to revoke authorization for 2 synthetic food colorants within the coming month and work with the industry to eliminate 6 other dyes by the end of next year.
Today, the FDA is taking action to remove petroleum-based food dyes from the U.S. food supply and from medications. For the last 50 years, American children have increasingly been living in a toxic soup of synthetic chemicals. The scientific community has conducted a number of studies raising concerns about the correlation between petroleum-based synthetic dyes and several health conditions. This Lancet study conducted a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled study on food dyes and concluded that artificial colors in the diet, quote, result in increased hyperactivity. So why are we taking a gamble? Cancer and diabetes in young people is going up at an alarming rate, and nobody seems to know why. We have to turn our attention to underlying causes, such as chemicals and toxins that children are exposed to.
The Food and Drug Administration in a press release said it plans to authorize 4 new color additives in the coming weeks, while also accelerating the review and approval of others. The presidents of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva and Gabriel Boric of Chile, have reaffirmed their commitment to international trade and globalization on Tuesday during a bilateral meeting held during Boric's state visit to Brazil. 2 leaders emphasized their support for multilateralism in a world challenged by Donald Trump's tariff war, refusing to choose between commercial partners. The meeting commemorated 189 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and Chile, resulting in agreements to enhance cooperation in areas such as organized crime, science and migration, as both heads of state shared on their social media platforms. A Tesla dealership in the Seoul area of Manhattan was vandalized by members of climate protest group Extinction Rebellion NYC on Tuesday. Video shows two graffiti artists painting anti-Elon Musk and anti-George messages on the glass windows of a dealership using green and red paint. The pair painted several messages before police arrived and arrested one of the men. Up ahead, Tesla's showroom in Manhattan vandalized with anti-Musk and Doge graffiti. Indian Seoul protests condemning deadly Kashmir militant attack. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
The main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Protesters took to the streets in various cities of India's Jammu and Kashmir on Tuesday after a militant attack killed at least 20 people in the region's Pahalgam city. Some chanted anti-Pakistan slogans, while others called for India's Home Affairs Minister Amit Shah to step down. Local politician and former national parliamentarian Faiz Ahmad Mir joined a candlelight protest in the region's Baramulla city and condemned the attack. The attack occurred in Pahalgam, a popular destination in the scenic mountainous region where mass tourism, especially during the summer, has resurged as Islamic militant violence has eased in recent years. Nationalities of the victims were not immediately known. A little-known militant group, Kashmir Resistance, claimed responsibility for the attack. In a social media message, it expressed discontent that more than 85,000 outsiders have been settled in the region, spurring a demographic change. Meanwhile, India has scaled up security as shops and markets shut down across Jammu and Kashmir territory on Wednesday in response to a recent attack on tourists by suspected militants that killed 26 and injured at least 17. While soldiers and police were deployed across the territory following the attack, some local political and commercial organizations also called for a shutdown of businesses in protest against the attacks. Attack which took place on Tuesday in a meadow in Pahalgam area of a scenic Himalayan federal territory includes 25 dead Indians and 1 Nepalese national. Hundreds of security personnel were deployed to the territory's Baisanra area to aid in the search for the suspected gunmen who remain at large. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has cut short his two-day visit to Saudi Arabia and returned to New Delhi on Wednesday morning for a militant attack on tourists in Jammu and Kashmir. Immediately upon his arrival, Modi held an emergency meeting at the airport with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Foreign Minister Subrahmanya Jahan Khan and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. India revoked Kashmir's special status in 2019, splitting the state into 2 federally administered territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. The move allowed local authorities to issue domicile rights to outsiders, allowing them to get jobs and buy land in the territory. Meanwhile, India's Interior Minister met with the families of victims of a recent attack by suspected militants that killed 26 and injured at least 17 in India's restive Jammu and Kashmir territory. Interior Minister Amit Shah also laid a funeral wreath along coffins belonging to victims in Srinagar, territory's largest city. It was the worst attack on civilians in India since 2008 Mumbai shootings and shattered relative calm in Kashmir, where terrorism has boomed as an anti-Indian insurgency has waned in recent years. A massive blaze destroyed hundreds of shanty towns in downtown Manila early morning on Wednesday, leaving hundreds of residents without homes. Fire, which started around 1:55 a.m. along a shanty community in Manila's port area, was put out 9 hours later. Philippines has a patchy record in enforcing fire safety in buildings, homes and offices. In August, 11 people died after a 5-story apartment burnt down in Manila's Chinatown. A Russian drone hit a bus carrying workers in the Ukrainian city of Marinets early on Wednesday, killing 9 people in a wave of attacks targeted civilian infrastructure in east, south, and central Ukraine. Still photographs released by Ukraine's State Emergency Service showed rescuers removing bodies from damaged bus. Sheikh Lesak, governor of Dnipropetrovsk region, which includes Mahanets in central southern Ukraine, said 9 people were killed in the attack, with at least 30 injured. Emergency responders tackled large-scale fires on Wednesday after a Russian drone attack on Ukraine's second-largest city, Kharkiv, in a wave of attacks that targeted civilian infrastructure in east, south, and central Ukraine, officials said. Video from the State Emergency Service of Ukraine showed blazes in government buildings and vehicles, and emergency responders dousing them with water. Air defense units were also engaged in repelling attacks on Kyiv region, but there were no reports of potential damage. There was no immediate comment from Russia about the attacks. Full scale of the attacks, which kept Kyiv and the eastern half of Ukraine awake for several hours overnight, was not immediately known. At least 10 Palestinians were killed on Wednesday in an Israeli strike on a school housing displaced families in Gaza City. Medics said the Israeli airstrike on a Yafa school in the Tufa area in Gaza City has also touched tents and classrooms where displaced families took shelter. Some of the burnt-up furniture was still in flames several hours after the attack, as people sifted through classrooms and a schoolyard looking for some of their belongings. Israel has relaunched its military operations on March 18 after the collapse of a ceasefire. Since then, Israeli strikes have killed more than 1,600 Palestinians, according to the Gaza health authorities. The conflict was sparked by a mass attack on southern Israel on October 7, 2023, resulting in 1,200 deaths and 251 hostages taken to Gaza, according to Israeli records. Since then, local health authorities have reported that over 51,000 Palestinians have been killed in the Israeli offensive. Still to come, Putin says Russia lacks certain weapons despite beefing up military production. Judges extend Venezuela deportation blocks, questions Trump's use of wartime law. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Russia's armed forces still lack certain weapons despite significantly increasing arms production last year. President Vladimir Putin told the meeting of a state military-industrial commission on Wednesday. According to Putin, Russian troops have received more than 4,000 armored vehicles, 180 warplanes and helicopters, and over 1.5 billion drones of various types. But he said there were gaps in other areas.
I would like to point out right away that last year almost all defense enterprises fulfilled the state defense order task in full, qualitatively and on time. For some types of weapons, ahead of schedule. These weapons are still lacking. I know about the efforts being made by the Ministry of Defense and the Minister by industrial enterprises. There are plans, work is being done every day, in fact, and I am sure that all plans to increase production of the necessary equipment, in this case these drones, will certainly be fulfilled. I would like to point out that the most popular models at the front are being rapidly improved. Their tactical and technical characteristics are improving, taking into account both the practice of combat use and the development of enemy countermeasures. And their developers, including leading Western arms concerns, are not standing still either. You and I know this, and the guys on the battlefield know it. The high technological dynamics of our production has been achieved, among other things, thanks to feedback from the front lines. The possibilities of using artificial intelligence are simply colossal, and whoever begins to master these technologies faster, in this case in military affairs, will have huge advantages on the battlefield. And we should never forget about this.
2 judges have extended temporary blocks on some deportations of Venezuelan migrants and signaled that President Donald Trump's invocation of a 1798 law historically used in wartime to speed up their removal from the United States may not survive judicial review. Denver-based U.S. District Judge Charlotte Sweeney wrote in a ruling that Trump's administration must give Venezuelan migrants detained in Colorado notice 21 days in advance before any deportations under the Alien Enemies Act and must inform them of their right to challenge their removal. And a judge in Manhattan appeared inclined to require the administration to notify Venezuelans at least 10 days in advance before deporting them under that 18th century law. Alien Enemies Act authorizes the president to deport, detain, or place restrictions on individuals whose primary allegiance is to a foreign power and who might pose a national security risk in wartime. The judge in New York, U.S. District Judge Arvin Hastert, said Trump's March 15 proclamation invoking the law to deport hundreds of men accused of being members of Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a prison in El Salvador may run afoul of the U.S. Constitution's 8th Amendment, protections against cruel and unusual punishment. Relatives of many of the deported Venezuelans and their lawyers have denied that they are Tren de Aragua members and have said they were never given the chance to contest the administration's allegations of gang affiliation. Apple was fined 500 million euros and Meta 200 million euros as European Union antitrust regulators handed out the first sanctions on the landmark legislation aimed at curbing the power of big tech on Wednesday. The EU fines could stoke tensions with US President Donald Trump, who has threatened to levy tariffs against countries that penalize US companies. Sanctions following a year-long investigation by the European Commission, the EU executive, into whether the companies complied with the Digital Markets Act that seeks to allow smaller rivals into markets dominated by big tech.
If at midnight we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk said on Tuesday it will cut back significantly the time it devotes to the Trump administration from next month and spend more time running as many companies. The move comes as Musk's involvement in the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, where he has led efforts to cut federal jobs, has become a political lightning rod, fueling unrelenting protests and vandalism at Tesla showrooms. Investors have raised concerns about Musk spending too little time managing Tesla, where sales have nosedived. Tesla's auto revenue dropped 20% and net profit fell 71% in Q1.
The large slug of work necessary to get the DOGE team in place and working in the government to get the financial house in order is mostly done. So I think I'll continue to spend, a day or two per week on government matters for as long as the president would like me to do so, and as long as it is useful. But starting next month, I'll be allocating far more of my time to Tesla. I think Tesla will be the most valuable company in the world by far. It may be as valuable as the next 5 companies combined. But there'll be a few bumps along the road before that happens. I said, I think on the last earnings call that, we'll start to see the prosperity of autonomy take effect in a material way around the middle of next year. We are, I think, the least affected car company with respect to tariffs, at least in most respects. I mean, it remains to be seen. Now tariffs are still.
While a stronger than expected margin in the first quarter, driven by lower costs, offered some relief, Tesla's auto revenue still slumped by a fifth in the period, and net profit plunged 71%. Musk acknowledged the blowback on the company, but brushed off concerns about brand damage hurting Tesla's first quarter sales. Saudi Arabia's defense minister Prince Khalid bin Salman arrived in Tehran for meetings with officials ahead of the weekend's talks between Iran and the United States over the Iranian nuclear program. He also met with Iran's Supreme National Security Council Secretary Ali Akbar Ahmadian. The US and Iran held talks in Amman last weekend that both sides described as positive and constructive. Second round of talks is set to take place in Rome this weekend. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot visited Iraq on Wednesday and met with his Iraqi counterpart, Fouad Hussein. Barrot and Hussein gave a statement to press after the meeting where the French FM expressed the importance of a strong and independent Iraq, calling it a source of stability for the entire region. Hussein stressed the importance of stability in Syria for Iraq, as well as France and Europe. French FM then met Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shah al-Sudani in Baghdad's Green Zone. Barrot is expected to visit Kuwait on Thursday and Saudi Arabia on Friday. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that a Ukrainian delegation meeting officials from Western countries in London on Wednesday will have a mandate to discuss a full or partial ceasefire. He also told reporters at a briefing that Ukraine will be ready to hold talks with Russia in any format once a ceasefire is in place and the fighting between Kiev and Moscow forces has stopped. Talks in London, which are said to bring together officials from the United States, Britain, France, Germany and Ukraine, come amid a flurry of intense US-led diplomatic efforts to find a way to end Russia's war with Ukraine. Zelensky said he would be happy to meet US President Donald Trump later this week when he attends the funeral of Pope Francis.
As for our delegation, it has a mandate tomorrow for what it has a mandate for, discussing an unconditional ceasefire or a partial ceasefire. We are ready for this stage. We are also ready to state that after the ceasefire, we are ready to sit down in any format. If the Russians are ready for a complete ceasefire, then after a complete ceasefire, with an understanding of how long it will last, we are ready for any format of negotiations with them. Any format. I think America is a real leader. We want them to participate. We want them to put pressure on Russia. But we are ready to answer for our words. If tomorrow, the Russians are ready not just for a ceasefire, and if they indeed ceasefire, we are ready to sit down for talks and move on to other steps to end the war. If at least something is actually done, and not just talk. Ukraine does not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about.
A strong earthquake with a magnitude of 6.2 shook Istanbul on Wednesday. Turkey's AFAD disaster agency said one of the strongest quakes to strike the city of 16 million in recent years. There was no immediate report of damage, but people evacuated buildings as the quake hit and shook the city, located on the European and Asian shores of the Bosphorus Strait. Epicenter of the quake, which struck at 12:49, was in the area of Silivri, some 80 kilometers to the west of Istanbul. It was at a depth of 6.92 kilometers. Broadcaster TGRT reported that one person has been injured as a result of jumping off a balcony during the quake, which occurred during a public holiday in Turkey. AFAD warned people in the region against entering damaged buildings. German Research Center for Geosciences, GFZ, said the earthquake had a magnitude 6.02 and it was at a depth of 10 kilometers. A massive blaze destroyed hundreds of shanty homes in downtown Manila early morning on Wednesday, leaving hundreds of residents without homes. Fire, which started around 1:55 a.m. along a shanty community in Manila's port area, was put out 9 hours later. Philippines has a patchy record in enforcing fire safety in buildings, homes and offices. In August, 11 people died after a 5-story apartment burnt down in Manila's Chinatown. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
body positivity, it's talking about how people should be comfortable and confident in their body, regardless of their body shape and their body type. So one major view is social media. Like, let me give an example. Let's say I'm fat, I'm obese, that type of thing, and I'm not so confident in my body. When I see another person that is like me, posting and being confident in their own skin, it gives me like this sense of acceptance and confidence that, oh my god, this person has the same body type as me and she's very confident. It makes me feel like appreciated. It makes me feel more of a human being, because mostly the fat people, they get body shamed. Like, they are not really confident in their body type because they experience it everywhere. People be like, oh, you're too fat, all these things, and it really diminishes their self-confidence.
I think one of the major reasons is maybe peers, the group of people you mingle with. You understand? So maybe, for example, you have friends that you believe they are looking good and all that, and you just start feeling inferiority complex and all that. So I think those are the reasons, major reason why a lot of people have problem with themselves. You just have to be confident, no matter how you look like. When you embrace yourself, embrace your personality, nobody can influence you. Just be confident and you are good to go.
My best knowledge, I think body positivity should be placed like in a way and manner whereby individual appreciates how he or she is being created by a god or his god. It starts from the society, friends, and sometimes family members, and as well parents who have their own maybe share in the family. I think some people nowadays have they are not proud of how they have been created, and some people envy other people with the way God created them. Okay, let me use women as an example. If you go to the gym now every day, you find out that majority of gym attendants are girls. Why are they going for gym? They want to build up some certain parts of their body, whereby for me it has no benefits. I don't know, but some people do. So you see, body positivity comes with a lot of challenges actually. Like when, okay, now for instance, I don't look my age, but I'm young. So some people feel like, no, I'm at I'm 28, I'm 29, I have small body and I don't like it. What's going on? They begin to blame themselves, and at a point they will get to the point that they will start blaming God for not giving them this particular thing, and they don't look at things like that. So if somebody should start conceiving that kind of thought and imagination in his head, before you know it, he will say it to one or two persons that will pick it up, say it outside, and before you know it, people start getting to him or her over it. For me, I have no choice than to thank God for the way I'm being created, and as well as other people who don't feel like they are meant to belong to a particular group. You have no choice. There's a reason and a purpose why God created you like that. So why put it on yourself that you are not well being created and you want to do something that will later end your life maybe?
Body positivity, first of all, is the act of having confidence in yourself, the way you look, the way your appearance, like anything about yourself, your body shape, your color or anything. That's body positivity. Having confidence in yourself that this is the way you are created and accepting it for what it is. So sometimes, you know that there is a saying that some people actually say, you are dark, you are fair. People that are fair are not fine. People that are dark are not fine. I don't know if you understand. So sometimes when you throw those words at people, it tends to affect them without you knowing. And something is applied to the body shape. Sometimes when you see a slim girl, just the way I'm slim, some people will start saying, you are slim, it doesn't fit you, you are this one, you are this one. Don't you see your fellow? It is not nice. That's why where body positivity comes in. You need to be confident in yourself. This is the way you are created. This is the way that person is created. And sometimes it affects mainly our young girls. Sometimes they tend to do what they don't want to do. They go into doing things because they have seen maybe the celebrity lifestyle or any other thing that sometimes that's their hand. They are not even supposed to be there. But due to peer pressure, due to influence, due to so many things, they tend to go in that way that they're not supposed to go. Sometimes you see maybe what they call BBL. because they want to have a curvy body, leaving the one that was the way that God created them. Now they tend to do it, not knowing that it has so many side effects. So I think everyone should be confident in the way that they are created, be it color, body shape, and every other thing.
From what I understand, body positivity is just like what people see concerning themselves, how people see themselves when you look in the mirror, how you see yourself, how proud you are of yourself. Body positivity is very essential in everybody's day-to-day life. As a person, I feel you should not let someone's opinion define you. You should be the starting point of what you represent, who you are in society. That you're a plus sized or you're too thin does not mean you should feel less of yourself. It's actually a good thing. I mean, what is a poison to another man can be a food for another man. So you see, body positivity is something that every human being should look into. Don't feel less of yourself. It's good to appreciate your outlook. Don't make people define you. Don't let people's perceptions of you be your reality. Judging from past experiences of people, they begin to feel less of themselves. And also interpersonal relationships. A friend who is a plus size, sorry that I keep bringing up this case of plus size, just that I've experienced real life scenarios. But when you see someone that is plus size and is in a social gathering of people that are, maybe looking a less better or more better, they begin to throw certain comments at the person that is plus size, and the person that is plus size begins to forget that at the end of the day we are all humans and we are created in the image of God. Everybody is one, whether you're fat, you're thin, you're tall, you're short, we're all the same thing.
About body positivity, I would say that our people are not so concerned about our body positivity. One, because of a level of poverty or the poverty in the society. So what their interest is in how to feed themselves and then be healthy, without knowing that body positivity is part of healthiness. Then secondly, the people that are aware about body positivity are now so concerned about their curves, their physique. So they don't check other effects. They engage in exercises, and that exercises are concentrated on particular body parts, which is not a good idea. Good exercise is a good thing. It helps the body to be completely healthy. But concentrating on the shapes and the physique of the body is the problem here. So our body positivity should be made known to the people in the right direction. Like I mentioned earlier, poverty is one thing. If person is poor, that does not mean he cannot take care of himself or herself and then the body, his or her body. But he will be interested in looking for money, getting food to eat, and when he sees food, he doesn't care about the type of food he eats. So food is another factor. Then again, time of our consumption of food. We eat food at often. We don't check. There are certain foods that has some time for it. Like when you want to eat food at odd hours, like in the middle of the night, it's not proper because of digestion. So we need to be guided in the way we eat, taking our food, and then the type of food we eat that will suit our health. Social media has a lot to do. One, we copy the Western world, so many ways. And then in this course of copying the Western world, we don't follow their routine of body positivity. They do a lot of things to check their body, but we don't do. For instance, our people go far as engraving tattoos on our bodies, and most often we don't know the effect of tattoo to the body. Then because they want to look at like the white, especially the celebrities, a commoner on the street will wear tattoo and without asking questions. Then again, they have gone as far as opening their nose, their ears, and wearing earrings. All these things brings a negative impact. Some positive anyway. Then the wearing of bangles and the rest of them, and the ankle and the rest of them. People have definition for all these things. But some people, without knowing the definition, because it is on the social media, they go about wearing it, not checking what it has, the positive impact on their body.
I don't think that people should not be happy the way they are.
way they do, because we are not the one that make ourselves. We are not our maker. You know, there is already someone who made us in his own likeness and image. I know that everything God does is always perfect. You get? So I don't believe or see any reason why I should not be happy the way God created me. As I am now, and I'm very, very happy and confident. I like the way I look. And this is not supposed to be affecting me in any area. So whatever I do, I want to do, I do it proud, because I love the way I am. You get? So I believe the same way other people should see themselves bold enough and also have confidence in themselves to come and do whatever thing they want to do, not minding their look, because we are not the makeup. It's inferiority complex when you are not again contented with what you have. High growth tonic will cause it when you are not confident in yourself. So when you are not contented with what you have, greedy, it will trigger you to do many things. Some go out there to go and do surgery, some go and there because I'm dark in complexion and I feel like that girl or that lady is getting more favor because she is fair. Then I will go out there and go and change my look. No, every of our destiny, grace attached to it. So I don't see any reason why we should be envy or greedy or be looking at anybody. Oh, this person have this, I have not done that. No, allow your own grace to shine for you, because there is grace attached to that person. It's not because that person is fair. It's not because that person is tall. It's not because that person is fat or slim. It's not it. It is the person's grace working, God's giving grace. So your own, find it, nurture it, and allow it to work for you.
I feel like on body positivity, there's a lot of misinformation about it, because I care about my health. Like where I stay, I try to jog in the morning, so sometimes like if I can't jog in the morning, I'll jog at night or in the evening, just trying to be healthy. Some people be like, okay, body positivity, but either in men or women, that like being obese, being overweight. I don't really want to say like it's good, because being obese, being overweight is like detrimental to your health. You can say like you look as I am, being obese, you know, like 250 something plus pounds, 300 plus pounds. I feel like that's too much, because at that point you're stressing yourself, you're stressing your body. Because if you really care about your body and you are positive about your body, you will take care of your body to the point where like your daily easy activities are not like stressed, are not, stressed out. So I feel like body positivity in men and women should just be like you feeling good about yourself, taking care of yourself, and I don't know, most times don't just listen to everything everyone says. You have different opinions about things. At the end of the day, it's what you tell yourself and what is good for yourself that actually matters. So
Hello, it's another Wednesday and another time for us to take you around Nigeria to examine issues and developments that touch the lives of Nigerians, made governance more or less impactful, and created hope, happiness, or a lack of them in the course of the week. This is 360 Nigeria. I am Josephine Bitrus. You are welcome. In today's edition, death in the operating theaters, failed medication, injuries to organs, all as a result of fake, adulterated, or expired drugs. Who should be held to account? Corruption in Nigerian Correctional Service, when government threw the doors open over a period of 10 days to expose the rot and seek solutions. Plus, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, when a man of history goes home. That's the outlook for this week. Just remain with us and you'll get all the details. Stay tuned.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Instances, Nigerian medical doctors have lost patients in the operating theater even after doing all the right things. As Nigerians debate who should be held to account for these deaths, the Director General of the National Agency for Foods and Drugs Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Dr. Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, is recommending the death sentence for dealers in fake, adulterated, and substandard drugs. The cause of many of these deaths. Correspondent Chimeze Zedima weighs in on the many issues connected to the challenges of fake, adulterated, and expired drugs in Nigeria.
Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye raised the alarm. Her life and those of NAFDAC operatives enforcing the seizure of illicit, adulterated, and expired drugs were being threatened by those involved in this spread of death in Nigeria's health sector. NAFDAC operators, with the support of security operators, had closed 3 open markets where these drugs are stored and from where they are distributed across the country. Onitsha, Bridgehead, Aba, and Lagos were the 3 guilty markets. Many Nigerians point to Kano as the next necessary port of call.
The operation is an outcome of the strategic partnerships that NAFDAC has made and which is part of the National Action Plan 2.0. During this exercise, NAFDAC succeeded in removing from circulation 87 truckloads of banned, expired, unregistered, suspected falsified substandard medical products from the 3 markets. Right now, we have screened over 7,000 shops, and it's still ongoing as of today. A database of these shops and the offenses committed has been created for further steps. More than 40 arrests have been made, which will be followed by prosecution. With the signing into law, the Proceeds of Crime Act, POCA, for forfeiture of assets, the assets recovered from suspects will be treated as proceeds of crime after their conviction by the courts.
The challenge of fake, illicit, adulterated, or expired drugs is a global challenge. Better organized societies have dealt with it by sanctioning countries where these drugs are manufactured and exported. Drugs are also made across the counter commodities to be imported, distributed, and sold by non-professionals. In Nigeria, however, drugs are imported, distributed, and sold like any other article of trade by anybody who has the money or space to display them.
There are agencies that are responsible. NAFDAC is responsible for the product. Why the pharmacy council, that's why they're working in collaboration. We, the pharmacists, are being regulated by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, that's PCN. When it comes to the product, NAFDAC is responsible for regulating the product. We have the patent medicine store, that's the PPMV, that is being regulated by the Pharmacy Council, and those ones are only licensed to sell non-ethical drugs. The ones enforcement will go periodically. to inspect their premises to ensure that they are licensed to sell only whatever that that is OTC. And then for the pharmacy, there's a logo. That's why we advise the general public that whatever premises you go to, there's a neon sign with a pharmacy logo. And is that will I say, whichever premises you go to and you don't see that neon sign there, you are not, that premises is not licensed by the council, the pharmacy council. And we have our annually we are being licensed. The license covers us for 1 year, and they are so strict that at the end of the month, the second month of the year, if you're not ready, if you've not gone for your annual, the renewal of your annual license, there are sanctions. You pay a fine.
Look at it from the chain supply. Who are the people that are involved in the chain supply, from the manufacturer to the distributor to the retailers and then to the healthcare providers, to ensure that the drugs that are being administered to patients are genuine drugs, they are not expired drugs. You have instances where drugs have expired, and what do we see? That some of the people involved, I would not want to be mentioning names, some of the people who are involved in this chain line, what they do is they will just change the package, change the dates to make it look as if the lifespan of that drug is still valid.
The current effort to tackle Nigeria's fake drug scourge will not be the first effort. It will also not be the first time Onitsha Bridgehead and Lagos markets will be closed on account of fake medicines. In 2007, on March 6th, when Professor Odora Akonyili was the Director General of NAFDAC, the market was shut down on account of same fake drug challenge, and she only escaped assassination by a hair's breadth.
I ate, I walked NAFDAC. It was my life. Yes. We can turn around any institution, any agency, any ministry if we are determined to do that. If we are determined to shun money, if we are determined to face the consequences of swimming against the tide, because it is swimming against the tide, there are consequences. There will be verbal attacks and there may be physical attacks. Everything boils down to corruption. And corruption is not just about giving or taking money. Fake drug is such a bad news. It is mass murder. Early 2001, over 41% of drugs in circulation were outrightly fake. Over 68 were unregistered. So we were in a crisis situation. It was not only drug, what of food, yes, what of baby milk, infant formula, that was cassava flour with sugar and a little milk. Can you imagine how many babies that died? When I came into NAFDAC, first of all, I wanted to succeed. I think that should be number one in any assignment. If you tell yourself you want to succeed, every other thing will follow. But if you are focused on succeeding and shun people's money, irrespective of God, it's not just money that is involved in corruption. When people are your relations, you should not start looking at people as my brothers or sisters or friends. You should be moving like a train in anti-corruption movement, especially in the area of counterfeit medicine.
The issue, the business of fake drugs is a big business. We all hear when Dora Akonyele, as the DG of NAFDAC, when she was fighting the menace of counterfeit drugs, we saw all the threats that she went through. They almost killed her driver, and all of that. So for people who are confident to come up and say that these people, there are people here who are involved in adulterated or fake drugs, we need to provide some form of protection for them so that they and their families are not exposed to threats, to dangers to their lives from people who are the ones peddling these drugs.
As the current effort unfolds, a socio-political group, Southern Nigerian People's Mandate, has weighed into the matter. In a statement signed by East President Augustine Chukundum and Secretary General Shegun Dia, the group pointed at Pakistan, China, India, and some other Asian countries as the sources of these fake drugs that have become a scourge in Nigeria.
Corruption is also part of what we are passing through, what the menace that is responsible for Nigeria being a dumping ground or any drug. And again, the economy of the country is another way. That's why you see a lot of drug. People want cheap drug, and most of these drugs that are being brought in, when you want to talk about the counterfeit and at the same time the fake drug, what is it? What is the definition of it? It's a drug that they are deliberately and fraudulently mislabeled. You understand, either in terms of their composition, of what the drug is contained, or at the same time mislabeling, misrepresentation.
The group said that NAFDAC itself should be the first agency that must be investigated in any meaningful effort to resolve the fake drugs challenge. According to the Southern People's Mandate, NAFDAC is running with the hare and hunting with the hound because NAFDAC officials give a seal of approval for the importation of these drugs and turn around to impound them. The group called on the president to investigate the customs, police, and the NDLEA, all of whose officers are at the entry port, get compromised by the drug dealers while the illicit and fake drugs take the lives of many Nigerians and frustrate medical practice in the country.
In order for us to curb this menace, because it is a menace and it has a global approach, it has a local approach. So the first and foremost thing that I think that we should do, increase our awareness campaign, so that people will know how to identify fake drugs when drugs are being distributed to them. Then we also need to engage a multi-sectoral approach in terms of Federal Ministry of Health, the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, all of those people that are involved. The customs is also a stakeholder. Because like most of the drugs that we take in Nigeria, they are imported. And if they are imported, it means that they come in through our borders. And who are the people manning our borders? They are men and women of Nigerian Customs Service. So we also need to engage them so that when these drugs are seen, of course, they have to go through a training process for them to be able to identify which is counterfeit, which is adulterated, which is illegal, which one has expired. So with that training in mind, when these drugs come in, they will be able to identify that, oh, these ones they have already expired, these are counterfeit, these are banned drugs. They can seize them and then destroy them or burn them like we see them do on national television. So all of this, we have to do all of this. It's going to be a collaborative effort.
The agency actually responsible for that are doing, and we know the clampdown that NAFDAC is ongoing now. The essence is they are working in collaboration with the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria to streamline, have a central stock, you understand, have to clamp down on the open markets and ensure that you want to get your product, you have a central regulation of drugs coming into the country. It still has to go through NAFDAC. Yes, they are the one that issue license. They check the integrity of the drug. They even have a lab where we carry out, you understand, check on the drug, carry out some tests on the products that is being brought in. And this track and trace method, technique that is out there, also is another process. There was a time where you have numbers being given, a code that if you log in such numbers onto your phone, it authenticates the authenticity of a particular product. And I think NAFDAC is also still working in that regard.
Meanwhile, pharmacists have suggested that the demand by the NAFDAC DG, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, for the National Assembly to amend the anti-narcotics and drug law to include either death or life sentence. The Director General of NAFDAC has suggested a stiffer law as a deterrent to the continued challenge of fake drugs in the country, while speaking to the media at the presidential villa.
We use this opportunity to call on the National Assembly to expedite the amendment of the NAFDAC Act N1-LFN 2004 and the Counterfeit and Fake Drugs and Unwholesome Processed Food C-34 Act to include life sentence and death penalty in the penalties for crimes committed under these acts. This exercise that we are doing is purely an enforcement operation to protect the public and rid our country of falsified and substandard medical products.
Senate had proposed a bill in 2020 to increase the jail term for people who are convicted to life imprisonment. I think if we're able to pass that bill, it will be good, because anyone who is convicted knows that he or she is going to prison for life. And then I think the fine that was being proposed in that bill, in that proposed bill, is 2 billion. I think it makes more sense, even though I still think that 2 billion cannot buy the life of any human being. So if we're able to get that bill passed, whoever is convicted goes behind the bar for his or her entire life. When we get more convictions and we talk about this, we make publicity, we ensure that these convictions are publicized such that everybody sees, everybody knows. I think it will serve as deterrent to people who are sitting down or who are lying in wait or who are in that business. They will know that it is no longer business as usual. And I think that this will help a great deal to curb the menace of counterfeit and fake drug adulteration of drug proliferation of drugs in Nigeria.
It is evident that the challenge of fake, illicit, and adulterated drugs in Nigeria reflect the challenge of corruption, weak and incompetent regulation, and a lack of political will to tackle the problem. If not, Nigeria should have put diplomatic pressure on countries from where these drugs are imported and sanctioned the leadership of customs, police, and NDLEA, who run after consignment of drugs on the roads after they have been led through the entry points. As the war on fake drugs, the innocent whose businesses and livelihoods are now suffering should not be sacrificed because of the failures of regulation and border.
For 10 days in the month of March, the door to allegations of corruption, abuse of power, torture, cruel and inhumane treatment of inmates against the Nigerian Correctional Service was thrown open to the public in Abuja. To say that some of the details that emerged were disturbing underplays the gravity of the situation. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima, who with Nasiru Usman covered the 10 days public hearing, summarizes the high point of the investigative hearing.
There was a comforting outcome of the 10-day investigative public hearing by a panel set up by the Ministry of Interior. The outcome is that the ministry is willing to confront issues in Nigeria's correctional services without any effort to cover any failures. The second is that the investigative panel is not on a witch hunt, punitive voyage, or indictment, but is striving to understand the issues, the infractions, why they happen, and how to prevent them, and institute a new correctional culture.
The Nigerian Correctional Service have also seen this process as something that is going to be for their benefits, and they cooperated so well in dealing with all the issues that were raised. They mobilized staff from all over the country to come in and state their own cases as it is. So for us, I think is the trust that the service and even Nigerians have in this process that is quite encouraging to us.
3 major institutions came up again and again in the course of the 10-day public hearing: the police, the judiciary, and the correctional service. The practices by officers of these institutions came up for scrutiny in the investigation, arraignment, detention, and inhumane custodial conditions of inmates.
The issue of underage. That's when a warrant has been sent to the prison officials, and they observe that the person committed in the warrant to be remanded, their opinions on the age, and by the provision of the Act, they have every right to reject it. So, in an attempt to solve or resolve this kind of problem, we should have cognizance to the fact that once a judge, either in the magistrate or high court, has issued a warrant for the remand of a suspect before him, has become an order of the court. Being an order of the court, therefore, he must have relied based on the information supplied. If it's a matter under magistracy, I believe the police, since they are here, they have to take note of this because they have more important role to play than the judiciary in this aspect. So what I'm saying in essence is that the police have a very important role to play in preparing their first information reports that they normally present to the magistrate court. Because the magistrate will now believe in the information content, and maybe if the accused denies the allegation, he may order his committed on remand, pending when they will bring their own cases. So once the warrant has been given to the officers, the officers on their own, to say they have rejected or they will reject him on the grounds of underage, will definitely be annoying the court for any officer to attempt going back to the court to tell the judge, this guy is underage, because he is not in position to do that.
Nigerian Police Force, NDLE, Justice, you are us. They are all under you because you take care of judiciary and everybody. You need to understand what we are going through, keeping these students. They don't call them inmates, we call them students. I learned that on the field last week. Keeping these students in our correctional center. Maybe when we understand it, it will help us to go back to our various agencies to say, look, we need to rejig what we are doing because we are actually causing a lot of discomfort, not just to the correctional service, but also to those students.
Fingers pointed at the magistrate court in the detention of underage raised issues of whether the police and the courts were conscious of the rules governing juveniles who find themselves against the law. Was the National Judicial Institute, which provides training, doing enough to equip judges, and is the training of magistrates from where many are thrown into correctional centers adequate enough?
The mandate of the National Judicial Institute is to train judges and their support staff. So where we come in here is to help develop specialized training programs to equip, as you mentioned, magistrates and legal practitioners with the knowledge needed to identify and prevent human rights violations in detention facilities.
The public hearing was not all about inmates of correction centers or the process of them getting there. The correctional officers also had issues with the system. This ranged from abuse of power by senior officers of the service to mistreatment and denial of rights of the correctional officers. For instance, diligent correctional service officers found themselves in the bad books of their seniors for doing the right thing.
Now I will start. This is the initial complaint letter, which was dated 22/5/2018. I have submitted to the authorities since 2018. So on March 2018, 40,000 naira was deducted from my salary account for the month of March, April, and May. After complaining to them, 1,000 naira was also deducted for the month of August, September, and October. I complained about the deductions. He said I should hold on and look into the issue. So after looking into the issues, I was vindicated. 100,000 naira was returned to me on installments because the deduction was installment because 225,000 was taken out of my salary without my consent. So when I wrote this letter and the panel was set up, 100,000 was returned to me. That was when I received a menacing call from Abuja, from that Mr. Teslim Adedoja, who works with the then Prison Microfinance Bank, Lagos. He told me that they will pay me. He said they will pay me, but I will spend the money on transfers. That they will invite me to Abuja. I said, if you are inviting me to Abuja, send me transportation. I will come. That was the menacing call I received from him. I never took all these things so serious. If not, I would have recorded those things. By March 2019, as a result of this microfinance issue, I was transferred to Zone H Makodi from Lagos with a radio message. I've not even spent up to 2 years at the zonal headquarters Lagos. From there, subsequent transfers started coming up. And the distance is much. I have not committed an offense. I have not done anything against correctional. explain to me, the next thing I'll just see my name on transfer, just like that. I agree that transfer is part of the service. You know, it's part of the job and it's specified in the public service rule and the conditions of transfer. But when transfer is frequent and does not adhere to the public service rules and regulation, it amounts to witch hunting. So that is why I came here, so that all the issues, my issues will be looked into and addressed, and I need to be relocated back to my family, and money is to be paid to me on all those transfers. Because I'm just tired. I don't know, I'm just tired.
And how does an officer handle a situation in which his superior, against all rules, treats an inmate as a king, rendering him services, providing aids and giving him special privileges?
On the 23rd of February, this IGR by name Efine Waimo was taken to hospital. And for the very first time, I have never seen in the practice that a non-custodian staff will be deployed from the headquarters, and alongside 2 staffs, the orderly and the personal assistants, that is the orderly and the driver, also accompanying this IGR. And 4 armed squads were drafted in. They took a white Hilux van that was provided for the state government, took this IGR to an hospital. I noticed something was wrong, but I couldn't figure it out as in charge discipline. But there is something that I really suspected, because there was no medical officer that actually accompanied them. These persons left the custodial center. And as usual, they have been going and coming back. We thought it would be on the usual basis that he goes and comes back. But that day, he left and never came back. That was the tension. He left by 8 o'clock.
This particular case, I issued a query to my officer in charge on why an inmate who is an IDRO should be taken to the hospital without informing the controller. And the officer in charge replied the query. And immediately after that, I quickly went into investigation. I called the inmate. I asked when they brought him to the yard. I asked where he was taken to. He said he was taken to the hospital, Federal Medical Center. I was not fully impressed. I still went to Federal Medical Center to find out from the doctor. And the doctor said, yes, he wrote that medical report, which he gave to the officer in charge to send to me when I was carrying out my investigation.
The welfare of the correctional officers was another issue that featured in the 10 days public hearing. How does the service justify the retirement of officers on the account of one of them, on the same rank, being appointed the Comptroller General of the service, and in the same breath, retaining some officers on a higher rank than the officers so appointed?
Our entitlement as Assistant Comptroller General retired were not given, some of our entitlement were not given to us. But the panel listened to it and asked the service to address that. 2, we have our something like repatriation allowance, but the one that concerns us most was the spirit of disengagement. If it is as a result of appointment of our junior to become the Comptroller General, while we as seniors should go, which has never happened in the service, why did we have to stop our salary immediately? We have worked into half of the month, as if a personal vendetta is being expressed. We joined the service with the hope to retire peacefully, and we guided our career. How suddenly will you ask somebody to go, having wives, children, in higher institutions without any benefit?
The emotions which this issue raised were calmed by the chairperson of the investigative panel, Dr. Madeleine Ajani, who is also the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Interior. Like a Daniel, she came to judgment, assuring complainants of fairness and justice, and insisting that the correctional service must operate within its own rules and regulations.
Repatriation allowance, as you retire and you put in the application, we get it paid. It's not just Ministry of Interior, it's something that the federal service holds very dearly. Because it's just unfair for us to render 35 years of service, then your small chickily money to go back, even if you are not living in Abuja. It's something for you to start off with before your pension comes. And there's no reason why the service should deny you of it. It's your right. So please, whatever it is that we communicate to them to do, I promise you that we'll communicate it to you. What needs to be done needs to be done. Your repatriation fee has to be paid. So when they give us all the information of the things that you have not paid, if I must tell you, apart from 7 of you, there are other cases of retirees that have not received their cards. I read these letters when they come in, appeals, and we send it to the board because it is their jurisdiction to handle those cases. Okay, so aside from the 7 of you, there are other retirees that correctional service has not paid. But your own case is being looked at now. And there's no way where an officer will retire and 5 years after have not been paid your repatriation allowance.
The responsibility of the correctional service to provide adequate feeding, and in some cases specialized feeding, was another issue of concern to the panel. As much as the feeding allowance for inmates has recently been increased, the increase was still inadequate, and the special needs of diabetic and other inmates needing special care are yet not factored in the feeding arrangements.
The panel went to some custodial centers. In all of the ones we went to, there was none which saw food up to 1 week. So the issue about having a store that's supposed to have at least 7 days thing, it's a practice that's difficult for this to be now implemented. You know that when an inmate is not given food, what danger that is. So if people, first, the amount that is provided is poor. Second, this process of profit making worsens the process. And secondly, you know that the officer in charge used to be one of that level of checks and balances for the contractors when the contractors were totally supplying food. So this is about being open to know where the problems are, to solve our problem, because many inmates are dying because of lack of food. I've never seen what we see these days. There have always been problems, but it has never been the way it is. Never. So as a people, we have to look at this square in the eye. So they're going to show you what is happening in the correctional centers these days. What is happening is inmates are not eating well. There's a lot of commercialization because everybody is now selling what you never used to see. Trying to cope. Those who can't afford to cope are dying. So we will look at what can be done to help. And that's where, before we go there, because it's obvious there are not adequate checks and balances, it's obvious. It has to happen.
The panel wondered if the correctional centers were institutions where the state gets its pound of flesh from inmates, or where inmates are corrected and given a second chance. This arose when the matter of training and rehabilitation was interrogated. It emerged that whereas the correction centers are supposed to be correctional institutions, equipment for preparing the inmates for return to society are either not available or are obsolete and dilapidated.
Doing this, there are three major points. One is that the correctional centers do have the manpower in terms of the inmates. Two, some of these inmates are even knowledgeable in some of these things, repairs. Three, the Act, the Nigerian Correctional Service Act, had also spoken about the way part of the resources, the profit from the industries should be divided into three. One part is what will be used to sustain that process, that enterprise. One part is to be given to the inmates as an incentive, those inmates that are there, so that they can continue to learn skill. And that part to go back to the custodial center. So if this is done, that part that is supposed to be sustained can actually help. I gave you an example of one place we went to a workshop. The whole, we have a picture of it. The whole workshop is roof off. The carpentry workshop is on this side. Then you have shoemaking and all that. So the question here is about how you can turn this around in relation to maintenance culture, skills acquisition and training for inmates, and utilizing what you have. This is not about contracts. I'm talking about, but this is having the culture of maintenance.
Not only about maintenance culture, even though that is very, very important. Resourcefulness. There were things we observed in some facilities we visited. They have large number, over 1,000. But where they have a workshop or school is smaller than half of this podium. Okay, smaller, about a quarter of this podium. And then when we were asking, they said there's no space. But we've been to other facilities like Orange, where they even had to put canopies outside for the people to school. But there was a big church, we were saying, there could have been a makeshift arrangement that when the church is not in session, they can be able to use it as school. And I know those in your department can be able to build, even if it's the marketers, to ensure that those essential services are delivered innovatively within the space you have until money is available for you to build what you need to build.
As the investigative panel rounded up its 10-day sitting, there appeared to be silver lining in the horizon. There is a willingness to make the service to improve its operations and exit Nigeria for being the butt of every report on failure in correctional service delivery.
You are watching 360 Nigeria on Signature TV. We'll take a break and return shortly. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Where is Daniel Kanu and his Association for Better Nigeria, ABN? Not many Nigerians will remember him today. Those who do remember him as a bad experience in Nigeria's political journey. Today, however, many Nigerians, including university students and even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, remember and recall with fine memories one man, his service and his unshaken stand for integrity, transparency and credibility in Nigeria's political process. That man is Professor of Political Science from the University of Nigeria, Humphrey Nwosu. Last week, Professor Humphrey Nwosu was laid to rest in his hometown, Ajali.